I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome everyone to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 4. I'm one of your co-casters for the day. I run Chip here with my co-cast, Dogman. How you doing today, buddy?
Doing great, Chip. It's awesome to be back here yet again for another season of MRC, and it's been going on, right, for a few weeks, so it's good to finally get back into the action with you, man. After Ignite just ended, MRC keeps going. We roll out another season, Season 4, and we still have some incredible teams in this tournament to see who wins it all.
Yeah, we talk about, folks, the roster mania all the time and getting a name out there and trying to move up in these rosters and find yourself on one of these teams that are in the Ignite series, for example. And this is one of those ways to do that. And we're going to see definitely some unique compositions today. I'm stoked to dive into it a bit with you and see what we're seeing. But, I'm not quite sure how it's going to shake out as we are heading into our first match in a little bit, man. I mean, do you think you expect to see anything different compared to what we saw in Ignite?
I think so. I mean, we saw quite a bit of Daredevil. I think the meta is now refining into that sort of area, right, where these full dives. I think that's kind of what's been going on. Not every team played it at the Ignite Grand Finals, but everybody is 100% looking at this new skin. The Dog Brother X skin for Wolverine is now available. It just came out yesterday, Shiv. This is one of the best skins in the game, in my opinion, and I know a lot of people love it as well. And what do you think about it so far, man? I mean, this is incredible. Obviously, I'm Dog Man, so I love it, but what about you?
Yeah, man, I'm a big fan of the Dog Brother X skin. We got to see a little bit of this actually in game prior to this. My first time getting eyes on, and the emote, the indefinite, there's like an infinite emote loop that's sick that comes with the bundle. This skin is just crazy. You and I were talking prior to this, the amount of amazing Wolverine skins, and as a Vanguard mate, just terrifies me knowing that I could constantly just get Pharaoh leaped away from my team. But you know what? If they're gonna do it, might as well look like this. This skin's insane.
It is. I mean, lava dripping from his fangs, it's awesome. It's just the skin overall. The thing with Wolverine is he has so many good skins. Like, I'm still trying to get that Dracula skin back from Season 0. And there's so many other ones, this one being one of them, right? The Dog Brother skin as well. So make sure to get it. It's in the stores now. And, I think a lot of people are looking forward to playing a little bit more Wolverine alongside some of the other heroes, because I think he's been kind of interesting, Shib. Like, Wolverine in general has been a hero that has kind of been underutilized, I think, in pro play. But I don't know. He's kind of making a return sometimes. It depends on the map, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, similar role as to like Angela, but yeah, I mean, I you're just consistently looking for that frontline grab as we check out the 3 icons that are in the game as of October 31st here. Spider-Man Man Spider skin. This is a sleeper for me. I know Spider-Man mains are going to love that. The Queen of the Dead skin for those who maybe got their hands on that PvE mode, which I think is incredibly well polished and a ton of fun. And that is going to be receiving some updates, so make sure you check that out. And then the big shot Iron Man, which I have no doubt we'll see Iron Man loop back into the meta a little bit coming here in future seasons.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you have an ability to one-shot, right, with the ultimate, I mean, it's going to be a potential no matter where, right? If you can get some combos off, it's up to you, really. And, you know, most of these skins, like you mentioned, are all awesome. And definitely Man Spider's underrated, 100%.
As we are back. Yeah, I mean, all those skins in the game right now, if any of those caught your eye, make sure you go check that out. But buddy, back to what we were talking about, going to check out some of these teams. We may have seen some of these team names, but a lot of them are going to have different rosters based on whether they moved up into Ignite or they got cycled with some retrials of teams, because that is something that definitely happens here in any sort of pro scene, but especially here in Rivals, where it's very team oriented. You're constantly trying to find a way to adapt and improve your team, correct?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think I was watching some EMEA earlier in their season 4, and then taking a look back now, we're coming into that round 12 to 14, right? So that's where we're going to end up today. Everything's been happening right during Ignite because we just have MRC going alongside it, you know, back to back. And that all started October 25th. You were able to sign up for that Ignition round, and now we get to finally see all those teams from those open qualifiers. That's what I was talking to you about, Chip. There were so many players, so many talented players that didn't make it to the grand finals due to one thing or another, and then kind of doubles back into what you were bringing up about roster shifting, right? A lot of roster changes that we now get to see, and we also get to see some of the most talented players that were left behind at those grand finals and see how good they've done. Ryan put it best in EMEA, where we're kind of watching those games back, giving these guys an opportunity to get, you know, a little bit of limelight that maybe they wouldn't have gotten otherwise, and they 100% deserve. There are so many great players that we see in North America, and we're all starting off today in the broadcast, November 8th, which is today, and then tomorrow we're going to see that grand finals in the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 4.
Yeah, round of 12 to 14 will be shown today. So that's what we're going to get some eyes on here. And like you mentioned, there is going to be a prize pool for this tournament, an in-house tournament, something you can just sign up for right in the client, something that I always wish is in-game. So shout out to the devs for doing that, giving you a chance to chase this with your friends and go after that 14.5K.
Yeah, 14.5K is no small chunk of change. And I think the biggest thing, Shib, is that, you know, we get to see these players kind of finally compete and, you know, actually get to see how good they do. And, you know, if, like, you're a fan of Marvel Rivals esports in general, you want to watch this, right? Because there are so many players that, you know, are in this upper bracket and even the lower bracket down below, as you can see. Shikigami, Cafe Rose, gonna be the first one we're going to watch today, but those teams as well, like you said, have mixed up. But the biggest thing is that, you know, you get to learn about all these players that have kind of been on the come up, right? Every player that has been not in the sort of main stage of Ignite, and we get to finally watch them compete and play at a high level where you can learn about so many talented players on specific roles too, because I bet you today, Shiv, we're going to see some funky stuff, more funky stuff than we've seen previously.
Yeah, that's exciting as we are heading right into our ban phase. Goodbye there to Daredevil as the very first ban in Rocket. Already so different from what we saw there at the grand final. So love to see that and the lock in a Bucky.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think we know how good Bucky can be. And same thing with Daredevil. Daredevil's being removed kind of consistently, at least for a lot of this MRC that I went back and watched in the VOD. It seems like people really want to prioritize that hero because there's so many Daredevil one tricks, right? I think that I saw a nice little thing. There's like that meme with Toy Story where, you know, there's like a kind of vision of the Buzz in the wall, and there's like 1,000 of them, right? It feels like the Psylocke mains in North America, the Daredevil mains in North America, the Bucky mains in North America, and Hela mains. There's so many of them, so you can't really go wrong with that ban and that protect of the Psylocke too.
Yeah, I was going to say, me personally, I'm removing Psylocke every day of the week. We saw how much value Psylocke had, and even towards the end, the pros were admitting, hey, maybe we should have banned Psylocke a little more than we did, because it does become a little bit of an ego check of who's got the better side. Because right now, you just farm that front line, ult in the back line, and your back line's got to be so prepared to stack and to patty cake, or you are in trouble. Locking there a Venom and Loki, which we've seen a little bit more of for that double res, but Loki's coming back into the meta with this dive focus from these team fights.
Yeah, and you can see on the opposite side, Cafe Rose haven't protected any of those strategists, right? We see both Rocket and Jeff being banned on Shikigami's side, so they're not really able to counter what Shikigami are trying to do with this backline removal of of the animal backline, as Cozy likes to call it, and Hellaband comes through on the opposite angle as well to make sure it doesn't get that, team up with the Venom and the Namor.
Yeah, the Zootopia backline we like to joke about, a little Disney reference there as we're looking now at the lock-in, at least what they're showcasing. And you might have seen some of these names here, whether it's from streams or in ranked if you're climbing ladder, but it should be fun to see them in action here. Shikigami versus Cafe Rose. Cafe Rose, a team that we've seen in the past, but a very different roster from what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, you called it on earlier. I mean, a lot of different names here. We see really sticky, getting cut out. I believe when I watched back in MRC, they lost to SJW's team on PXC before it became, completely different name. And I think that he is a really good, Spider-Man player that we've seen a lot, but Tree as well. We've seen around the lobbies, right, playing a lot of Psylocke. Same thing with those backline of Cafe Rose and Lyric. So there's a lot of the kind of names that have been around. And same thing with Shikigami, right? We've known Pride for his Rude and, Kuna, like you mentioned before. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch these two teams sort of duke it out back and forth. Cafe Rose maybe going to set up more of those dives alongside that Psylocke. And on the opposite side, Shikigami, same thing, except they're going to be running the Bucky. So there's a little bit more lockdown, I think, for the anchoring in terms of having the Emma Frost on Cafe Rose's side, whereas Shikigami, they're just going to want to keep surrounding and maybe setting up this Loki on the height, maybe towards the waterfalls to get a lot of pressure towards that point.
Yeah, it's all going to be a game of can that Bucky protect against the Venom dive towards the backline. Shikigami will have that Loki crystals available, which will buy them a full reset of HP if they're patient. We've seen Loki's, the best Loki's, really play patiently with that cooldown, knowing how long it is right now. Really sticky, got to find one onto Kuna early on in this fight, and now looking towards Proto on the backline.
Already diving towards those strats, but kind of staying safe. You talked about patty caking before. They're doing that pretty well at the current moment. The Loki's touched out, right? They have the Bucky kind of deal with it, pressure out that back line, but current moment, they're surrounding it. Point control for Cafe Rose right now. Shikigami have to stay on that objective, but as long as you have that Emma Frost here and the backline support, they're going to be sitting nice and pretty unless a freeze hits that Venom, slows him down on the high ground. At the current moment, nobody's controlled this point just yet.
Lyric gonna find one there onto Pride. 25% HP burn when you use that cooldown and you pop the crystal tree. Gonna be taking out Kuna in that battle back and forth there with the Psylocke, and now they're still maintaining pressure on point. The goal here is just to buy as much time as possible after this first fight and find the best teams have most success when they can land 70% early on. That pretty much ensures if they have one big alt fight win, there's a chance that that portal will not come through, especially if they can cancel. So this will be the number they're looking for, 20% and counting.
And trying to build it up right now. Psylocke on the right side of the 1v1 with the Luna Snowflake is dove on. Oh my goodness, 1 HP tracked down by Tree, but see if Tree can get collapsed on. No, it doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, they've man advantage for Cafe Rose, diving towards Starlet. Oh my goodness, with the Kraken Impact 2 on top of it. Are you kidding? Sticky with the closeout onto 2 players and make it 3 potentially on this Venom.
Yeah, that's going to be 3. Do I see more here from Really Sticky, who is not going to be a little too overzealous there. Going to drop back towards the team and use that cooldown to just reset. Vines is going to hold here on the top side with that Venom, consistently applying pressure. Well, the team just comes in and sweeps through. Shikigami is trying to come in with an alt fight. They should have 5 available and almost 5 there for Cafe Rose. We're doing a great job not overcommitting in this fight.
Oh my god, I mean, Tree has been just dominating this 1v1 on those sort of flank angles, and it's been tough for Kuna so far, not even building up a single Psylocke ult just yet, and that's tough. I mean, Tree is one of the best Psylocke players, I think, in MRC, and you can see exactly why they're Shib. We're still coming up in the big ult fight, but it's going to be last fight territory for Shikigami, and Cafe Rose are looking really clean at the current moment.
Yeah, I mean, if we say you can't have those picks happen early on, as the pull comes through there, Really Sticky gonna find one onto Stace, and these early picks before anything is committed consistently is the downfall here of Shikigami as it's matched right back. Out goes that dance, and the dance floor comes through from picks, and they will hold on as Tree finds Kuna once more.
Yeah, I mean, Tree has been just doing so well. Really Sticky as well in that last fight with the hook. And, now you have to go in that portal play, re-engage. Maybe you can come back, but every ult going to be used. Pride able to get one at the very least for Shikigami. They can maybe collapse on it too. Nice job for the backline removed from Cafe Rose. Everybody else is here. And this could result in maybe a turnaround for Shikigami, but the pressure from Tree is still here. Same thing with Lyric, but eventually it could be overwhelming. Tree, though, towards this point, trying to find more. He's been an absolute nuisance, but Shiki flipped that objective.
Yeah, there will be an even alt fight coming up here, actually slightly in favor of Cafe Rose, so they knew not to overcommit. Now the portal comes through from 2025 respect. It will be down a strategist in this fight, but it doesn't matter when you get a pick like that. Really Sticky is on one here on the Bucky, looking towards the back line as out. Goes that Psionic, and that finds one. Walking Sticky does go down. Ripkin with a piece there to even out the numbers. Still trying to build that charge at 33%. And they are just going to stall and find one more, excuse me. And they will hold on to this point.
Yeah, that portal play not going to be available for both teams. Maybe Shiki will have it at the very end, depending on if overtime kind of checks down. But regardless, Cafe Rose committing a little bit into that previous fight. At least that Kraken impact from Really Sticky. And Shikigami, they're going to have to build up some ultimates, right? The copy not available for Crota. Meanwhile, for Cafe Rose, they do not have the invisible boundary either. But regardless, in that neutral fight, as long as you have that region domain, Shiki can sort of peel off Cafe Rose. They're going to pressure this high ground, this Loki, force off Crota, make him feel uncomfortable, but he's knowing it, reading it, playing on the opposite side now.
And there is a Psionic Seduction off the start here for Lyric, who is going to get a few trance. Will they be able to find value? Out goes those crystals, and that will buy them time. And a pick comes through there from Tree, Really Sticky as well. Kuna gonna find Pixel in the back line, make it 2 out of respect as both strategists down now. Out goes that dance. Sticky finds one. Lyric again, but Kuna able to find Sticky right back. Will this fight go in their favor? As right now, Cafe Rose doing a great job holding on to this point.
Yeah, and let's see. Does he have... Nope. Portal re-engaged. They have to switch to things like Angela, a lot of speed to get back in touch. But it's going to be as Emma Frost. We talk about some of those heroes that are really good at anchoring, holding the points, holding the objective, in which Cafe Rose do so. Their win, round number 1, Shib. That was pretty clean re-engage, like you mentioned. You were going on about that, and it was definitely clean.
Yeah, I mean, so what they did there that was strong, I think, is they came in with the portal early. They used a strategist to force portal out, and they forced out a few ultimates. And I think that was their goal, because it's kind of tricky, the chess match of whether you want to use portal. Do you want to save it for an end for a full commitment as a team and have one of your vanguards make that switch, or do you quick re-engage, try to take the point back and force out some cooldowns and then commit in the next fight? And that's exactly what they did, and it absolutely worked out. So the correct decision there for sure, but it is tough to figure that out in the moment.
Yeah, 100%. Cafe Rose now moving forward. I've actually been pretty impressed with by Really Sticky and this Bucky so far. I think he's been great. No binds as well. On the opposite side for Shikigami, I mean, they've had some nice dives with Pride, but that's really been about it. I mean, Kuna towards the very end with that Psylocke ultimate, with the Dance of Butterflies able to find some value, but Tree, that mismatch as well has been so clean, and the support from his back line, making sure that he gets those invis shields whenever they're kind of in that 1v1. Same thing with that Snowflake. I mean, every single time it does feel like Cafe Rose has been at a pretty big advantage. For Shikigami, they need to set up this Loki, but honestly, this is not even like that strong of a round for the Loki, I think, in this map. Maybe if we were on the previous one or on Cradle, or not on the Cradle, on the third map, but at the current moment, I don't know if this Loki comp is really working out for them against Cafe Rose with the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, you got to set up right now on point, likely with Loki, get on some high ground there with clones and have some escape routes available, or at least cooldowns available right now. Early on, though, Cafe Rose is going to be on point. Out goes Ripkin with the Emma shield, trying to find a pick, but is not going to be able to make that happen. It goes very low down to 10 HP. Wow, still holding on here. Good movement and focus by the back line, and that will turn right back as Lyric goes down now. No bind's going to land in there, using that easy swing to dunk right down quickly. In a tough spot, Rhoda falls there with some nice accuracy. Kuna going to trade it back. Really Sticky, though, onto the back line of Scarlet. Make it 2. Why don't you, Sticky, looking for 3, and is still going to be able to maintain pressure on the point, but the point hasn't not been capped by either side.
No, I mean, everybody's... Oh, nice shots from Pixel there towards the end as well as they clean it up. Cafe Rose gonna flip that objective, but the big thing with these Bucky mains, by the way, is that was a huge dive from, first of all, no binds early, the tracking and a Proto before we built ult, and, you know, with that, Cheeky, again, sort of in a mismatch in terms of ultimates. I mean, they can have advantages, but they're just not able to sort of fully capitalize. Regardless, huge dive from no binds, as well as Really Sticky slowing it down on Bucky. You see so many Bucky mains with the Kraken Impact Shib go, you know, too far sometimes instead of taking, like, the easy layups, right? Like diving towards backlines or whatever to try to find elims instead of just going on a tank with a Kraken or just living. Really Sticky's been doing that so far. He's not been sort of feeding. He's been doing a great job for Cafe Rose, and the ultimates are even. So we'll see in this upcoming fight what Shikigami can sort of pull off with a dive from Pride. But again, the backline is pressured out, and the healing is just not there for Pride. He has to use cooldowns early.
And the Feast of the Abyss is available here for No Binds and Pride. And out goes that Psionic early on, matched right back. Out the Invisible Boundary as an answer to buy more times. Really Sticky is going to find another Tree and Pixel to make 3 out of that situation. And they can keep doing that every single fight, and they'll find success all tournament long now as Tree takes out 2 more to make it a quadra.
I mean, the old Cafe Rose as well was a very coordinated team. This one does look also in a similar vein, right? I think that Cafe Rose just has a game plan, know what they're doing. Shikigami, they're just kind of all over the place at the moment, Chev. I mean, they lose people early, like you talked about early.
Yeah.
Or like you talked about earlier. And, yeah, it's tough. I need people to, like, kind of slow it down, figure it out on Shikigami's side, whereas Cafe Rose, their game plans are straightforward. They go for those dives. They go for the setup. Shikigami need to go aggressive with Proto's copy early with that Goddess Mischief. But there we go. We already have that Dance of the Butterflies early on, but maybe Cafe Rose can disengage it.
And you see their tree, folks, went invisible because in that moment you can't be targeted by the ultimate to just be prepared to re-engage as soon as it ended. Very smart play there. Does find one as now Ripken takes this space back, and they're trying to get this point at 95%. Ripken finds one on a Pixel. The dive comes in heavy from Pride, who will clean that up as Respect goes down. Here comes the engagement from Sticky Donuts. As this fight's not over, that's a 2. Really look for more. Gonna reset out clones. Now right towards the Pride, almost sweeps everyone in that moment, but a little bit of an over commitment, I would say, as, you know, tried to make a hero play, which is not always the best move.
It was close. They maybe could have done something. They switched back to Loki, by the way, with that portal, so they also have Region Domain, and that was a huge tempo switch up now as they lose space. I mean, the point gets flipped, but they lose everybody.
No, that was actually, so the smart play is after getting those picks, immediately portaling back and actually getting value off those picks in the end. So definitely worth it, as not always the case, but really good follow-up on the team and commitment. Again, a team that looks so good together. Lyric gonna find 2 more there, as Cafe Rose is just putting on such a dominant performance as the rest are falling slowly, and that will do it.
Kokoa gonna go the way of Cafe Rose in this first of 3. Winning on Cradle on the Grove. That was a great round. I mean, that was Shikigami's chance was on the Grove, and now they close out map number 1 in a pretty clean fashion, like you mentioned, Shib. So the moment Cafe Rose really hasn't lost a step from what we saw out of them in the previous MRCs, and I mean, easy MVP, I would say, for Tree, but the whole team looks to be on the same page, which is definitely going to bode well for them to potentially even win this entire MRC. They looked so good. Tree's looking like a really good Psylocke, and I mean, we'll have to see as this team kind of progresses and see if they can close on Shikigami. For their side on Shikigami, they need to kind of figure maybe a different composition out, different ban phase. The Psylocke was definitely a bit of a problem. But yeah, I mean, that was a great round from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, again, there's just a lot of very smart team play. Tree with 15 finals. Also, just to mention, like, there's so many neutral picks from the side of when you're looking over at Cafe Rose. Tree was looking really good, really sticky, finding some value, and also during those portal plays, you can see committed as a team, switching roles around to ensure that it is covered. 14 and 15 finals from the duelists is exactly what you want to see. A duelist line that is both looking very strong and going to make it difficult to ban out. I will say Bucky and Psylocke both are very strong right now and could become ban focuses here in the next matchup, but they definitely utilize those heroes to the max of their ability during that domination.
You know, let's see what Shikigami does moving forward. Maybe prioritization of the Psylocke, maybe, you know, taking out a lot of those kind of characters like even the Emma Frost that enabled it a little bit, right? But, you know, that was just, like you mentioned, a really good round, I think, from Cafe Rose. And maybe on Convoy Convergence, it can enable Shiki as well once we go over to those map types to figure it out. I mean, the Hela ban, taking a look at these bans, we'll have to maybe you can allow the Rocket Raccoon potentially through or that Jeff, but also we go to maps where those characters are way stronger, right? I think on Domination, the Rocket is strong, and same thing with Jeff, but you know, at least with those heroes, maybe specifically a Rocket, you could find the BRB a little bit easier on Domination. Yeah. Once we go over to Convoy Convergence, it's going to be super far back and hard to kind of find unless you have a full surround comp, so we'll have to see if Shiki does it better in a sort of front-to-back style.
Yeah, I don't think, I don't know. And there's also answers. You know, I don't think Phoenix is completely out of the meta by any means either. If that was a massive problem, you could really force Rocket to hold on to that ult for eternity, you know, if you're prepared to make a play with Phoenix. So not always a primary ban target. We definitely saw some bans of Rocket in Ignite, but, you know, and there's some really good follow-up ultimate combinations. Like you can do that Venom Feast of the Abyss with that Sia from Rocket, and that is a huge threat. So there are some combos that work well, but as these teams get more developed, I would see some of these bans probably falling towards the wayside. I'd say you got to get rid of the huge problems for your team right now.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see in the ban phase as it comes up because, yeah, like you said, they have a few decisions, right? You know, it's not all decided in the ban phase shit, but like, because we talked about, you know, it's like most of it's the in-game skill. And like we saw, if we just slow down, if we fix our positioning a little bit, I mean, they should be in a little bit of a better spot. Shikigami, that is, because, I mean, yeah, Shiki, like, they just really need to stop getting picked. Like, that happened every fight, like you called. There was like 4 or 5, at least in the first round, and that could always be a warm-up match, and didn't happen as much in the follow-up on Cradle on round 2. But yeah, I mean, as long as you slow it down, maybe change up the comp. The Loki stuff really wasn't working for them. There was a lot not going right for them. I think their vanguards are very aggressive, but then, their backline's always dove upon, and we're kind of left behind.
Yeah, I mean, the other tricky thing too is like if you're going to be running that Loki into a Bucky, you know what I mean? Bucky's going to get free resets, and that is going to be a problem for your team when Bucky is so strong in the meta right now. Those ultimates are a huge threat, and when he has free resets and can combine and connect with a clone in every single dunk down of that Kraken impact, you're guaranteeing, for those who don't know, it's very hard to keep those clones up if you don't have crystals available. If that is down, you immediately, your whole team focuses and burns out one of those clones. You're reset, you're right back in the fight, and you're on to the next. And we saw Sticky, even in a 1v5 situation, find a 4-piece, and they teleported right back and took advantage of that. So, yeah, I'm not sure I love the Loki play without the team being fully committed on dive.
Yeah, we'll have to see what their adaptation is, right? We've seen, or at least seeing in the ban phase, the prioritization of the Daredevil too. I mean, that definitely could focus on what we like to do on the side of Shikigami. Maybe play around that Daredevil a lot and force them onto heroes they're not as strong at. Because yeah, I mean, Tree on Psylocke really looked good, and that was definitely the standout, I think, performance on that squad. But regardless, what a great job from the side of Cafe Rose as they close down on Shikigami. And yeah, we'll have to see how they do this upcoming map.
We will be seeing how they do on this upcoming map right after this break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back. As we just saw Cafe Rose show up on that domination, look incredibly dominant the entire time, finding so much value in the neutral. Will there be a bounce back from Shikigami on map 2, buddy? What do you think?
No, they are no. Yeah, I think there might be, actually. I think we go to the ban phase, we mix it up, and we know how good Shikigami is, and the organization has been around for a while in multiple different esports, but in this game too, specifically in Marvel Rivals at the very beginning, right? They've been here, they've done that, and now at the current moment, they have a new roster and they have to figure it out. I think we saw some nice things from Pride, and same thing with Ripken, but they need to be enabled a little bit more. We go for that Psylocke ban first on Shikigami, and that might be the answer they were looking for, Shib, to get rid of Tree on the Psylocke and then the Daredevil on the opposite angle. Again for Cafe Rose, just because it worked last round. They protected Jeff as well because that gets through. Shikigami went for that first ban of, I believe, Rocket last time. So they protected Jeff knowing that Shikigami want to go for that Jeff and Rocket ban upcoming. And we'll see how they follow it up, because it's going to be hard to like figure out the exact ban phase to do against Cafe Rose based on the lead on the previous map.
Yeah, but I like the change up, like you're saying. I think you got to get rid of that Psylocke. I can't count the amount of times we saw those early picks, right, coming in early on from the side of Tree in the neutral before the fight even started. It was like 3 consecutive fights on point 1 that, like, at that point your team is in big trouble. It's very difficult to win a 5v6 even when you do have a slight ult advantage, and they were doing a good job not overcommitting, so they always had an answer. We will see the removal of Rocket and Mantis also can enable some of those one-shot ability and opportunities, as we're seeing the float there of Black Widow, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, maybe we could, there's some gimmicky stuff we could do, even with like, even with Hawkeye, right? Like you could do some crazy stuff. I think people underestimate gimmicks in this game, Shib. Like by gimmicks, I mean like Penny Parker kind of heroes, those type of heroes that are maybe not played that much, because, on the opposite side, we do have that Emma Frost Protect. Based on what we saw last round for Cafe Rose, that makes sense. Maybe Shikigami want to go for that, and then the Adam Warlock Protect comes out for Shikigami's side. But the big thing, Shib, is that I feel like when we talk about gimmicks in most hero shooters, they don't hit as hard as they do in Marvel Rivals, right? Like I feel like in this game, the heroes are so strong in this game that really every hero can be so good no matter who it is, even if they're not picked as often.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think in this game, in Rivals in general, does a great job of giving you that like hero fantasy where you feel strong despite who you're on. I mean, I've seen, even for example, we've seen Widows up at the top ranks that are just insane. Black Widow, if you got some really good locked in aim and maybe a little pocket of some damage boost, you can run lobbies. So that is very much the an option on the table, as we will see, I'm sure today, some more unique stuff here as we're lining up for Hell's Heaven map 2.
Yep, Hell's Heaven is going to be our map number 2, and yeah, I don't know, it's going to be a lot of fun to see kind of how teams go along. I think for Cafe Rose, they're kind of taking more of a ban phase that we saw at Ignite, and then on the opposite side, focusing on that Rocket Raccoon, focusing on those characters. For Shikigami, I mean, we know how good Rocket can be, we know how good Jeff can be, and obviously on that opposite side protecting it, but yeah, I mean, that is going to be a lot of fun to come up in this next round, which is interesting that we're going to Hell's Heaven. So is that next map upcoming, and Shikigami, we'll see how they play this, right, Shib? I think a lot of things kind of enable them in terms of, changing things. We didn't see a lot out of their Bucky in that last map, honestly, out of Stace, but, if they feel confident in it, that's why they want to keep protecting it, I guess.
Yeah, Bucky's in a really good place right now and can help with that heal that I'm sure we're going to see, as there's definitely a comp change up here for the moment for Cafe Rose. Sticky is going to be over there on that Warlock, and this is a huge map here for Angie. Angela does a great job owning and taking the space, a lot of flight angles and some escape routes if you are in a dangerous spot, and that off-map potential right on point is immense. We'll see if we see some of those coming up from Pride and No Binds in a moment, as both teams just kind of holding down in their zones, afraid to take a little bit too much space. Sticky just going to try to put out as much damage as possible and get that res available.
Yeah, he's just going to keep getting that, like you mentioned, and then also, kind of play around the height, make sure these Loki clones aren't set up, and the Angela as well, and both of them in the sky, kind of going back and forth, right? Just looking for picks onto these Emma Frosts, maybe trying to get out the Carbon Crush as well. If they can get that cooldown removed early before their high charge, that's huge. But Lyric off the map, but does use that Carbon Crush to get back into that sort of point instead of getting environmental.
Yeah, for those who maybe didn't know, you get about 5 meters dash when you use that grab. No binds, though, going to turn it right back onto Rivian and get one. Tree going to find an off-map onto Kuna. Tried taking out Lyric off-map once more. Just everybody's falling down as Tree going to clean up Pride. Kuna going to res in the back line. Not sure it was necessary unless that is available. It doesn't seem to be at the moment, as Kuna goes down again and uses that cooldown. Shikigami now going to have to be driven right back to the spawn doors. Cafe Rose once again are looking super clean in these early fights.
Yeah, this is a good team, at the moment. We'll have to see how they progress further. I know by the way, Shib, we talked about gimmicks earlier. I was watching some games at MRC the other day, and we saw some Mr. Fantastic. So, we'll see how these teams kind of do with those sort of more interesting rosters later on. But the current moment, Cafe Rose didn't lose a step from the previous one, but now they go in aggressive. Tree getting caught out of position is nice. That's a good pick, but really Sticky has the res ready to go if anybody goes down.
Yeah, I think that's the goal now. The team's going to heavily commit here as that res comes through, and if anyone goes down, it doesn't matter. Tree right back in the fight. Good res there. Team now walking forward, taking the spaces at the current moment. If they go down, they go down. But good work here by Shikigami to elect to just kind of hold off, make that res a little less valuable, and is going to launch a committed ton of ultimates. Out goes that dance floor now to match right back, this time from the side of Pixel. Tree comes in now with a Kraken impact. One goes down from Lyric, who's going to find Scarlet. Numbers now up for Cafe Rose again. The res comes through this time from Kuna, who's going to bring everyone back in the fight. This is terrifying on the reset here with Bucky, who is just dunking for days. Lyric gonna find one again, and you just hear the Kraken impacts going off for days as Jeff now goes down with a two-piece. Respect trying to get off map, and will be able to get one. Wow. I'm surprised Pride fell off there, even with that flight.
Yeah, I mean, he got caught in the ropes from the Angela in the ultimate, but still able to sort of send them off the map, like you mentioned, and a little bit of escort back from the spawn doors, tossing out those bubbles in case anybody wants to run back quickly, as Jeff does. And you mentioned Cafe Rose looking good. The portal plays this last-ditch effort from Shikigami. They have to come out and explode on this point, but it's against so much damage from this Angela in the ultimate that can lock them down.
Fight begins once more. Shiki gonna start up here with Ripkin, using that Sonic Seduction up in the sky. Angela gonna be crawling down, trying to find that grab from downtown. Is gonna deal some damage, but is not enough to make a huge presence known there on point. Lyric is gonna drive them right back. At this point, Cafe Rose, 99%, have not missed a beat and are continuing to just pound on that drum and walk them back. In a dangerous spot, though, Tree is gonna fall from Stace, who's now walking forward. Shikigami looking to get a capture for a short time. Can they do it? Or in this short time, excuse me, as the res comes through now. And we'll bring back Lyric and no binds. The whole fight is essentially reset here.
Yeah, bring back everybody. I mean, Tree's going to come back as well in the high ground, though. Setting, oh my goodness, what a one clip from him. Proto is worth the clap down range, able to find a few, and Shikigami were able to flip that point off the portal play. And really, anytime they can get rid of Tree, it seems like this team wins shit. Like, we've seen that a few times where Shiki were able to find Tree out of position or something. But it's very rare that happens, right? We'll see a lot of the best duelist players aren't necessarily like it's not all about mechanics. It's mainly positioning, honestly, shit. Like, I feel like for Tree, he's been positioning so well, and same thing with really Sticky, that they're never really in a bad spot for Shikigami's side. They have to keep capitalizing, maybe force them out of position with some early ults, and maybe get them a little bit uncomfortable here.
Fight begins once more, taking and owning that space. No binds is going to walk them in. And out goes Lyric using that Psionic and does find one. A counter right back on Akuna. A great answer there for the Galactic Legend as Cafe Rose is up a number again. Out goes that Kraken impact, immediately matched by the eye, but everyone gets eaten right there. To counter that, the whole team going to stay healthy at the current moment. As a walk back here from Respect with some good positioning back towards the back line. The off-map potential is huge. The punch back comes through, but it gets immediately knocked again. No binds, though, is going to fall for that. It's really Sticky now. Is going to be able to take out Proto, and they should be up a number just a little bit here for the current moment.
Yeah, the swap up to Invisible Woman has been big because Scarlet's been able to bring back Shikigami into these fights. Tree's able to take down Kuna again and not able to live, almost saving him with the Freedom Charge, but unfortunately just too out of position, right? And that's kind of been a problem right now, is that Kuna's not been able to react to a lot of these ultimates sometimes, just going out early and just going down. And with that cleanup point now, overtime ticks down. Portal play isn't even going to be in play, maybe in case. Now Pride notices that cooldown's up. Overtime ticks down. Cafe Rose. Yeah, nope. They used it earlier, and Cafe Rose win that first round on Hell's Heaven. And Chip, this is what we're talking about. Like, remember, we watched literally an Ignite. Like, the best players just know what's going to happen, right? If I press ultimate, right, that they use.
What's the answer?
Seduction.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we saw. You don't even need to get value. You don't even get damage off, right? As soon as you know you pop that, and then they commit on the opposite of Sonic Seduction, you just run away, right? He didn't do that. He's trying to go for eliminations instead of just trying to play their life. And a lot of players don't understand that. That's what kind of separates these really, really high-end players like Phi, like Sparker, from, you know, maybe players in MRC that aren't as strong. And for Cafe Rose, it seems like they have players that can maybe reach that level, and Shikigami do as well, but they really need to change up their play styles.
No, that's a great call out, and I think it's something that's important to mention is value. It's all about value and trading and getting value, but at this level of play, value looks very different. If you're climbing ladder, let's say you're working through the metal ranks and going up, you get value off ultimates, you find a few picks, but at the top level like this, odds are you're not going to find a huge ultimate onto a team that's really coordinated. Instead, if you force out a certain ult that maybe you get back quicker, you having that ult charge advantage is value. Very small things like that will win you the game at this level, and especially in Ignite, as you get it to the very top, like you were mentioning, the smallest little take and win can win you the entire map and match as we start off once more on point.
We're very much in a play your life sort of meta. So as long as you do that, you'll be in a good spot. But meanwhile, no bind gets tapped out. Huge take there from Pride to set up his team. And that's maybe that shift of momentum they needed. They do force out that res early. They need to build up ultimates, though. Not go down here. Nobody needs to get picked off. Kuna, I know, is going to be a big target here coming up, and Pride. But they go in for an engage, and the Kraken impact slam down onto him, and Scarlet goes down too.
Tree with a two-piece. Do I see more Tree? Yes, I do. Can we see a Quadra? Almost able to make that work, but still not going to be able to at the current moment, as Cafe Rose is holding on with 8% and counting.
Yeah, and Chip, that was going to be a hard fight to win, I think, for Shikigami, so I don't blame them for losing it, considering the ultimate advantage for Cafe Rose.
Sure.
But they just, again, we need to see them like kind of play back, understand the situation they're in, maybe even give up the point, give up objective for a second, and then come back through. At the moment, Cafe Rose, momentum shift yet again, Sonic Deduction, maybe forcing something out, but it's fully disengaged. Now re-engaged with that, but cop out Sonic Deduction, slow down a little bit.
Yeah, that was a little bit too early of a re-engage, thinking that that ult might have been low enough to where that trance wouldn't come in. The Seduction does manage to connect, and that really just almost negated that ultimate, which is exactly the goal of using that in the first place. Very low is able to escape right there. Not sure how that happened as the dance floor comes out from Proto now on the side of Shikigami, matched by Pixel on Cafe Rose, who should have it just a little bit longer, I believe, in terms of when the Q was popped. Proto on this off angle now, looking forward towards the team. Well, now that clap cooldown, which can be detrimental to the entire team as it does pierce through everyone. Here comes that engagement, Kraken impact here. Stage is going to find one on the Tree, and that's a big win for him. Make it two, why don't you? As they go down, really Sticky going to drop backwards. Does not have that ult available yet. Is going to try to find this pick, which is a huge shot there by Sticky onto Kuna. Trying to retake once more, but the point still being held almost at 70% here.
Nice job by Really Sticky. That was beautiful. Also, the immense amount of water pressure coming from the Jeff taking out Proto, so they're bringing themselves back into it through excellent support play from both 2025 Respect and Really Sticky. Able to hold on to that point. Shikigami, I mean, back against the wall now, Shib. And this has been the kind of story of the series so far, is that Cafe Rose on domination have been dominant, and they're trying to close it out, forcing that freedom charge early from Sticky, but they have nothing to follow it up, and the res is still available for Really Sticky to bring back Tree, who just went down early. If they can get onto Adam Warlock, that'd be big, but where is he at?
Yeah, I mean, that's good work by Pride in the neutral. That's the third time we've seen that so far, so definitely doing what he can there on the front line. Proto going to find a pick there onto no binds now, and everybody's going down here. Shikigami will be able to get this point for a little bit, but once more, Cafe Rose have the ult advantage, and they are going to be pressing Q in this fight. That is exactly what they're looking for here on Dom. Lose the point if you need to at the end. Just do not commit those ultimates. Come back one more time with ult advantage and win the fight, thus winning you the game. Let's see if they can do that now, having almost 5 and make it almost 6 ultimates available here, as there will only be an answer from about 4 and 5 in this fight. They've got to commit early.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, you know, on the backside. I would like to see, like, maybe Kuna commit early, then run back away on the opposite side. But no, there's that grab again from Pride, like you mentioned, finding 2, maybe even more, to be able to trade back one on the Ripkin. But I don't know if they're going to find any more off that. I mean, the Sky, they do find Kuna. The res is also here. It was an excellent play from them, from that height as well. Really Sticky back down. Tree comes back onto a few others with a Kraken impact to maybe find Stace in the back angle. He does so. And with that, overtime taking down Portal play is going to be a little bit too late. And Cafe Rose are going to win on Hell's Heaven and put themselves on map point.
Yeah, they are looking really good. It's just that simple. I mean, you know, even in that last fight, I really thought it was going Shicky's way after that early takedown. The res comes through and it's still matched right back by an impact that honestly Sticky, you know, gets KO'd right there. So in that moment, I'm thinking, oh, there's no way they lose this. But just all throughout that point, everyone else was going down. There was no answer. There was no way to get back into the fight. And they crumbled down as Cafe Rose is just riding this momentum through this entire matchup here.
Yeah, this team, you know, if they can build that momentum, like you said, if they can kind of keep winning, you know, back-to-back games, maybe setting themselves up against other teams later on, because right now they look to be as good as they did previously, or were previously. And, you know, it's off of them not really getting picked. I mean, there was a lot of casualties on their side, like a lot of high death count, but that doesn't really matter because you have the Adam Warlock. Everybody's back into these fights. The thing is, it's hard to build that team synergy as, you know, like you talked about it earlier. There's like so much, you know, sort of volatility, I think, in the scene when you're changing rosters often, when you're going to try out for new teams at the top level, if you're making it to that level. And the tough part is Marvel Rivals is a very, very heavy team game, right? It's like a very team-oriented sort of play style. Plays more like a MOBA, honestly, than an FPS at the highest level, right? You kind of need to focus on cooldown management, like you talked about, a value, and really positioning, right? Those few things, forcing ultimates out, are things you build up as a cohesive unit, as a squad, and not everybody's on the same page. I mean, you have 6 players on your roster, right? It's not a small amount of players to deal with in an esports level. So many communications, so many different play styles, so many different, people from their backgrounds and stuff.
Sure.
There's a lot of things that teams have to work on and fix. And, for Shikigami, maybe those challenges are too hard to overcome. We'll see as we progress forward. But for Cafe Rose, they haven't lost a step than we saw previously. This new roster looks very good.
Yeah, they have looked locked in when you're talking about Cafe Rose. I agree. And you kind of mentioned there something to just recycle is, I like the synergy conversation with teams that have been together for a while. They seem to work out, right? And you talked about and really needing to know cooldowns, when to commit ultimates, combine ultimates, and essentially the conversation becomes easier when you've been around together for longer. So these teams that are playing together in a longer period of time typically are finding more success, which is something we've seen in Ignite, for example. Here in the MRC, a lot of that synergy is just beginning because these teams are coming together for these new seasons and a lot of times changing up their rosters, trying to find a new solution. But as they start winning and start locking in together, they will proceed forward and move through these tournaments. But we will be talking about more of this right after this break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse.
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Perfect.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and Shib is getting ready to go for this upcoming match because we need a little bit of a breather after that one, right? Just kind of walk around. Cafe Rose putting a little bit of a spanking on the opposite of Shikigami, right? It just felt like Shiki needed to get things figured out. And we figured out too, Shib, because we're coming back home from DreamHack Atlanta. You and I are both recovering and coming back into MRC, and what a better way to do so with some fun matchups here in the Marvel Rival Championship Season 4. And we're on the precipice of a new season. I know everybody's looking forward to that, waiting for an announcement. I know we have been, Shib, as we'll hopefully get more news soon. But at the current moment, yeah, Cafe Rose on that point. We're heading to the draft.
Yeah, they've looked really dominant, like you had mentioned. And yes, coming back from Ignite, a blast. And honestly, had me itching to dive in myself. But you know what? What's better than more rivals as we're looking here at the MRC? Goodbye to Hella and Daredevil off the rip here. Daredevil's just been a consistent lockdown here from Shikigami and clearly know their opponent. There is a Daredevil on that team that they do not want to match up with, and Daredevil very snowbally. If that begins, if those picks come through early, you know, there will be more.
Yep, 100%. You're right. I mean, like snowball is a great way to describe it, as you said, Shib. I mean, Daredevil's scary, and you know that's kind of the biggest problem I think for teams is maybe like dealing with those hard dives at the current moment, especially with characters that can like live, right? He just not only does so much burst damage, but he has so much mobility, right? Like right now we're in a super mobile meta, and you know you got to figure out ways to deal with heroes like Daredevil, and you know I guess in this case you could ban him. Same thing with the Star-Lord. But it's about using that mobility, right? The best duelist players we'll see are always going to be the ones that save cooldowns for certain ultimates and stuff. That's why, you know, when we talk about some of the best players in North America in like Terra, he's always available to run away, right? And kind of play your life. And that's kind of what we're going to have to see moving forward out of the side of Shikigami. They go for those bans in terms of the Daredevil, in terms of the Rocket Raccoon, as they don't want to get those heroes through. But on the opposite side, Cafe Rose doing the same thing, except getting rid of Hella this time first. And the Emma Frost protect. So pretty much the same ban phase, except that Hella coming into the play.
Yeah, I like this change up a little bit. I mean, it's really not too much here from either side. And that's the stuff that you and I have consistently brought up. It's, yeah, if you're struggling as a team, I think you really got to change up everything, including your ban phase. It can't be looking consistent because, I don't know, for me personally, if you're down 2-0, you need to get, you know, in the trenches here with how you want to go about this ban strategy. Right now, it's looking very consistent, so I would not expect much difference. But for the first time, we are going to be heading to Convoy on Midtown.
Heading to Midtown, we have the Venom ban. And so honestly, it makes sense, I think, as well, from what we saw out of Pride earlier. And I think you called it out, right? The tough part is for Shikigami is that they've been finding a lot of value with Pride, with those Vanguards, and specifically him, right? And outside of that, we haven't seen much, right? Honestly, like it feels like it's been hard for the squad to get things moving, to get things going. Outside of that Vanguard play, you need some help out of those duelists right now. That's what we're seeing. Cute Puppies getting subbed in for the side of Shikigami, right? We're seeing a brand new player get in here for them. You know, that might enable them potentially if they go to certain compositions with this player, but we'll have to see how they do as, you know, their backs are against the wall, having to come back now onto another map where everybody plays very often, Midtown.
Yeah, the triple hold is a strategy that is very consistent, and that is exactly what we're going to be seeing. It's always fun, personally. I don't know how you feel the same way, buddy, about trying to see what the solution is from these teams. What are they going to do to try to get through that wall that is the triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold early on? 2 shields going to be there for their side as well when you're talking about Cafe Rose. So that is you know, we haven't seen a ton of the double shield in terms of the hold for 3 Vanguards.
Yeah, honestly, I love these sort of full dive sort of styles, but also they can be risky because they take a lot of setup on the flanks, and if there's somebody to match those flanks, it's hard. So I think consistency's sake, people love to play, you know, that Storm and the height and stuff, but we do get to see Kuna playing that Wolverine to go for a kidnap. Meanwhile, Invisible Woman on the opposite side can counter that. There's that pull early onto that Magneto, but the support is there from the squad on the side of Cafe Rose. They're the blue team, Shikigami the red team. Nobody's gone just yet. Ultimate's being built up in the meanwhile, though, for Cafe Rose.
And it begins once more, holding on to the point. Cafe Rose going to try to just push up and take the space, keep him at the door. Really Sticky going to fall there early on. There will be no rocket res to bring him back into the fight. Still holding on up tight, though, dancing around at this point. Ripken going to be able to drop Lyric, and that is a good start here for the side of Shikigami that is now walking forward. Pride with a 2-piece, make it 3 as Ripken going to clean out Tree, and that should give them enough to push towards the next teleport spot, which would be right here under this bridge or close to this ambulance.
Yeah, huge clean plays. I mean, we maybe saw some ultimates being built up from the strategist line of the side of Shikigami. Or rather Cafe Rose, but they didn't build them up in time. Meanwhile, for Cafe Rose, big pull down rather from Shikigami, back down to the main angle. Scarlet able to take down Lyric, though. That's a big job. No Binds does connect with an eye of Agamotto, but everybody's there to peel it off, and the Strategist ultimates come out with the invisible boundary. Res available on the high ground to bring everybody back, though, too. Tart still pushing for Shikigami's angle. So they're keeping this cart moving forward. The last stand as well to the backside, but nobody's dead just yet. And Pride able to find one, Cute Puppies with another, and finally seeing some momentum as Cute Puppies, the sub, comes in and connects with 4.
Yeah, and this is that shakeup we were talking about. Bringing in a new sub. We even saw it in the grand finals of the grand finals tournament. Subbing in and popping off, and that is going to shake things up for the enemy team. And the res comes through maybe a little bit too late there from the side of Tree, but they are able to touch. A few get rezzed up now, as no binds goes down on the touch and is still able to stay in the fight because of that res. At this point, Tree just playing deep, at the point already grabbed. Once more, Shikigami looking like a refreshed team here on this attack with 4 minutes and 18 on point 2.
I think this is the problem. This is the hard part about this game, for sure, as we heard from, teams like Dark Zero at Grand Finals, is that, you can be really good at a certain composition, and then, you're like, okay, we don't need to practice it anymore. We can play something else like a 3-3 style comp. But it seems like Cafe Rose maybe need to figure out some things in the 3-3 style to make that comp work, and that could allow Shikigami a little bit of momentum back into this series, because they have 4 minutes in the second phase, and Cafe Rose, tough first point, as well as they put really sticky back onto that Adam Warlock and Tree back onto the bucket.
And now goes that Psionic. The team is going back to the more tried and true composition we've seen in the past. Wolverine is going to start walking there as Kuna is in a dangerous spot, but it's matched right back from Scarlet with that invisible boundary. The team is holding on to point, and there's no ult available here for Cafe Rose. Scarlet is able to find one here from Shikigami, though, and that should keep the momentum moving forward as they are up now, but now it's even once more as Lyric able to find Cute Puppies, make it a two-piece. Why don't you, Lyric, walking now towards the back line, and in danger spot again, that Wolverine passive pop, and down goes Kuna.
Huge pickoffs as well there from them. And like you said, it's a tried and true composition. Really the testament, I think, for a lot of the strongest teams in the game are the teams that can figure out, ways to play multiple different styles with a certain composition and also play multiple type of compositions, right? So for Cafe Rose, they are on the second phase now with a minute off the clock of Shikigami, who are changing it up, going to the group composition, playing that sort of front-to-back style, which is honestly sort of fallen out of favor, right? I feel like over the past patch, we've seen a lot more of these super mobile compositions that rely less on ultimates and more on just kind of splitting up, waiting out ultimates, dealing with these slower comps that can't sort of make those fast rotations. And Cafe Rose understanding that, look to play kind of slow, surround, not get picked off. And Shikigami actually control that cart, though, so that's a big flip by them as they control that objective. And Cafe Rose now in a weird spot.
And here goes that Heaven's Retribution early on. Out goes that Sonic Seduction to try to match back there. And they do find one as Scarlet now. Going to be able to drop Respect. They get a two-piece on a Tree. Still biding time on the point, though. The point doesn't move much at all. Kuna trying to get this pick and does find that as Scarlet is going to find another Invis. We're looking very strong right now in terms of damage. Almost getting a quadra on that fight. And they're still holding on to 3 ults.
The thing is, this front-to-back composition is actually kind of, honestly, easier to run than Cafe Rose's comp. It's a little bit hard to run these sort of full surround and dive compositions. Shikigami just mix up Pride, toss out the friendly prison, everybody's in it, and they find one. Do they find any more?
Yeah, they do get a two-piece there on that dunk. That is pretty clean by Puppies now, who's going to keep that momentum, make it 3, why don't you, as Puppies starts walking down the back line. That combination there, Strangling Prison, Kraken Impact, the tail as old as time, very difficult to counter through, and it does burst through strat ults if you got good focus. Working out there well for them. Cafe Rose, though, is going to have a couple ults on the retake. Scarlet ready with that invisible boundary. Kuna ready with that Karmic Revival as we start off potentially one of our final fights here as they're pushing towards point 3.
I love this. You force Cafe Rose onto the same comp that you're playing. But for them, on the side of Cafe Rose, they do have that Sonic Seduction, but they pop out with it. Can it be disengaged from Shikigami? It's actually met with the invisible boundary. Meanwhile, no binds goes down, and yet again, those picks forcing out reses from Cafe Rose. But did they have anything in the follow-up? Nothing just yet. We're close to that Kraken Impact. Lyric so close to going down too, but the healing is there from the backside. Shikigami also still have the res. Ultimate's building up too. If they could build yet another Strangling Prison in this fight, that'd be massive. Oh my gosh, Ripken falls so low, but able to get healed up by the squad and slow down this backline push.
A Strangling Prison match again. Combo comes through with a 3-piece here for Tree, who's still trying to find more. Bang! That's going to be a quadra. Why not a penta here, Tree? As Luna goes down as well. And that was another just insanely massive combination right back at him.
And it's a smart switch up to switch to this composition in the front to back that Shikigami's playing. At the very least, you can, if you think you can play it better than them, just switch it. No need to overthink it. And great combination, like you mentioned. Those two ultimates are so good in tandem. Realistically, also close to another res in this fight. If you could build that up, it'd be big. Also, the Luna Snow Dance Floor hasn't been able to save players a lot of the times in these Strangling Prisons with the Kraken Impact. The damage is just too much, but we'll see what they can do to deal with the Strangling Prison. They're looking to block it. It doesn't get blocked. There it is.
Their walls go out, and there is no combination, at least not yet, for the side of Cafe Rose, or excuse me, Shikigami, who is holding on. He mentioned the dance floor, and there it is right there. Damage boost comes through, and Rifkin able to collapse onto no binds and find one, and that damage boost, 40%, is nothing to joke about as Kuna able to find Lyric. Down goes Respect, and Shikigami, with a minute on, are pushing towards final fight zone, and they could push this the entire way, which would be awesome to shift that momentum for the side of Shikigami.
I mean, look at it this way. Two Puppies just went for that Kraken impact with Pride. Pride's already 53% charge on his ult, and Two Puppies already 80%. So he just built yet another ult in that last fight before Tree even had that second one. So huge job momentum-wise for Shikigami. Favorites also do the setting production, so they slow down those ultimates, but meanwhile the walls from both groups have been good to zone out everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Great placement of the wall. This cute puppy able to find Lyric. The Raz is coming through. Pride gonna find no binds, but everybody back in the fight right now. Is there an answer as the invisible boundary gets locked in there from Shikigami, and they will now collapse that. It's done. Walking forward and taking that space. Carrot's gonna find one onto no binds. Tree onto cute puppies now to even it out as the Raz comes through once more from Shikigami, who should be up. That off map from Respect will be huge, but does that res connect? We'll find out in a moment. Up in the sky, Cute Puppies is going to land, but miss the connection onto Tree. Still going to find the pick, though, and retake back to the backside of point.
I mean, they're missing Pride, who has to walk back with the Triangle Prison, and Pride has been so big. No ultimates yet either for Shiki. They have to disengage. Wait for Carrot with the ult. Nobody needs to go, or nobody can go down here if Shiki want a chance to win this, and they do come back with the late dance form, giving them better ult, as well as the portal comes in from Pride, so he gives up on the ult. But right now, they need to find eliminations after this dance floor is over.
Yeah, they're finding less and less value with this Luna dance floor, Fate of Both Worlds here, as this game has progressed. Teams are just working around it and just essentially biding time until they can retake. Here comes the battle on point once more. Huge. Yamamoto gets frozen, and it actually goes through, so it does find some connection. And one pick there on the front, make it two now as no binds goes down. Really Sticky gonna res back though, and Tree gonna find Kuna. Are they able to hold this in OT? They are retaking again. Are you kidding me, Sticky? With a 2P still walking forward as Tree cleans up Pride and the OT ticks down.
What a hold at the very end for Cafe Rose. Excellent plays from their Jeff main to take away Pride and the squad. The freeze as well, like you said, able to remove him from the fight. So Cafe Rose, we're seeing a lot of really, really strong team play. I think everybody mechanically is looking to be playing at a high level. And for Shikigami, we saw a lot of nice things out of Cute Puppies too and Carrot, but really they're relying heavily on Pride right now to the Vanguard. And I don't know, Shiv, like, what do you think about that? With your star player being a Vanguard, and you need like DPS players and duelist players to sort of catch up to that level. What does that mean at I guess like a team play environment for the Vanguard main? If you are kind of like putting the team on the back, but you can't do it that often because, you know, you rely on ultimates and stuff.
Yeah, it's tricky. I think right now in the current meta, duelists are very much the carry potential, but in a game like Rivals that is very team focused, it's the winning team is typically the team that has the best coordination and comms, the team that can cut through the noise to find out the best time to commit ultimates and make big plays. And obviously the value of neutral fights is immense, but that's just, you know, at this level of play, there's a lot of skill in teams that can pull that off. But the very best of the best, obviously, being able to do that a little more. But like you're essentially alluding to, outside of just being the frontline Vanguard, it's really about how they can lead the team. If they are the player that the team is looking, you know, to take them farther in the tournament, it's got to be about how they can combine and create these ultimates and cut through the noise to make big plays against teams that are quote unquote better, or teams that are looking better you in the matchup.
1 point Shiv as we start out. Cafe Rose on the attack. They've gone back to that original style with the Storm that you brought up earlier as that solution to the 3-3. It is very interesting to bring back up what you brought up earlier, dealing with these 3-3 comps. What does the team do in MRC? This one is the Moon Knight alongside that Storm. Damage output so much here, building up the hand of Khonshu early. The Thing trying to slow down this push, goes in, maybe actually stunlock some players as Lyric falls early. Good job from Pinky.
Gami looking good, and they are going to be running that more traditional Vanguard front line of only having one of the shields there. Instead of Cute Puppies on that Magneto. Pride going to be playing that Thing and doing a good job looking backwards, giving that 25% damage reduction. And anyone that's looking dicey, good positioning here. We saw this in Ignite a lot too. The team trying to stick together in this back line, but those crystals get popped. Very low HP. Sticky, but still gonna find 3 as the Jeff NATO comes through and almost gets 4. The whole team goes down now. Cafe Rose, but the res comes through. Will that find value? The pick from 2025 Respect says no, as Cafe Rose is still moving forward. Canceling that res was huge.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even trying to win that fight necessarily. Maybe you could have come back, but they tracked you down after everything, right? We already found everybody. It's going to be easy to find that Adam Warlock, and that's a brutal res play from them. The copy, by the way, from that Adam, they got a mischief for Carrot, so he can go for the res in the middle of the fight. Meteor M for two puppies. Where does that go? Deep into the back line. Nobody falls, though. Really close to getting that Moon Knight.
Res comes through this time. Will it work as Carrot is going to copy up, use that res, and keep the team there on point. Everybody still back in the fight, but they are falling low now. Psionic Seduction comes out. Is countered there by the shield of Strange, really sticky on the high side, and you see no binds and Sticky find 1 and 2, and now they are walking them right back as the Eye of Agamotto gets committed, not able to make too much value, and they do get .1. Cafe Rose turning this right back at him.
Huge take from them. Was that actually faster than Shikigami's push too? I think it might have been. So
very close. It was like 418 from the side of Shikigami when I had called it out. So like 5 seconds earlier.
Wow. I mean, both teams blazing fast first points for sure. Second phase. This is where things are going to kind of matter for Shikigami. Like, how can they fight this? They put Kuna back over to the Wolverine. Maybe try to find pickups on the back line because they don't have Invisible Woman. Rather, I mean, on the Vanguards, right? You can kidnap somebody. Invisible Woman force physics cannot dislodge or grab, right? With her not being in lineup on the opposite side. Here comes that Trending Prison. The Invisible Boundary to match on the opposite angle, though. Will be finding eliminations. Here comes that Storm Ultimate, the Omega Hurricane.
Wow.
Right, able to find Lyric, though, in the middle of his own team's Invisible Boundary. But here comes that Storm Ult now.
Yeah, and they're beginning the patty cake, but it will not last long as everybody's getting run down. Not able to find the backline, though. He's going to have to retreat. Tree going to find Ripken, though, as the backline is heavily distracted. The follow-up there from Respect to find Garrett, playing a very mean Jeff, who's incredibly strong in this current meta. Why don't you find another here? Respect with the pumpkin looking so clean, and this new skin is going to be looking to head towards .2 with so much time on the clock. This needs to be a time bought, or at least they need to hold for a little bit of time here from Shikigami to see if they can win this.
Get out. Man, they just give it up. Yeah, there's just a really hard first fight that they took on the second phase, and they lost a lot of that space. You got to play objective, right? We saw, at least for Cafe Rose in the defense, they're able to play it, maybe slow things down. And right now, they have a blazing fast time on attack, and they lose Kuna again. So these fights are just so messy. And they also try to come back. I mean, I like trying to come back, but I mean, at this point, you've already lost 2 members of your squad and losing a big damage dealer. You're able to find 1 on the tree. Can you find any more? I mean, they still don't have to go on the cart chip. The problem is that this cart is auto-moving forward. Sonic Seduction top 2, and they eventually prioritize objective. Garrett's able to find 1. They're able to get the flip, but it might just be, you know, a futile effort.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we saw at the very top level play of Ignite. The amount of stall, even when teams were losing fights, everybody was doing a good job holding on to that point to buy it as much, you know, just a few seconds even. But that is min-maxing to the top level, and that's what you're looking to do. You just want that thing to not scooch forward, despite how those fights are looking, because then it becomes that one-fight territory, and it could go in your favor. And right now for Shikigami, they've got to find something as Hicks finds 1 onto Kuna early on in that fight on the off angle on that Wolverine. And here comes the Hurricane. Omega Hurricane coming in heavy. Jeff gonna join in as Cute Puppies find 2. Sticky gonna find 2. Cute Puppies gonna keep this going and make it 3. Oh, what a dodge there, too.
Excellent dodge for sure, and nice job with the Kraken. Impact to find 3. Kuna's well the last stand. Just wants to make sure they get the eliminations here, in which they do so. Huge hold from Shikigami, and massive plays, like you said, out of Cute Puppies, the sub, to come in and find those eliminations. Like you said earlier about the grand finals, we saw Crisis come in and take a map for Na'Vi against the grand finals winners in Virtus Pro. Maybe that's what they needed. They needed Cute Puppies, of all players, to come in, Chip, and find picks.
I love it, and we will begin potentially one of our final fights here. You can use that Kraken Impact to avoid CC, is how we saw the dodge of the Jeff NATO. Cute Puppies, as you just saw there, are going to find Tria's Pride, takes out Sticky. Shikigami looking very good here on the defense. A team that is definitely have woke up a little bit. Cute Puppies maybe is that answer, and they're now turning it right back again as Cute Puppies finds no binds, pushing them back to the spawn door with 2 minutes and 20, but that is a ton of time on the attack.
The worrisome thing, though, is for Shikigami, if they give up that cart even for a second, it's over. I could see a team like this C9ing or Dark Zeroing, whatever you want to call it, maybe giving it up last second. We'll have to see how they do, because if they lose Pride, he's been a big person to sort of play that objective. Same thing with Ripken, but they have to play it really hard, right? If they lose even a single fight or touch that objective or give up that objective to disengage ults, they could lose this entire map.
There goes that strangling prison. It's Matt for the dance floor. Fate of both worlds. This time doing a good job keeping the team healthy, as I do believe Bond was committed there too from Sticky. So nobody goes down at all. That is the answer to stop virtually all damage, especially a 6-piece Bond as Cute Puppies finds Tree with a nice pull there.
Yeah, nice job from Scarlet. That was the force physics from them to connect onto the Bucky to find Tree. And slowly they're working themselves into it. They're also getting that cart further away because they attack control, but that's the most important thing for that squad. Ultimate advantage for Cafe Rose. They need to not go down to the Strangling Prism, not go too far. They need to save these cooldowns as well from Pride to live the Strangling Prism like on the opposite side Lyric was doing for Pride Strangling Prism.
Yeah, the win condition here could very much be Lyric combining with Respect for the Jeff E, and that is what they're looking for now. As it goes under, able to find just one at the moment. Respect only try to juke and just stay healthy. Still holding on at the moment to Group. Downtown tries to make the throw happen, but gets stopped by the wall as Kuna able to find Respect there. Up in numbers, the res comes through. This time from Sticky, everybody back in the fight. Puppies, though, finding that 2-piece, trying to build that ultimate. It is available now, and the answers are here for Shikigami, who might be able to pull this off right now, who do have ult advantage. But as I say that, Tree with 2, the res comes through. Is that going to be enough for the retake, or will the point be lost? They're heading back towards the point now, and it is Switch heading their way. Cute Puppies engaging here on the reset off flow, or excuse me, not off flow. 2-3 go down here, and they're still winning these fights.
Cute Puppies, man, has been so good. Also a really good fight from them to take it. You know, that Kraken Impact was getting value to stagger now onto Lyric. I mean, Strangling Prison was built up from him, so the stagger could have been even longer, but they were afraid of that, maybe that portal play coming through to save him with that dance floor. Don't risk it, but this is going to be last fight territory shift. 12 seconds left to go. They're on that cart. Also, they don't have Strangling Prison. Lyric does have theirs. They can go for a kidnap play in the back line. Maybe they're reading it. No, they go for that cart. Here comes that dance floor from Pixel.
Yeah, and they use that portal backwards to keep the team healthy as they all come through as a unit, committing a ton of different ultimates here. Pix is going to launch here with the Fate of both worlds as well. Cafe Rose is down 1 now. Shikigami up a number. Is this their chance to take a map at the moment? But Sticky going to res right back, making sure those numbers are not in their favor. And Sticky wins the 1v1 as no bind, takes out Ripkin, and now Shikigami are in a dangerous spot. Respect goes under with a big eat and finding 2. Potentially heading off map, may have to commit with it as Bucky has the potential to get on and is going to be able to retake and get back on map. Psychi lied as Puppies falls down. That could be it here. And a full sweep here from Cafe Rose, and they do push through all 3 points and take home this W.
Wow, valiant effort from Shikigami at the very end, but Cafe Rose get it done. It was close, right? And we saw so many times the Jeff Ultimate's not able to collapse towards those end angles, right, towards the sides of the map. It was every time matched, and they also didn't find enough, right? The last fight, it's too hard to avoid it, right? The strong part with Jeff is the ultimate is so wide, able to open up his mouth and connect on both that Groot and that Cute Puppy on the opposite side, aka the Bucky player of Shikigami. And they were able to close out off of that, right? Every time it was just Pride before, and now you connect on 2, you close it. She also really stinky on the Adam Warlock, deserved MVP. 15 final hits. As much as his Bucky playership, really sticky, looking really good on the Adam Warlock. You know, mostly known for his Spider-Man, but today he definitely made a name for himself, playing a lot more Bucky and playing a lot more Adam Warlock.
Very young player too, right? And we talk about just the more experience you have, especially with talent like that, definitely something to look out for in the future. But shout out to Cute Puppies from Shikigami, 27 finals there. Almost doubling everyone on the opposition. Granted, for those who maybe didn't know, when you are using Bucky, when you land that Kraken Impact, if you do collide with it, if anyone gets that KO, it does go in your favor, so it will help pad those stats a little bit, but still, huge plays there from Puppies.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a name you would generate, like, as a, like can't think of a name. Like, it feels like an alternative account name. I'll have to double check that to make sure that, no, it's actually, that is his name. It really is Cute Puppy. That is interesting. That's like definitely something you don't think of until, you know, your last second choice. But regardless, this team now sent down, I believe, the loser bracket. So for Cafe Rose, that's huge, right? I mean, Cafe Rose staying up here in the upper bracket. Also, their team is looking good, right? That's the big kind of talking point for Cafe Rose, is that their Jeff play was clean whenever 2025 Respect had a spot. And for the opposite angle, Cafe Rose, or for the opposite angle, Shikigami has to now come back from that loser bracket and make their way up back into that grand finals of MRC and really figure it out, because their front to back style looks good, but whenever we saw them play like full surround mobility dive, it just didn't really work out.
Yeah, and just kind of building off that, saying KO and cute puppies is a tough thing to combine into a sentence, right? But yeah, I mean, I would again reiterate what you're saying. Cafe Rose this deep into the tournament, 3-0ing a team like that and looking very dominant, especially in those first 2 maps. That is a sign of a team that is definitely going to be a contender for the end of this tournament for sure.
Cafe Rose moving forward, we'll have to watch them. But right now, we're going to go to a short break. We'll see you guys after this for another match.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the world the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 한도 믿어 날래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 한도 믿어 날래까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 혼나는 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 한도 믿어 날래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들어서 네 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 한도 믿어 날래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into our second match of the day. We're going to be checking out Yeah We Lost versus the Tricksters GG. I am personally stoked as I don't have a ton of experience with these teams, and you and I always talk about, trying to check out some new talent.
Yeah, I think this is very important for at least us and for a lot of our viewers to keep up to date. So it's going to be awesome to see you again. I think we've actually seen a few of these guys on Trickster side, and same thing with Yeah We Lost, but so we're seeing new players like half of the roster basically, right? Like
yeah.
that's insane. That's a big change up, excuse me, as we enter the draft phase in just a moment between Yeah We Lost and Tricksters. It's gonna be a lot of fun in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, we've seen them on different teams, but it's more so them coming together as a unit, and I think that's where we start to see players shine more, because it can be the slightest factor that really doesn't allow a player to reach their max potential on whoever they're trying to play. As we see some interesting floats here at the moment. We've seen Fist played actually a decent amount, surprisingly, at when we were looking at the the grand finals, where Fist was a huge presence, especially at Midtown, and was played very well. So curious to see if that is actually going to come through. But goodbye to Emma, locking in Daredevil too for the side of Yeah We Lost.
That definitely makes sense. I think that we've seen Daredevil banned, at least in the last series, as well as a lot of teams prioritizing it. The Mantis ban still kind of traditional. And then the Jeff and Rocket ban for Trickster's side, kind of doing what we saw in the previous map, but also the ban phase is just the first part of it. Hulk Protect. That's going to be a lot of fun shit. We get to see some Hulk maybe around this Black Panther. I think we've seen some Heart play some of that. Same thing with Kendrick. They go for this full dive from what I've seen out of teams. Yeah, we lost. And for the other side of Trickster, I remember On God from back in the day being a very good torch player too. So this will be a lot of fun one. I think we might see some Black Panther today, actually. That hover does make sense.
Yeah, and Panther, I do think that team up is very strong for Panther. It gives you an escape window, and that can be all you need, because Panther, although, it's difficult to get a ton of value on Panther with a very strong backline, especially with Loki being locked in, it's still going to force out a ton of cooldowns. As we are going to see the shift up now. So with the running, it looks like that won't be the case, at least not yet, as we head into Burning T'Challa domination. We're going to see probably the Penny just there to get those packs out for the team, and we'll see what they shift to at the end.
And that'll be a lot of fun if we do get to see that combination, but we are at the moment just going to kind of end up with that Bucky ban at the very end in case they do want to play stuff like the Hulk and also help out these sort of divers that want to go aggressive. And then for Trickster, see how they play alongside their traditional three strategist composition with the Adam Warlock. But we know how good Invisible Woman is. I mean, she's just kind of been the mainstay, it feels like, Chib, and there's been sort of like build characters outside of it, but it does feel like Invisible Woman. I mean, we've never seen a stronger meta for her, right?
Yeah, I think this is her best, the best that she's been, for sure. I think that just the fact that you can now slow when you launch out that invisible boundary, the slow potential and the aggressive, you can be more aggressive with that ult. So it doesn't just, it's less one-dimensional. I think the problem with when you're looking at invis boundary is that it's not mobile like something like Luna. So it was difficult in the meta where it was just trying to stall as much as possible. But now that it's far more self-survivable, you throw out that slow and your team can make big plays and commit less cooldown, still find the same amount of value. So there's even more added to the kit. But yeah, she's also great at staying healthy into some of these dives, especially with that shield as we start now with a portal kidnap. That's huge. Are you kidding me? Kendrick gonna find two, and the third goes down, as that was the cleanest kidnap we've seen in a long time, buddy.
Yeah, that was clean. I mean, this team really is clean at just going for those portal plays, getting the kidnaps off from Card, and just collapsing with the Penny Parker mines. Huge plays by them. And then also, I mean, it's kind of a gimmick play, but it's so strong, it's so smart if the team is unaware of it. And now on the opposite angle, Trickster's trying to play that front to back style with the Adam Warlock alongside Sehu onto that group, still walking up to the main. But Yeah We Lost already have that point control, and that could really mean a lot long term as they get surrounded by Yeah We Lost, or by Trickster.
On God in the back line is going to force out Bond, and same with that shield now. And there is the jump away at the moment. Daredevil is going to just consistently be looking towards those strategies. Kendrick going to fall there on the Magic early on, who was playing that Penny for the initial kidnap play. Found a two-piece there, making the switch to Magic. I'm going to say a ton of her, as On God is able to find one on a white armor. Make it two white on John God, who's looking very strong here in the back line on this triple strat line, now walking forward.
The fun part, I think, of this squad is that gonna get brought back by the Reds, but in a little bit. But right now, I mean, the thing is that we see so many really good Adam Warlock players in this patch, right, in this current meta, and On God taking full advantage of it. Ivagomoto comes out, pushed away. It's back into the group player, but the invisible boundary to keep him healthy too in that Ivagomoto.
And down goes that end song Inferno here from Bendy, which was collapsed on a little bit as Tricksters are just trying to get the point now. Almost 60% here for Yeah We Lost. And just holding the point, and that's exactly what you're looking to do as they are swept through now. Tricksters is able to find that play. Yeah We Lost coming back with a couple ultimates, but Burrito is holding on. Same with Sehu and on God. And Trapsy, so the whole team on the side of Tricksters ready to fight right back as well.
This interesting part from Yeah We Lost, they have picked up the side of Kendrick instead of, who was on Odyssey, Shroud X, on the original Solaris roster, and Nightmare. He's been kind of known for his Bucky and Magic, so it's fun to see him back on those two heroes at the current moment. They have to come back into that friendly prison from Sehu. It goes out, it connects, but is the follow-up there? The answer is no.
Rax finding one on Ube, and Kendrick is going to find one on God, who reses Ube right back, but I don't think there will be much more unless that self-res comes through. Trapsy is going to be there on the pick towards the backside of YT. On God back in the fight again. The numbers are evening out. Rax is going to commit heavy as the whole team collapses in off the freedom charge to sweep 4, make it 5 as they now retake the point in a moment here. Once they're able to drop Seth, who is close, and down he goes.
Flipping it back in their favor, and huge push by them really to take advantage as well. Burrito Keto with that Coffee, the God of Mischief, able to wait it out and then run down the rest of the back line of Tricksters. And they're going aggressive again onto Yeah We Lost, or rather onto Tricksters, into the back line, forcing out some cooldowns from Burrito, that regen domain. But they do get picked up. That's the tough part. Kendrick going down is massive, not able to live. That was the entire catalyst to Yeah We Lost winning second fight, but they go with the shield, dive into the back line again, round 2.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of early neutral picks here from Thrax, just heavily committing. Burrito is going to be able to find one. Nube making that 2 onto the back line again, as now 2 are down in terms of strategists here.
Oh, wait.
And they will soon to make that pick there onto Cart. Once again, retaking point, but at this point, 99% for Yeah We Lost. Tricksters to try to make this a close match here as they do have point control, 60% on and counting.
I mean, that would have been huge if they could get the stagger onto the baby Bruce, onto the Bruce banner, but they don't in that case. Bendy just trying to go for the eliminations. Cart walking up. I mean, he's got the ult available as well. He can dislodge them, maybe send them off the map. Here comes that flank dive, though. Maybe they need to react for the side of Tricksters.
And here goes the Dark Child. Kendrick going to commit now
Oh!
and find one instantly. That was so clean as there's some follow-up on Ube. Make it 2 now as Kendrick on this Magic. Showing why Magic is still very strong, even though maybe not played as much as you'd think at the top level. Thrax with the 2-piece, and it's a very strong cap play. We don't see as much cap play in the States or in the Americas region as we do overseas, but I'll tell you what, Cap with that animation cancel can be a huge threat as we start our next fight.
They don't have, they need to use this thing and the Meteor M for a combination. If they don't, it's gonna be brutal. I mean, regen domain, also freedom charges here. Too much damage down range. Burrito Tito went down with that God of Mischief in the last fight, resulting in this one being pretty impossible to win, Chib. No Shredder's ultimates in sight. The portal play was unsuccessful, and Yeah We Lost. Win round number 1. So at the current moment, they're not losing, and Trickster now have to come back on Warrior Falls.
And we will see if that changes up. I'll say this was more of an even matchup, though. Both teams look strong. Yeah We Lost, doing a great job finding a ton of value with each individual ult, whereas Tricksters on the retake has found a ton of success. Right now, it's just a matter of can Trickster get to that point first, because if they're able to play exactly how they did after capping point first, it likely would go in their favor. But Yeah We Lost across the board has looked very strong as well. So excited to see these two teams looking level, at least so far.
Yeah, for Yeah We Lost, the big thing is that really just keeping up this pressure and momentum is going to be big, right? The Magic stuff, you know, we have seen out of some teams, for example, like Dark Zero, and we heard about how good it was in practice leading up to Grand Finals, and then they kind of gave up on that composition where, you know, these full dive comps are really good, maybe that are a bit more consistent in the Magic stuff. Like, Magic comps are strong, but the tough part for Magic is that, you know, she's very bursty and relies on her combination to fully land. So if you don't connect that full combination, you're just going to go down eventually. And for Kendrick, he's really good at connecting with those and able to dive. And it's a very, very high volatile sort of play style. But right now, they're going to go again for another kidnap for Cart. And it works out, man.
Wow. Again, with that pick, although on God will likely have self-res available. Should see that come through. There it is now as the team is still completely healthy off the moment. Using that portal early on is fine. 3-minute cooldown should be back towards the end. Commitment now is going to be a huge start here. Cart finding one, YT on another. Who with a 2-piece, though, is going to even the numbers as Tricksters now are committing right back. Kyugu is going to start with that boundary as Burrito commits here to the Eternal Bond. It's all about the next pick. Teams are evened out. Ultimate committed. Trapsy finds one. That should be enough for them to take this point, or at least get enough pressure early on, as this invisible boundary will not reach them.
Yeah, Darkchild back towards that point, so they're going even further. I mean, nobody's capped it. They're able to follow cover with another. Everybody's stunned, though, by the Think player. Is the damage there? No, it's not, because Region Domain keeps everybody healthy. Follow-up is there by We Lost. And that was looking brutal, Jib, right? Like, they should have lost that fight. But Trickster is able to kind of slowly get worked down by We Lost. Able to come back after, late Stratus ultimates. But it doesn't matter how late they are. As long as they're out there, it looks like, as We Lost come back. I mean, it's not clean, but it doesn't matter, right? You'd rather win ugly than lose beautifully, right?
Yeah, agreed. You know what? Yeah, we lost as we won, at least this last few fights, as we start once more. Card even being down numbers, finding that two-piece there. Oh, Kendrick with a clean combo on God, who likely has the res back at this point, but I'm not 100% sure. As up goes that Agamotto. Bendy now finding a pick there on a Kendrick to even the numbers a little bit. Eye not getting too much value, forcing out some cooldowns likely, and there's another Eye. This one does land as Sehu finds one. Thrax, though, on Ube in the backline, trying to even the numbers once more as they continue this fight, but Tricksters up in alt do not have the point.
Yeah, nice job from the Vanguard players this game. I feel like everybody's playing at a very high level, but on God again, down on the low ground, able to find one, and they flipped that point at a very early tick rate. You called it out earlier, Shib. This looks to be a very competitive series. Even though We Lost win that first round, go to the Warrior Falls now, and Trickster is kind of working themselves back into it off of some fantastic Adam Warlock play yet again from On God.
A lot of ults available here for Tricksters as they start this next fight. Should have 5 ready for action. Going to be close to 4 there for We Lost towards the end of the fight, but it's all about, can Tricksters get value early enough to where they do not commit those ults. And the fight begins now. Card doing a good job playing hold, but as soon as I say that, immediately just gets deleted by On God, who does not miss a single shot there. Looking upwards now towards a potential res position, or at least location for the strategist to heal up, as there is no Adam. That's right back. That goes the bubble. Bond gets committed. Everybody committing cooldowns on point right now inside of this invisible boundary, and there will be more if the copy comes through.
On the high ground, trying to live, trying to play their lives. Meanwhile, doesn't matter on the low ground, because you have Kendrick able to take down On God, and that was a huge pick to find because he has that res available. Bendy comes down on the low ground, able to take down one. The Daredevil does fall. Nothing to bring him back to. They follow up, get another, but it's traded by both Card and the Cap. But Bendy again in the middle of this fight, able to find so many eliminations. White Armor not able to keep anybody alive, and On God commits that res on top of it just to secure a fight win again by Trickster.
Yeah, this is a very back and forth battle now as we look across the board. Sehu is ready here with that Eye of Agamotto for the side of Tricksters, as well as that Eternal Bond should be there in this fight to hold on. It'll be close to 90% by the time this fight begins. 80%, excuse me, as out goes that Eye. Does that find value? It seems that it does, as 2 go down there now. Tricksters up a few numbers, going to commit. Out go Crystals, looking now towards the back line. And boom, that's another pick as we're at 90%. Will that portal come through? Will they be able to find more and stop them from getting to this point? 8% and counting. We will see.
And they're keeping it up. They're able to touch on Hulk, able to commit the ultimate as well. Darkchild comes in. Kendrick can go for the one shot towards the back line. Are they aware of it? They are. The Soul Bomb keeps them healthy, but the Hulk here to displace everybody.
Thrax on that Cap once again, finding a pick there on Bendy in the neutral, but they are not
Oh,
able to get there for the touch, and it is a 1-1 series.
This is a fun one, man. What a great second game of the day. Warrior Falls was completed by Tricksters due to We Lost getting a little distracted, going for those eliminations, not playing the point. That's the really the biggest thing that's hard to grasp about this game, is that you got to play objective, and it's hard to play objective when you're you're playing Daredevil, you're playing Magic, you're playing these characters that commit cooldowns, you're playing Hulk, right? You have to connect on the juggles. There's so many. It's really easy to get tunnel vision in this game, and that's why people will talk about, really trying to hone in on their mechanical skill, but that's not the biggest thing in Marvel Rivals. It's really trying to focus on objective play, team play, like you talked about earlier. And right now, you have to sort of focus on the overarching macro of the game, and that's a good way to sort of splash some cold water in your face, right? Lose that map, lose that round, and they put themselves into a tough spot where now it's tied up 1-1. We Lost on.
3,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of perfect takeaways from what you're saying. I mean, you know, for those who are maybe climbing early on in ladder, the big things to keep in mind are do not commit ultimates when you're down heavily in numbers. Do not try to make hero plays with ultimates. Try to fight as a stack of 6. Do not go in when you've lost picks. Try to reset if that's available. And always play point. Think about point always. If you can stall on domination for, you know, there's the slightest amount of time, it could be enough for you to win. So take those tips and apply them as you're climbing early on in ladder. White Armor here is going to be playing on point with 2 seconds on, trying to ensure that the charge from the capture goes in their favor. Already about halfway there, as We Lost wants to come back and take this home.
A lot of damage coming out as well. You do have that Luna Snow in the back line off of that low key. I mean, they're kind of pressuring out them in that back line, but they're walking up now. Trickster's understanding they have the thing. They just want to slowly stomp on We Lost on their back line. On God as well. Has found Pixie. Does it again, Chip. On out of Warlock. The follow-up again from Sehu. These two have been amazing as a duo.
Wow. And yeah, Ube here. Again, I mean, this whole team looking super committed and strong. And just bouncing back after that first loss and locking in. They're not going to commit ults. There will be a ton committed in this next fight, though. It's going to be an advantage from We Lost. But can Tricksters keep them in this choke and try to give them enough time, or at least buy enough time to where they can get ult charge even so they can answer across the board. Now the whole team of We Lost took that space right back and they're owning it. And that's a tough looker here for Tricksters as they now have the height. Brax looking towards the back line. Everybody committing together as a unit. The strategist now going to be distracted. Can't look forward as Daredevil's there. The lawyer from Hell Kitchen. This could be a free dunk, and bang, it does land onto Burrito, who was not in cloak form at the time. And that makes it even harder to use those cooldowns to escape. You got to commit with cloak form.
Yeah, this is a hard point to do that. You're in the open, right? There's a slight window while she's getting out of the Eternal Bond, and you can find that one shot with the rock. A nice job by Cart, right, to do so. Now they set up, right? That's the most important thing, is they've closed the gap. They closed the distance on Trickster, who are playing a front-to-back style, relying on Bendy on the Phoenix. He's going over to the Daredevil, so we're going to have a bit of a Daredevil off here, Shib, as both teams running basically the same thing, right? Due to the ban phase, we're having a mirror. It's looking like the old MRC in Season 1 when bans were across the board.
And the fight begins again, folks. The commitment now down immediately right after ultimate. YT falls to Trapsy, who's going to keep that pressure and the whole team moving forward. The commitment from We Lost with an invisible boundary is going to be matched right back to Ube as everybody is starting up with the ults here. The dance floor gets matched from Bendy, who's just looking towards this backline, keeping that overhealth moving forward, and up in the sky, Kendrick going to dive right in now towards the backline with a two-piece, and that's a huge retake from We Lost.
And Kendrick, what a play to come back. Unfortunately, Freedom Charge doesn't really do much against that Ensong Inferno due to all that overshield deleting from the Ensong. So they're able to push on. If they can find even more picks, oh no, Bendy goes down yet again. Here comes that Meteor M on the backside from Trickster, but losing yet another one is brutal. And We Lost just want to keep this up. If they can get even more staggers, that sets them up further. If it forces extreme traps back to the team, Sehu's able to find one onto Kendrick. But it might be too little too late at this point as they're sent all the way back. And that's a brutal last fight for them.
Tricksters will have a slight advantage in this fight for the early fight, but White Armor will be there as well. Meteor M from Cart going to try to hold on to the point as they are at 84, almost 90% and counting. Tricksters going to have to maybe walk in here with this dance for the Fate of Both Worlds if they are struggling, but no, the space was given, and here comes the fight as Bendy looking towards Kendrick. Tries to find that pick, but the whole team drops backwards, and out goes that boundary from White Armor to start. Comes the dunk now. Will it be matched with damage boost? It does, and that's a two-piece.
Huge combo of Burrito Keto. Up in that aim as Trickster kind of closes out on this, except YTS on the back angle, able to find two, but Daredevil, wait, okay, no, traded back by Bendy, as it was a little bit of a flip, but Tricksters test that point, get it back. YTS able to get a couple, but regardless, Trickster still is a cohesive unit, still with their Daredevil of their own. Close out on them, and that's an important point to take. However, it did commit a lot of ultimates in the last fight. A lot of these Phoenix plays have been huge with the Ensong Inferno Shib, and it's coming up yet again with Kendrick and Sugu. They also have the portal. YTS able to go for it. He swaps off the Daredevil. They go to that point, get the flip potentially. It's halfway. They have to touch. That was a huge tempo shift from them.
Yeah, and here comes a commitment. Portal coming through as you discussed. Up with the Meteor M. This could be huge. Spawn, is there any cooldowns? Bang, the Yep, it is going to be combined there with the Phoenix landing in. Kendrick and sweep all those shields as Cart gonna find some value. Matches Bendy now, starting up here, letting that devil out, looking towards the back line, is gonna find one. Do we see two? Still holding on to the point. Trapsy trying to ensure they can maintain this space, and is gonna find another onto YT after that portal play. Bendy again onto Kendrick, and now Tricksters are looking up.
That was a nice try with the portal play, but you can see they lacked sort of a game plan afterwards. They went in with the portal. Now Bendy's going aggressive, but just to kind of force fall back, right? You can kind of do that at Daredevil, like you said, building up those anchors. And now kind of building up towards those ultimates yet again. We have that combo with On God and Trapsy. They also have the Freedom Charge. You can counter it if you're Trickster.
And up in the sky on God. Gonna come through with another combination, finding two, and they're both strategists. This is huge for Tricksters now, who look like they may take this first map. OT ticking down. The point at this point, the point is just gonna be a stall fest. Is yes, On God and Bendy will sweep through, and Tricksters on the comeback will take home game one.
That was a fun one. What a fun game between Tricksters. GG and Yowie lost. And there were so many highlight plays from that, and that's the tough part. These Phoenix players have been sort of on top. The Phoenix play that we saw towards the very end from Yowie lost, just they couldn't collapse on that Phoenix ult with the Meteor M, and they only connected onto one. That's not enough, especially when they commit 3 ultimates. They had the dance floor show up a little bit too late. Maybe if it was there on time, they could have gotten elimination with the damage boost to win that fight, but then they would have had a portal play to retouch. I think things sort of favored the opposite angle, and that was a big comeback too. They sort of reverse swept it. I mean, map number 1, round number 1, they got shocked right on that map on Spaceport, but then after that we went to Warrior Falls and Trickster started the reverse sweep, and then all came back down to the thing. Shib, like, they had some really good plays out of Trapsy on the thing early on, and then he switches to that Magneto and does it yet again on that hero.
Yeah, I mean, the entirety of if you look at the scoreboard there and across the board, everybody played well. These two teams looked so evenly matched as we look at some of these plays here. On God looking really clean as well over there on the Atom. But yeah, I mean, every side, there was plays out of virtually everyone, including the backline. So I'm liking the way this matchup looks so far, but congratulations to Trickster, who do push through. Just like you said, I think the real victory solution there for them was that Phoenix combination with Magneto. And, you know, even coming in with some of the follow-up ultimates from virtually everyone else. But you start there with Phoenix, and everybody's kind of doomed. You should have no cooldowns to stay, you know, in the fight.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we got to see a little bit more out of this team, right? For YTS, he was just going down a little bit too much, right? Just taking a look at stats, right? He just kind of was falling. The same thing for On God, but On God was also playing out of Warlock with that self-res. Also, they played around it pretty heavy. There was a few things they need to work on, I think, in terms of Yowie lost, and really, it's about slowing it down on Daredevil probably, and also, you know, finding those combinations with Kendrick. Kendrick had some pop-up performances. I think everybody can hang off their hat, you know, hang their hat on, you know, it was a good performance like you said, but regardless, Trickster's still coming out on top. We'll see if they can continue this moving forward as we go to map number 2 after this break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just saw a battle back and forth, very much looking to see how this series breaks down. What'd you think about that matchup, buddy?
It was a fun one. I mean, we saw some magic, we saw some Hulk, right? And we saw some cool things out of the side of, yeah, we lost, but they still lost. They lived up to their name. They lost to map number 1. They now moved to map number 2 with the hopes of coming back in the series, because it was a close one, Shib. I wouldn't be surprised if this is yet another close map as we head to Hall of the Jalia.
Yeah, we lost and looked so dominant early on in the fights, and then it was definitely retake city there for the side of Tricksters. So again, I think they look like a strong team in terms of, yeah, we lost. We'll see if they bounce back and just maybe lost momentum and confidence, because they definitely, you know, struggled as the map developed. But then again, maybe the Tricksters just downloaded them, started figuring out a solution. And folks, this is a first to 3, best of 5. So first map here goes to the side of Tricksters GG, and the band's going to be keeping that Warlock again for On God. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he was so good on the hero as well, right? You can't really not give it to him, right? And with that, you got to maybe be aware of those heroes are going to play around it. The Emma Frost makes some sense in case they want to anchor, play this front to back sort of comp. The Mantis removal, honestly, I'd be okay letting it through, maybe potentially just to like see how they can play that composition. You're given a lot of leeway here. And also, you know, I don't know. I want to see how they can play against Tricksters when Tricksters knows what they want to play. They're just playing with that Luna Snow. They're playing with the Adam Warlock. They're playing with, in this case, a Loki with the Protect. I don't even know if they were going to go play that Mantis early on, but you know, we'll see as they move on to a Convergence map type how they play it. We go for the Hella Protect. See on the opposite angle if that forces that Namor ban.
By there to the set of Magneto, which I don't think you and I have seen a Magneto ban out in a very long time. Definitely getting knocked down in terms of ban targets, but we've seen a lot of the combination here of Phoenix, which I'm surprised that didn't come through, because you know, every single one of these ults that have found a lot of value have been kind of on the back of Phoenix ensuring that all shields and all cooldowns are wiped off before that combo comes through. And that's what you see a lot at this level of play, folks. Some sort of commitment from Phoenix, and then another ult to ensure that there is nothing to counter it, and you typically get value that way, but you don't want to commit too much after that. So that is likely why we'll see the Magneto removed, but we'll see what they like to do as we head to Hall of the Jalia.
I think, by the way, I've done the math. I think that, you know, the YTS guy, YTS Annie D, pretty sure his name is DY Nasty, right? Backwards. So I'm assuming it means like, do you nasty? Like I gotta hit a trick shot, maybe? I don't know. Am I crazy?
Okay.
Could be.
I mean, hey, if it isn't, that's an insane coincidence. You know, I'll tell you that. But yeah, okay. I like that. You know, I like that call out here.
Well, years of trying to understand people's usernames. You know, just kind of cut. Yeah, the gamer names backwards. Put XXX in your name. You know, do it all.
I'd be curious to see what the chat's first gamer name was, right? Hey, as long as you know, keep it PG, of course, naturally.
Keep it PG. Don't get careful. The mods are watching. Mods are watching. Yeah, be careful.
But yeah, honestly, it's crack me up here. But a lot of the time, once you climb, you and I have seen this is just a little off topic here. A lot of the time, as you climb in terms of like the skill of a game, as you get to that top level of play, everybody tries to simplify their name like crazy to make it something that could be casted well, right? Like, seems like that is the case, as we've seen a lot of the pros even shift up their brand and their brand name as they've gotten better, akin to something like Afrasea turned to Terra from 100 Thieves as we start up our first fight.
Yeah, portal play comes through, and on the backside, everybody gets through it, right? Sometimes you can actually put it a little bit too high. I know you'll talk about how you have to make sure it's at least in a spot where your team can get through. Cart on the flank, though, does set up towards the backline angle. Everybody's rotating from Tricksters, though. The rotations have been good. They're actually given the space by, yeah, we lost early on.
Thrax finds one, Kendrick as well, but Bendy is still going to be on that Phoenix, takes out Kendrick in the fight. Numbers still in their favor at the current moment. Yeah, we lost, finds another, make it 2 as they're still holding on, pushing forward now, trying to get this point capped as Cart is just dancing there as Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner main going to get dunked on and find a pick there.
That Gamma name, man, just tossing it out, sending back to the spawn portal from On God. Gonna be here maybe in a second, but they have to touch with somebody runs out. Goes in and deleted. Oh my goodness, by Thrax.
Thrax with one. Again, yeah, we lost off a number in this fight early on, giving them an advantage. The Sting play comes out here again, but that will maybe not be enough from Trapsy, who's still walking forward and does find one on a white armor. And, you know, Luna, again, struggling a bit with the pressure in the current meta. On God, able to find Kendrick, and even those numbers just a little bit more at the current moment, Trickster still holding on.
And they try to come back and peel, and that's not how this comp wants to play, right? You want to go aggressive. You want to set up this Hulk on the back line. Everybody's stunned up. Also, Subu was going to toss out the invisible boundary. They also stunned out with a freeze onto that Eye of Agamotto coming out from Thrax. So good job by Trickster to peel that off, and white armor could get staggered out again. This is the tough part. I feel like the strategists play in this game have been really lackluster, but it's not because of necessarily how they're playing. It's also the styles that they're against. It's hard to play strats into these really high tempo comps on both sides. And now we lost, sent back to the spawn yet again. 2 minutes off the clock, and a last second touch from Trickster. Desperation ended up turning into a highly palatable attack or retake from them.
Yeah, who on the top side now, looking back, and bang, comes in heavy, looking towards Daredevil. Dynasty able to escape, which I do believe is the name now that I'm thinking about it, with a Y there, is going to be pushed away as Cart now commits heavy here with the ultimate, is able to find one onto a backline, and so does Dynasty here on the Burrito, and that, again, is a huge start for the side of, yeah, we lost, we still hold on to a ton of ultimates. Commitment comes through the dance floor there from White Armor as Dynasty gets another here onto On God. Down goes Trapsy and Bendy, and that should be it on the point here as Yeah, we lost moving forward.
And great take by Yeah, we lost there. Diving in, Cart sort of being that sacrificial lamb, also maybe diving in to get that elimination onto Tricksters, who didn't connect with the Stratus ultimate. Nice juggle from him in that Hulk form, and now we get to see in the second phase how they do, right? They have the entire map to work around. Right now they're playing around this sort of main angle. They know Trickster's going to have to run at them with that both Stratus ultimates. You just commit that dance floor in the previous fight. They have 2 on top of a res coming up soon. We'll see how they play it in terms of Tricksters, right? That God of Mischief has to be committed early from Burrito probably in this fight to make sure he can get a good ultimate off. If he even wants to use it for the res, he could. Right now, they're pressing out. Yeah, we lost.
Yeah, it's a really good position, I would say, for Loki in the streets phase, where you do have a lot of height to be able to escape to, and clone positioning really kind of at every off angle. So a smart pick there, at least for this current location. Burrito, everybody gonna be hit here with that eye, though, as 4 get hit, and the cleanup comes through as all of them go down. What a play, and is gonna be able to walk right through. Thrax with a huge Eye of Agamotto, and the team committing heavy, able to find a ton, and like you said, not able to get that early commitment of the God of Mischief. So without that copy up, there is no answer, and they all pay for it.
The big freeze. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, a little. They all their portal block, too. Oh, geez. They have to go to the staircase. They don't even know. On the backside, YTS gets around. They have to touch, right? Somebody has to go in around these portals. They dive through. It's actually, there's a little gap there. They made it through. Burrito Tito getting that God of Mischief off, but in the last fight, didn't use it because I think they wanted to get the regen domain off and try to live that Eye of Agamotto, but they just could not. Nice deletion of it. Now they have no cooldown. Cart as well to that Hulk form, able to push up everybody. No ultimates here on the side of Tricksters. On God goes down. Does have the Cocoon to bring it back, but they're less than 2 meters away from capping it out. Cart with a nice 2-piece in that fight. It's been a while since we've seen such good Hulk play.
Now everybody back, though. Are they able to stall this point? And now Tricksters, as God goes down early, though, post-res. There's still a lot of numbers there, but again, numbers up to the side of, yeah, we lost. Here comes the commitment again from Dynasty, heading towards the back line. The Devil is out and causing mayhem as 3 go down here for Dynasty, who is showing up right now and showing why this hero has been banned a ton in this tournament.
They hit a checkpoint.
Okay, why do you? It was Dynasty the whole time, and I'm just overthinking it. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's gotta be. I try to pepper it in there. I peppered it in. I think it's got to be, right? Like,
you could have told it. Now I look like a freaking idiot. Dang it. Sorry,
well,
Dynasty.
No, I didn't notice it until after. For the record, I had no idea. So I didn't notice it until I was like,
well,
yeah.
Dynasty did do them nasty in that last fight, so that's at least something to take away there. I mean, that was some excellent Daredevil gameplay from him, and now we move with 2 minutes and 30 seconds. into the next phase where Kendrick has been also there with the follow-up. There's just so much damage coming out, but if you can withstand that first push, you'll be solid, but they lose Bendy early. Brutal spot to be in. They trade out Dynasty, though. Nice job by Seth.
And now on the retake once more, Tricksters got to find their footing here. 2 minutes and 15 on. Nice pick there by Kendrick. And on God once more. Kendrick on this Magic has looked so good, showing why Magic is still very much a threat in the meta. Looking now towards the backline mid-all, trying to stop this Eternal Bond, and Magic can do that with some good commitment, but not able to make that happen at the moment as Burrito is going to stay in cloak form now, dealing damage, and that's typically what you're trying to see when you do use that Eternal Bond. Stay in cloak form and try to deal some damage, because why not? Everybody's going to be on that ult anyway, and be ready to fade if need be. Out goes that Nagamoto. Kendrick, though, is going to find one.
Finds one on top of it, and also get a Strat ult out. Tricksters running out of cooldowns. They get pretty much walked on Ube, last second alive, can't even live from Dynasty yet again. Getting two in that fight, and they almost back cap, but it doesn't even matter, as there's no cooldowns now. No ultimates either from Tricksters, except that Kraken Impact against basically everything from Yeah We Lost.
Yeah, I mean, there's the power of Hulk right there. Such a nuisance, just consistently holding that space bar and jumping. That is what you should be doing as Hulk, and pulling eyes all over the place while you just punch for days. Bendy gonna find Kendrick early, gonna give them the advantage, but at this point there's 0.9, and that is not gonna be enough to stall as all three get pushed through from Yeah We Lost.
Really good attacking phase from Yeah We Lost, and you know they were a minute off the clock, 2 minutes off the clock, but it didn't even matter. They just know once they set up this first fight. That's the interesting part, is that Yeah We Lost are really good at these sort of first engages if they can find those picks, but you know Tricksters after that have been able to live sometimes and find picks back. So if it's basically like Yeah We Lost is just a really strong battering ram, but they only have like a one-use cooldown. Like every time ship they go in, they go aggressive, and then they slam on them, and if they don't get eliminations, if they don't get KOs, they just lose the upcoming fight, and Tricksters ends up out-ulting them, basically. But if they can keep it up right, Chip, then I think right now, Yeah We Lost have a good chance on the defense, as well as they put Kendrick over to the Hella.
Yeah, shifting it up a little bit. Magic definitely better on attack on this map than defense, especially point one, because there's a lot of long lines of sight, right? So probably going to set up on the high side there and let Dynasty play aggro towards the back line. Just keep that pressure on to whatever Vanguard is pushing forward.
Can't believe it's Dynasty. You know what? I think tough
You're reading
part,
it backwards,
man.
buddy. Hey, yeah, don't beat yourself up. Reading it backwards. Honestly, I had no idea until like 3, 4, or 5 minutes after that. I'm not even going to lie to you.
I think I have what the kids would call brain rot. You know, that's the problem, is that I've tried to read so many names backwards that you end up overthinking it. You know, you're like, is that name really what it is? You know, is it really I Run Shib, or is it
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
we have to look into it.
Yeah, that's the thing about gamer names, buddy, as we are setting up now. Yo, one of the cool things I want to talk about here, they elected to use the rocket portal, or sorry, the rocket jumps to have everybody on their team on the attack here take that high side right, and it worked out for them nearly every time. So I'm liking this pace here by Tricksters, who as a team are taking the high side left to change up going down main, and that one side choke that teams typically go down. Changing the pace like this messes with teams' flow and allows them to be a little more throw off the start, trying to find an answer.
It's a really good take. Bisner-E. Saying it backwards in case you're wondering, by the way. Just wanted to get that down range. Here is that Soul Bond. Trying to live this dive incoming, though. Tricksters with the rotations have been clean so far, and they take down Dynasty, too.
And Sugu is pushing forward, is going to find one there on a Trapsy. Again, we talk about the damage here from Invis, who can just be very impactful on that front, as well as just the raw burst healing. And God going to find one there onto Thrax, playing Venom in the current moment as Burrito commits with damage after using that bond like I had mentioned. Finding a two-piece there. Sehu gets one, and Bendy onto Kendrick. Holding on tight.
The only downside for Yeah We Lost is their sort of rotations to what Trickster are doing are a little bit too late. Portal going to come through in a moment. Is it there in time? Dynasty touches, but does go down. And with that, they tap out. Tricksters had an even faster first point take against Yeah We Lost. I love how they're playing this ship. They're just constantly, you know, rotating around the map, kind of making sure they get those positions that Yeah We Lost aren't expecting, right? You always hear people, because the terrain is breakable in Marvel Rivals, right? So they break the bridge a lot of times on the defensive angle. That time it was broken, but Tricksters didn't care. They drop back down, get it sort of like side flip almost. And with that, Yeah We Lost dive is just a little bit too late. Trickster is able to get some momentum with On God back onto that Bucky.
Space has been taken. Ults are available across the board. I have no doubt we're going to see a ton of Qs committed as down goes that piece of the Abyss. Ayabagamoto to try to counter right back. And that's huge there from Cart, who finds Bendy and Burrito on God. Goes down too. Bendy right back in the fight, trying to res in this ult. Is going to be able to get it off without falling at the current moment. But up in the sky is Hella, almost finding one, but not quick enough. As on God finds one onto Kendrick and now keeps it going, making a two-piece. Why don't you on God? Trying to get a third there onto Luna. Almost makes that happen, but just not able to get that shot in time. Still, though, going to keep that Kraken impact rolling again and again, as the point will likely be taken here by Tricksters moving forward.
Great job by Bendy with the res there. The follow-up from On God, too. And you can see, I don't know if he has the DPI switch. You know, some Adam Warlocks do that in the res just to make sure their headshot is, like, really hard to hit if you're just flying around like a maniac with a quick switch of the DPI to, like, 9,000. But they get that res off. They come back into the fight. Able to connect onto that friendly prison from Sehu with On God. And with the walls behind, able to find eliminations. And now Tricksters set themselves up, but they don't have ultimates in terms of strat ults. Here comes that ult from the Venom.
Oh, there's another big Ayabagamoto. This one completed by, oh my goodness, as 5 go down, make it 6 on the retake on defense. Yeah, we lost, and yeah, we won that fight again, and we'll still have the Ayabagamoto here from Cart.
It feels like I'm watching, like, Red Hulk versus Green Hulk smash their heads into each other, Shib. Like, these two guys are just, like, fight after fight, rotating back and forth. It's even. And there's that hook from On God, too. The Venom goes a little bit too deep. Pulled back in by the Force Physics, too. So, huge combination from Tricksters. The Force Physics from Ube has been big throughout the series as well. Invisible Woman play has been the mainstay in this sort of current patch. And you can see Ube taking advantage in the follow-up from On God there.
Full team taking the space, as he had discussed. Ube is ready here with that boundary. We'll have, ooh, that's a huge pick in the neutral there onto Kendrick, which should give them enough time to walk forward and use that boundary early on to slow everyone up and try to find another pick inside. Will that come through as out goes the dance floor right back?
Push again. Has every single Force Physical Ube been like that big? Like, he's had 3 in a row. They find Kendrick in that last fight, and now they get that Force Physics the way that Ayabagamoto On God comes back to field now. I mean, they're set up for success off of that. Now Burrito Tito committing the ultimate too. Brother Angle, nobody's going to go down in the middle of this. Here comes that Terror Cape onto that Magic. They could burst him down too.
Yeah, again, just shouting that out. Ube with a huge, just in terms of alt tracking, knowing when that's coming through and always cancel it out. Another huge eye comes this time from the side of Trap C. Thrax is going to clean up On God there. That's a 2-piece as Bendy goes down. Do we see 3 here now? Yes, we do. And 4, why don't you ask a squad who are retaking, but the res comes through. Will this be enough for everybody? Yes, it is. And they're in a dangerous spot, but a huge heal and bond as everyone's back on the point.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, goes up with the cocoon. Late ultimate again from the Invisible Woman. I would like these ultimates to come out a little bit quicker, but regardless, they get it done. Yeah, we lost. Clean it up. Nothing to follow. Ube was so close to the invisible boundary, but didn't have it to save the team after that res from Bendy. And yeah, we lost, set themselves up yet again, Shib. No Phoenix to counter these freedom charges either, like we saw in the previous map. So these get huge value. Basically give them another strat ultimate on the opposite angle for Yeah, we lost, who have really just locked down this end cap of the second phase, man.
Yeah, we find this is a pretty defensible position because you do have a corner to turn back into. There is some off angle and some height, which makes it a little tricky, but teams typically hold here on point 2 far more than they do on point 1. And there goes that Ayabagamoto committed. Burrito is going to launch back in here with the Eternal Bond and start dealing damage there onto Cloak Form. As we discussed, more damage out from On God, who is going to find one onto Kendrick again. Make it 2 now as they are up 2 numbers. Will there be an answer back? Out goes that freedom charge from Thrax. That's right back to the invisible boundary now. Bendy with the pick onto Thrax to shut that down before it gets too much value. And now Tricksters are going to keep this thing walking. Will they get point 2? It looks like it is likely after another pick there from White Armor.
Yeah, very strong threat of this play so far. Burrito Tito with a perfectly timed Terra Cape. Also the block of now these walls yet again from the Doctor Strange from Trapsy. Here comes the portal on the re-engage, though. They're able to touch it. 1.42 meters, but they're hit again by another Terra Cape.
Yeah, that was a good answer to portal right back through and still get that touch through, like you're saying. I was surprised to see that, but will it be enough? On God, able to find another. This should be in Trickster's favor now. A meter left on the push, but out goes the devil, and Bendy is able to find Kendrick still. Tricksters are cleaning up, but yeah, we lost. Doing a great job just buying as much time as possible on that point.
Yep, moving into the third phase, and it's like you mentioned, the time bank is big. Right now for Tricksters, they do have another Eternal Bond. These strats are building out so fast. These fights kind of are really quickly paced, but you know, in terms of how these strats are playing, right, Burrito Tito in the last fight able to shut down Kendrick. Kendrick needs to do a little bit better job of living, but regardless, this team really kind of figuring out how to play this composition, going in for aggressive dives yet again, making sure that cart isn't pushing forward, that Soulbond's pushed out early. Now they go deep for the dive.
There's a commitment again. Kendrick trying to find one here on the Magic. Darkchild likely going to be committed, and they are going to find one as On God goes up, though, on the Sugu. That's one. What? Are you kidding? Make it 3. There is 4 as On God, with these Kraken impacts, is built different, trying to see if they can push this thing to OT. Not a lot of time on the clock here, though. Yeah, we lost. Does have a few ultimates available, and with that Darkchild and looking for the Eye of Agamotto, but there's answers here. Bendy has the team res. Ube does have that invisible boundary and another eye there from Trapsy. It's all about the big play here off the rip.
The eye comes onto those vanguards. Able to shut down on God 2, even in the invisible boundary. The HP too low. Bendy comes for the res. In that smoke as well, in the fog. Gets the healing too. So everybody that goes down in the middle of this fight is going to be brought back, but the dance floor keeps, yeah, we lost, available for now. Here comes Card in the backline. He's able to shut down Bendy too.
Wow.
Tuning in his favor though, so he'll be back in the fight.
The juggle there too as Cart finds Burrito. Kendrick with a 3-piece now with Darkchild. Do I see 4? Yeah, we do. Come on now. Again with a big play here, but is looking like this should go into OT as the slow but sure reses come through. Excuse me. It will not go to OT. Yeah.
Yeah, we lost, win the map, and I think, yeah, it was going to be tough at this point as well for the Doctor Strange retouch is like near impossible. That's maybe why they didn't do like the whole, you know, support player, strategist player switches over to the Doctor Strange to go for the portal while the Doctor Strange portal is respawning. But a big map win there from the we lost to tie it up 1-1. MVP going for Dynasty that last fight, or the last map, and you can see exactly why. Those dives were just so clean. It feels like they're playing a heavy brawl sort of style with this Hulk, and it's just working out so well.
Yeah, it's just mayhem in the back line, right? When you have a Magic, you've got Daredevil, and you got Hulk just jumping all over the place back there. It's tough to keep eyes on. There's some iframes there for Magic. Hulk's obviously has bubble to keep those who are brawling with the back line shielded up in that moment, and they are using that to the best of their advantage. As you can see, 19 finals, but you know, right up there as well, 18 from Cart, 17 from Thrax, and Kendrick with 13. Everybody as a unit looking very, very clean from we lost.
Yeah, that was a way better map for sure for them. And then also, you know, I think putting Kendrick back over to the Magic just makes this comp sort of work, right? Like, he was good on Phoenix, but just how the comp plays and how this team plays too. They just love to all in, go, 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 go. And you can see in terms of the team wiping or just getting the wipe themselves, sometimes it pans out, right? Like we saw in that last one, Dynasty, less KOs onto him this time than Kendrick. And that's sort of the biggest thing, is that Dynasty is able to play his play style when Kendrick is playing his, Shib, right? Like, it does feel the synergistic ability of both Magic and Daredevil is just beautiful when they're working in tandem with the Hulk.
Yeah, that's a cool combination we haven't seen a ton of, you and I. Yeah. I think it is a threat, and I think Hulk does a good job. I think Hulk's taken a little bit of a backseat in the meta just due to the nature of damage being so strong, and Hulk struggles a little bit with a ton of damage being meta. So we'll see if that changes up. But yeah, with this combination, when you're fully committing as a unit with more of a brawl style and everybody's kind of brawling consistently, and that can be getting a ton of value. And they're able to find these strategists early in the fight and just allow their team to just maintain presence and win these fights without those healing, the healing in the backline.
Yeah, this kind of brings the discussion back to what we were talking about earlier, Shib, where it's like you can play sort of gimmicky stuff, and you can play really do any hero you want, like as long as you have a viable strategy, as long as you have like a solid idea of what you want to do, right? Like we could see Hulk is still viable, like you mentioned. He's taking a backseat, but he's still good. Like there's a lot of really good Vanguards out there, but there's just some where you would assume would be better. However, you know, if you're just looking to the, you know, if you look past the trees, right? If you look, you know, past the trees into the forest, rather, you can see that, you know, there's so many different options, so many different viable strategies and ideas. You just have to come up with them with your unit and figure out your team's play style, like this team is doing. But we're all tied up 1-1, Shib. After this break, we'll see map number 3.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse.
is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have a 1-1 series on our hand heading here to game 3. Yeah, we lost. Looked very strong right there as Tricksters started locking back in towards the end of domination. We'll see what happens as we head towards our next map. What'd you think about that matchup, buddy?
Yeah, that was a fun one. We knew it was going to be a good series between these two squads, as it's two different play styles entirely. Well, actually, the play style is actually kind of similar, honestly. The more I think about it, it's sort of two different comps, but the idea is still kind of the same, where again, we want to see a little bit more sustain out of Trickster's angle to win. And then for Yeah, We Lost, I think we want to see a little bit more of these like heavy dives pan out more consistently. But this is like a very fun series, tied up 1-1 now. We head into Celestial Husk on domination yet again.
We'll see if there's a change up here. Goodbye here to the Jeff, and that's going to be Tricksters, making sure that Yeah, We Lost cannot get that run. It's going to be Celestial Husk, as discussed, and it's a very strong Jeff map. Also got some good sustain in terms of things like Venom and Angela. These are maps that you'll see some success with them on, so I'm curious to see if that'll come through. But Daredevil locked in makes a ton of sense for Dynasty.
I mean, he's been a really good Daredevil and will continue to be probably. And for Tricksters, they just don't want to deal with the backline that can sort of live. That's why they want to get rid of this Jeff. That's why they want to get rid of the Rocket Raccoon. And on the opposite side, they really don't want to play against Mantis comps, and it can slow things down. You know, you can get the damage boost. It can allow you to sort of get taken down through your Shredder's ultimate. So we know how good Mantis is. It was a priority ban at all of the Ignite series in the grand finals, and now we get the Emma Frost ban for Yeah, We Lost, making sure that there's no real counter dive to what they want to do. They also go for the Hulk Protect. They want to keep putting Cart on the Hulk. I mean, he's been really good on the hero. It makes sense. And considering, you know, I feel like we've seen a lot of more Venom dive come out from teams, but maybe he just feels more comfortable in the Hulk.
Yeah, I think Hulk's been good. We obviously didn't get a ton of Hulk in Ignite like we had talked about, but I think Hulk's still very much playable. Locking in Hulk, I'm not sure about. I don't, you know, maybe they're worried about that being banned out. I'm not sure if that was necessary, and maybe a better target, but you know, there was a ton of value with Hulk there, so maybe I'm wrong. It's all about, you know, how these teams play into each other. Maybe they feel like Hulk into this team, in particular, has a ton of value, especially when they want to run, you know, that Daredevil and that Magic. And if you can get in there with Hulk at the same time, it's very difficult to prioritize who you need to take out.
I mean, I like this ban phase from both squads, except the Hella kind of. But I mean, we've seen, you know, that they prioritized that Namor Helicomp before, as we had a protect towards it last series or last map, and you know, we didn't really get to see it much. But you know, we know Kendra can play that hero as well. And, you know, it makes sense to get rid of it, I suppose. But for right now, there was a less focus on the Vanguards, less focus for Tricksters, at least on the Vanguards. And Yeah, We Lost. Really trying to prioritize that, too. Make sure they can't play that group comp that we knew was really good for Tricksters last time. I mean, that's how they kind of made things work on the previous maps. But they have a little bit of options. They have a few different ones. And for Tricksters, maybe they're going to mix it up, going back to that dive comp with the Phoenix and maybe putting Bendy back over to that Daredevil. For Yeah, We Lost, though. We'll see what they want to do, because I think Torch is not really in the meta at the current moment, but you never know, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I thought we'd see, as we see the switch there, but I thought for a moment we saw an Ultron with that, and that's probably your best bet to make it work. If you get drone up there with a combination of Flake or something, you can really pocket and hope that Torch can play aggro, but the reduction in terms of cooldown of, you know, just reload, the amount of ammo you have is the biggest problem, so you can't play nearly as aggro. As the portal play might come through again, or this could be it is a placement play, it seems like. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just want to go for that point. 20 seconds, they switch back over to the Venom to set up those dives. But we need to see how Trickster play versus this backline of Sugu and Yeah, We Lost. Like, how can these guys live on Luda Snow and Invis compared to the Cloak and the Invis. Because Cloak and Invis, I think, have a little more cooldowns to peel and live. And this time around, able to find that first pick on a Benny, though, is really good. So huge job with the Hawkeye on Dynasty this time around.
Yeah, we haven't seen Hawkeye in a while, but that is a very strong pick if you can really hone in and take those shots towards the back line. If you can find a single, heady on any of the strategists, goodbye there. So there's going to be a pick there from Kendrick onto Trapsy, dropping backwards now. Yeah, we lost with priority on point early on like this is a little bit unseen. Very quick take there on the side of Yeah, we lost, who are going to ride this momentum forward and now have a little bit of an ult advantage in terms of charge. As we saw the switch up. I like the initial play there from Tricksters. It's something we saw a lot from Na'Vi, where they use that portal, then come through with Venom so the whole team could set up. But that early pick on the side of Yeah, we lost was all they needed to just shift that momentum and switch it around completely.
Yeah, this is a fun comp that definitely changes up their entire playstyle. Really trying to play counter dive with that shotgun onto the Venom alongside the Hawkeye. Really trying to shut out Sehu. So Sehu's going to have a hard time trying to live and play his life. And right now, they also have full point control. So random shots kind of coming through. Daredevil brought back and taken out by Kendrick, too. Good job from the Angela of Thrax.
We'll start up again. There'll be a ton of ults available. See who gets the most value. Here we go with the final judgment now, looking towards the back line. And Meteor M's not ready to counter that quite yet from the side of Trapsy. Out goes that invisible boundary now, but Heaven's Retribution landing in to keep them inside, but at that moment, is not enough to get any picks. Kendrick pulling out the shotty, looking at Venom, who does go down quickly. Sehu falls there from Kendrick. Meteor M from downtown with a combination bang. Oh, it gets taken out of the sky from Dynasty, who is jumping up at that moment and essentially just eats that one for the team.
Yeah, love that. I mean, it's kind of like a selfish play or selfless play. Maybe unintentional. Regardless, here comes that dive with the dance of the butterflies. This is what we've seen so far. Is a lot of really good sidewalk play, but it's peeled off well by the Miz boundary. Good job by them. They're also counter-engaged now. Kendrick again on the Penny, though, on that off angle finds the KO during the cloak ult from Burrito.
Yeah, it's another good start there. But Tricksters got to find their footing here because they are struggling so far. We lost doing exactly what they need to, using that Angela as discussed to dance around point. Dynasty with a nice pick there onto On God again. Yeah, we lost, playing lights out, even with a pick. Like the Hawkeye getting some play up here. Kendrick now with a second. Trapsy turns it right back onto Dynasty, evening the numbers close, but not quite there. Still down one. Brack's gonna find one to keep them going as Trapsy goes down, and that's a Vanguard pick. That's huge for their side again, as Yeah, we lost finds another, this time on a Bendy.
Right now, Thrax sort of just making sure he gets that overhealth and just getting those axes downrange, building up towards his ult. Now here comes that ult from the Punisher. Left side of the map, can he find anything? Everybody's sort of zoning out, but there's no overtime. They need to stay on this point. Who's the only one delaying? And they delay Ube. That's a huge pick as well, as there's that Venom running around the map trying to find backline. Portal from the sky is here. But meanwhile, Heaven's Retribution has slowed down the backline. They only have one Shredded is still alive, too.
Wow, and that's a two-piece with one swing. I don't think I've seen that from an Angela yet, who doesn't deal the most damage, but still able to find another here. And again, Yeah, we lost. Have been playing lights out as a unit ever since losing there and have bounced back looking stronger than ever. What a map there, but yeah, we lost.
You wouldn't think this comp would work in the current meta. I mean, this is such a unique take on it. I think we saw some Hawkeye in MEA a little bit. I mean, we know the character can still be viable. Same thing with the Frozen Arrow, right? Like, you can definitely get that combination with the freeze onto one of the divers and make sure that they're slowed down and then find a one-shot. So it does make sense, I guess. Like, it's kind of nice how they're playing it. You would think that maybe without the triple strategist comp, it would kind of fall over, especially in the current patch where we know how strong like this full dive can be. But you have to be good at it, right? You have to be coordinated.
Yeah.
And Tricksters, you know, it seems like they just didn't have any foothold in that entire first round.
And you see Bendy there on Psylocke, and I think one of the best answers to a Hawkeye, which we will see that switch up now, is to get on top of Hawkeye with something like Psylocke and just melt him before he can react and get that charge up of the arrow, because, you know, a dry arrow that's not fully charged up really won't deal that much damage. It won't be enough to drop you on Psy, and your burst potential in terms of window and speed is far quicker on to the Hawkeye, unless obviously he's been looking at your front line and is ready to put one up towards your head. But either way, I think that's a good pick here from Bendy. We just got to see if Psylocke can get value.
Yeah, has to, right? That's the important thing. Bendy against Dynasty has to deal with him, and he can. Oh my goodness, just ran down. Every cooldown utilized right into Bendy's backside, sending him back to the spawn again.
That's one of the values of having Matt Murdock on your team. You can really just shut down some of the potential plays that Salix are used to making, taking off angles and finding the backline. You know where they're at all times, so you just shut that down and just get a clean sweep there. Well done again. Bendy making the switch now to match it right back out. It's a huge eye as White Armor finds one on the backline of Ube. And yeah, we lost again. Are going to try to find this point early on and keep the pressure forward. Cart finds Burrito. Bendy gets one, but still is going to fall as Trapsy from Cart, excuse me. And now Dynasty on to Bendy, and everybody goes down right now. And yeah, we lost. Looks like they will get the point early on.
This has been a really strong map from Yeah, we lost. The momentum has shifted back in their favor so far, but Tricksters, you know, we've seen them in a spot like this before. I mean, they reverse swept on the first map, and then Yeah, we lost. Had a really strong convergence on Hall of Dazania. Now on this upcoming map, you have both Vanguard ults. Have to kind of live. Meanwhile, here comes the Dark Call from Kendrick. Is it met by a Freedom Charge? No, it's in fact met by On God with the hook.
Yeah, and that's a huge counterplay there from Ungod with a nice switch onto the Bucky. Bendy gonna find Dynasty to even the odds a little bit and get one back in terms of vengeance, but just gonna stall here with that invisible boundary. Not sure it is. Ooh, good movement. Actually, very good movement to stay healthy on point and just buy as much time as possible. Bendy gonna find another onto Thrax, and everybody now is just trying to see how long they can stay here. 36% is going to be the number that they switch it at, and that's not exactly what you're looking for after a first hold, but there will be some ults ready for Yeah, we lost, but matched by far more from Tricksters.
You can see the Daredevil hero that definitely is enabled by being up, right? A snowbally character, a character that is like a win more type character, you know, compared to Magic, who can kind of open up to create things herself. Now here comes, okay, never mind, Bendy by himself. Let the Devil out right into Kendrick's face with the reflex, with the objection, finds that KO.
Here goes the dance floor. Fate of Both Worlds is out from the side of Ube, and they're just trying to switch between damage to see if they can find one throughout that mess, but not at the moment. From
No!
Are you kidding me, Kendrick? Onto Burrito. That was awesome. As Cart gets a two-piece there on a Trapsy and Ube. Dynasty finds On God, and the retake's already here for Yeah, we lost.
Observer team like just have like a future reading perk or like a hero power or something, because that was ridiculous to know that Kendrick would come back from spawn and get that KO. Tricksters now, you know, back on the back foot off of that play from Yeah, we lost, and back to that Hulk stuff again, Shiv, and we know how good Cart was previously in that Hulk form.
Yeah, shout out there to the observers on that pick. Kendrick just reading the LOS and knowing that that could be a potential throw spot. It was huge as the commitment comes through from Burrito, who's going to launch it right towards point. Switch over to the other side now. Burrito trying to deal damage. Good fade there. Was in a dangerous spot, and Shugu's on as White Armor now matches the dance floor right back, and there's the commitment again, this time from Tricksters. As Sehu now starts the Freedom Charge. Everybody's pressing Q, but Bendy going to be the first one to find a pick. Ube now onto Kendrick, and Burrito onto White Armor. That's a three-piece. Make it four, why don't you? As everybody goes down, and Tricksters on the retake are looking very good.
Really good take there with the Cloak and Dagger ult from Burrito, and Yeah, we lost. Now back to the spawn. Did use his Stratus ultimate in that fight as well, and Tricksters with this defense, right, they're kind of figuring out both teams really tossing a lot at each other. This has been a very hard game, I think, in terms of that mental aspect, because they're playing so many different things. Kendrick also on the Magic had to play a lot more hit scan as well, alongside these sort of melee champions and melee heroes. Here comes the Devil out from Dynasty on the back angle. Is it in a good spot? They're still waiting for Kendrick to come back, but the follow-up, is it there, the bubble? Everybody's healing. They're still alive, too, on the side of Tricksters.
Bendy now out goes that invisible boundary. Dance Force still there to keep him healthy. Cracking impact with the combination. Bendy on the reset there on God is going to be able to find one, but the combo with a few ultimates committed. Kendrick just trying to stay on the point here with Darkchild is able to find on God and keep them at least in the fight for the moment. Will the numbers come back to their favor? Yes, they will. Kendrick, Cart, and Dynasty, and Cart again going to make sure they still hold on to this point. Tricksters at 97% though. Will they be able to push this thing to map 3?
And they need to find the maybe stagger kill on a Trapsy, who's walking back. They do have Burrito's ult. He actually gets deleted. White Armor does by the Terror Cape. Ube as well. With the clap, gets dove upon. Do they get his life? They do so, but you're down one in the fight. Kendrick does trade out Trapsy, finally going down. Has to be alive back in time for that portable before overtime. It looks like he will be.
Yeah, and they're back on now, like you said, and in their favor now. Yeah, we lost in a dangerous spot as Bendy gets a pick there on a Dynasty. The hold still here from Card, and the portal now comes through from Shubu, who is still on the point. Bendy in a dangerous spot, forcing out cooldowns. Nice escape there. Full HP on the retake coming in, and now eye towards the back line, finding Thrax in the front as Cart now is looking for Cap. And there you go, as Hulk gets one back onto Sehu. Ube, though, on to Kendrick, and there's that dance floor.
Nice shield as well from the Gamma of Hulk to block the spear of Angela. I walk up on the back line, doesn't connect on the multiple. It looks like it does not. In fact, it's countered by Dynasty, who runs back into the point. So yeah, we lost. Come back from a yo-yo play in main. Overtime ticks down, and there's no portal. It's going to be just this Captain America, who has Freedom Charge. He can stall it out, Chib, but the point is so far away. He's going to have to stall for so long for his team to come back.
Still holding on for the moment, jumping for days, but is going to be picked as OT now ticks down slowly. The Devils let out here from Dynasty after that pick on Sehu, and is going to find two as On God goes down now. Make it three here, bang, as Burrito falls. And yeah, we lost. Or going to take this, I believe, as numbers are still falling even more. Thrax going to find it, and yes, they do. They're at match point here with 2 wins.
Yeah, big plays from them on Celestial Hand and Celestial Volt, and it was such a change in terms of the heroes played too. We went from Punisher, Hawkeye, to Daredevil, and Magic. Like, what a change up, what a play from them on that map. It's a lot of fun to watch these two teams go head to head, and this man, again, getting your MVP is Dynasty, and he's going to keep it up, I believe, moving forward, because the Daredevil gameplay is really enabled by their play style, right? Constantly going in with these Hulks, right? Shielding him, going in, you know, aggressive with Kendrick too. It's nice to see, yeah, we lost, just play such an all-in style in the brawl kind of composition to enable the Daredevil a little bit more.
Yeah, I think, again, Dynasty, just back-to-back MVPs and constantly showing up here, is playing lights out here on the Daredevil. Does a great job just shutting down things like that off angle from Psylocke, even Invis, just tracking Invis at all times and getting a ton of value out of that. Now we're seeing why teams are elected to ban out DD just a little bit now, because, you know, it's just once you start getting those KOs, it does not stop. He is so steamrolly and stacking that over health. Eventually, you know, he is a tough hero to take out, as we see Bendy also performing there with 10 finals, also on Daredevil.
Both teams are kind of having this sort of same ideology where, like, yeah, we lost, can still peel. It feels like they have the hope to come back and shield everybody up, right? You also have the Angel to come back and shield and also get overhealth for her team with her axes too, right? So there's a lot of sort of peel enabled alongside their, like, aggressive dive. So, like, you go in, you got to figure out who to focus, right? Sometimes it's going to be Thrax, sometimes it's going to be Kendrick. It just, you have to take the opportunity where it's given, and it feels like, yeah, we lost this not opening up, not giving that opportunity to Trickster, who are trying to find a way back in this series through maybe changing things to Bendy, putting Bendy onto the Daredevil, and now they're down another map, and this one's map point 2, Shib. So Tricksters, you know, they're going to have to figure it out on this upcoming map.
Yeah, we've seen teams with their backs against the wall show up and perform, and we'll see if they are able to do that. And we'll check that out right after the short break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone. And yeah, we lost, are now at match point with 2 wins on, looking to progress forward in this tournament on the top side bracket. Will they be able to do it, buddy?
They might. I mean, right now, they definitely look like they are a way better team, at least on round number 1. They also show they can play that sort of front-to-back style that is enabled by the Punisher, Hawkeye, and then playing around the back line. I feel like everybody's very well-rounded, but for me, a lot of the standouts have been the strategists, Burrito, Tito, and Ube. They've set up this team pretty well. I mean, everybody's playing strong on their team as well, or rather, on Yeah We Lost side, it was White Armor and Sugu. They've done a good job sort of peeling it off. White Armor as well. After map number 1 has sort of turned things around, and they've been able to live, right? Just keep their backline alive, keep everybody healthy. And on the opposite side, Trickster, they need to keep, on the flip side, Ube and their backline healthy. They go for the Jeff ban. Meanwhile, Mantis on the opposite angle. And they're probably going to do this rocket ban yet again, Shib. So they want to make sure they can get that on Warlock down range. But it's yet another same ban phase because these teams are kind of going even so far.
Yeah, this is going to be Yggdrasil's path. So we might see a triple hold. I'm looking forward to seeing what the teams do there with their answers like we talked about there on matchup 1. But they're going to remove that rocket, and there will be Adam there for Bendy. That's going to keep them in the fight. But Tricksters will be attacking first. Yeah, we lost is going to be defending here, and going to remove that Groot to make sure they don't have to force out something like a Punisher just to burn those walls down.
Yeah, they did the group ban at the very end this time, doing it at the very beginning, and they go for that Hulk Protect alongside the Daredevil. So similar things. The Emma Frost this time not banned, countered by the Protect from Tricksters. So they're enabled by giving that hero up, and now they go for the ban phase for Tricksters after that Hulk Protect.
Yeah, it's interesting and surprising to see the lack of Emma focus in these lobbies. And I think that's just a testament to saying that duelists are definitely on top in terms of carry potential. Emma is definitely a nuisance for Vanguards in the front line and for various Brawl heroes, but not enough from these teams, at least, to be banned out early on across the first 2 matchups we had.
All the difference.
And they go for the Psylocke ban. I like that. Good point, Chip, because, yeah, the Emma Frost, less prioritized unless we're going to places like the Convoy with Yggdrasil Path. And then, yeah, we lost. I think they always go for that last ban based on whatever Tricksters does. So they go for the Emma Protect. They don't want to give up the Psylocke to Bendy, but you maybe don't need to do that every single time. It's fine, I guess, going for it. You know, we know how good Psylocke is too, so it makes sense to want to remove it. Less strategist focus this time around for Yeah We Lost just on that Mantis, and that is a very good point, Chip, because I feel like in the previous Ignite stage, like we saw so many strategist bans, and at the current moment in MRC, it's still up in the air, it looks like, but a little bit more priority towards those DPS, towards those duelists.
And we will begin now the triple. Ooh, they switched off. Yeah, Dynasty's going to be on that Venom. We'll see Angela and Cap, and that's definitely a combination of Vanguards on defense you and I haven't seen a ton. We'll see what Tricksters want to do off the rip to push out the door. Yeah, it is unique, huh?
Yeah, just everybody is playing super mobile characters, as that's kind of the meta. That's kind of the patch, I suppose, right? You could play triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, even with those sort of really mobile characters, not to get picked, right? That's you want to keep coming in, leaving when you're low. We'll see if it works out, right? Like you mentioned, we haven't seen it much, this triple with the Venom, Cap, and Angela. It's going to be a lot of fun to see if it works out, it pans out. Trickster's going for that traditional Cloak and Dagger, trying to hit the Terror Cape and follow up with Shotgun from Bendy.
And there's the commitment there from Sehu onto the back line of Kendrick, who is going to be on that Warlock. Crystals get burned out early here on the side of White Armor, and that's a win for the side of Tricksters. We'll definitely call that out, but Kendrick going to shut down Sehu early on after forcing out those cooldowns, makes him pay for it now. Walking back towards the point, and the Vanguards, you can just look over there, completely healthy, just juking all over the place on point with this very mobile comp like you called out.
Yeah, I mean, Cart sort of the focus for Tricksters, but you can see the healing output. This is what we're talking about, the strategist of yeah, we lost doing a great job keeping Cart healthy. I mean, you can see his HP was falling so quick, but then it was immediately brought back by every single strategist. Grabbed by Emma Frost in the sky, and the heals are there again from their squad. Everybody keeping Cart alive. Great work from the strategist line. Now they go for the counter dive.
Trapsy going to start building that charge, is at 100 now, and you'll see a lot of pros at this level of play using diamonds sometimes to just maintain that 100 charge in these fights, because it is very oppressive to just constantly have double damage on laser available in these brawly style fights on point. And there goes On God on the Dynasty, finding one, but there is going to be the double res available as White Armor now copies up and gets that res out. Everybody going to try to commit to make sure that res gets value, and 4 are back in the fight after Bendy commits that final judgment. Everyone back here again as Dynasty gets a 2-piece there with a huge Feast of the Abyss, and Kendrick cleans up another, and this res comp may be a big problem here for Tricksters.
Huge connection in the follow-up, and now we have 2 minutes on the clock, and that problem still needs to get solved. Tricksters have to think about this a little bit, right? Trying to dive backline might be the play, but Kendrick as well. He'll have his res this time. It was White Armor last time that used his. You build up those ultimates. I mean, Cart's been doing a good job living. The heals have been there on the Captain America. And this is kind of like those strong backline compositions with Rocket Raccoon and the Jeff. Every character right now can just run away. This time, Cart's tracked down. Good shot from Bendy. Finally able to get him.
Still not even at that point, too, though, and that is available with the portal retake. And there is another res from Kendrick, the double res comp. So oppressive now as everyone's back in the fight and on the point again, not even needing to portal back here with Strange. They're still right here, but here comes more commitment as On God finds one. Thraxo going to take out Ube, and that's a nice trade after the fact. Kendrick back in the fight. Post is going to be rezzed up, and the team is still on point right now. Sehu is going to be very aggro towards the back line of Invis. Does find one there and make that 2. As Thrax is still there, but it's reversed back at him now. Tricksters finding 3 and make that 4. Are you kidding? What a fight here from Tricksters now.
A little bit of a strange fight too from Yeah We Lost. Like, I figured maybe we go for the Loki ult there with the copy onto Kendrick to bring everybody back, but in this case didn't. I thought it sounded like he even went for the God of Mischief, but this time still has it available. They have that Heaven's Retribution available too for Tricksters, and they can melt everything ship, right? We do have that Punisher ult.
Yeah, this is the portal play's coming in here, so maybe they just wanted to wait for this next fight, as it's pretty much almost final fight territory now, and everybody's going to have to stagger back in after the dance floor comes back out. Dynasty finding one who's apparently not only a Daredevil player, or you know, Julius in general, looking really clean on Vanguard's White Armor, with the dance floor juking as much as possible, is able to escape there before Final Judgment finds value, and the team is back on point and reset.
Pushed back away by Angela. Card able to find Ube too. Trapsies falls as well. And with that, I mean, that could spell disaster for Trickster, who basically have one fight, and they're still inside their spawn with 15 seconds to go.
What a retake. I mean, that's exactly like we figured. You know, coming back in, Kendrick does have ult available. Tricksters don't have much of an answer. Going to have to find a way to touch here. 3 seconds is exactly the number you need, and the touch does come through in time, as you see there from Sehu. But once more, yeah, we lost with ult advantage. This could be all they need to shut this down before point 1. Looking very practiced here on this composition. Dynasties, heavy engaged. Bang, down goes 1. Tries to find some value. Out goes the crack and impact. That's 3 as Kendrick gets a 2-piece now with a Dark Child, and that could be it here on point 1. Tricksters have a tough win ahead of them if they want to bounce back.
Yep, what a hold. Invisible Boundary pop just on the end cap, 57 meters. All Tricksters are gonna get, and yeah, we lost. I mean, they look pretty formidable at the current moment. They just aren't pressured in terms of the backline. We see like just the cap back there. But usually this Yeah We Lost squad, their Vanguards are taking all of the damage, and they're kept alive. The movement as well. You mentioned how Dynasty on Venom has looked clean so far, and that's definitely true. I mean, he's been able to do so much on Venom. He's been able to live and find KOs with the Feast of the Abyss on the Trickster, where, you know, it feels like the Burrito and Ube, they're pressured out so much throughout this series and so much on that first attack. We'll see if they even want to play triple-triple, because Yeah We Lost. That was a really strong hold, and You know, we know, yeah, we lost can also play against the triple, right? We've seen how Kendrick is on that Punisher. We've seen how they could play with the Hawkeye if they want to go for one-shots, maybe even do something cheesy like the Black Widow. When we saw it Ignite, you could do something like that, but Mantis also not banned out too, right? So that could be interesting to see how we adapt for, yeah, we lost.
Yeah, I think there's some solutions. It's just, is the team comfortable making the switch, right? And that's where, you know, good teams are separated from the very best teams, where they have those, you know, off, you know, not necessarily off meta, but more unique compositions that can shake up something that's really causing you problems. We've seen a lot of Jeff NATO coming in with stuff like that. Storm brought into the fold for extra damage boost. Mantis compositions like you're mentioning. You know, Jeff obviously being removed here, so that is going to take that out of the pool, I do believe, in terms of on the attack for the side of Tricksters. But either way, it's just about, can they find the solution? And they absolutely could not right there. Yeah, we lost, looked so good, as they now will be attacking. This time, Dynasty going to be back on that Hawkeye.
It'll be a lot of fun to see how he plays with it. The Hulk, meanwhile, diving on the back already. And Carr, understanding he's the focus, does have the Snowflake from his Luna Snow, extra heals. And this is the mental game, the mental pressure of these full dive comps, is that your backline's always pressured, and also you're getting shot by a Punisher on the front line. They're already about to lose Bendy. He goes down. Yeah, everybody just runs into that card. That Soul Bond too late from On God.
It begins right now. The team is just keeping this pressure forward and not stopping. That's another pick here from Kendrick. Says, I don't need magic, put me on the Punisher. And just a ton of good focus there, as the front line is just heavily distracting, and they are walking. Portal Play needs to come in here quickly already for the retake after just the first fight. And you can see the momentum here for Yeah, We Lost it's just palpable at this point. Tricksters are going to have to portal back, and it's looking dicey. No real ult advantage here. 73% for Ube, and Burrito at 80. That is their best bet, but Kendrick is available that last stand a little bit sooner.
That through Cart through that portal. Jumps on in. Soul Bond about to be used on that side. Oh, no Soul Bond. All I got goes down, even through Burrito's ult. Does have Cocoon available. No ult on the backside. Burrito frozen too. Meanwhile, Hulk slam dunks that Emma Frost back towards that main in the Hulk ultimate. And I mean, Tricksters, they're able to get some eliminations regardless of all of those commitments from Yeah, We Lost. They were not able to build up Stratus ults in. Tricksters, they might actually hold on to this for now, as that cart was not capped by Yeah, We Lost.
Yeah, really good retake there. That's what they needed to just get confidence back. I think they were struggling maybe a little bit in the confidence department in that first fight, losing it so quickly and decidedly to the side of Yeah, We Lost. And again, yeah, they won that fight. But now, starting up, look at these ults here for Yeah, We Lost. It is very much in their favor. They do not have as much answers. Ube is their best answer, but the rest is available too, as out goes that answer right now with the Invisible Foundry. Final Judgment is launched. And that's a pick there from Card. Kendrick with 2. Dynasty now onto the back line, but the res is available. No, currently down at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he used the Cocoon in the last fight, so he's not going to have his passive, and the portal was just utilized, so you have to stall for way too long if you're Sehu. I mean, we have less than 10 meters to go now for the Yeah, We Lost. The freeze as well comes out towards the spawn, and they close it out. Yeah, We Lost just won against Tricksters in 3-1 fashion. What a fun series that we just got to watch in MRC in that round of 12.
Yeah, those teams were definitely more evenly matched so far from what we saw. But Yeah, We Lost, I mean, especially on Yggdrasil, looking far more dominant. Well-deserved victory there. But shout out to Tricksters, who look like a team that has a ton of potential. And I think they do have the ability to bounce back on this team after doing maybe a little bit of research on their compositions, trying to find a way through it. But a team that definitely was matching them throughout this series.
It was a big one. I mean, I think it's interesting. Let's take a look back at the ban phase, because if I'm not mistaken, like back in it, and we saw the Rocket Raccoon ban for Tricksters and the Jeff ban, and no Rocket ban on the opposite side. I don't know why, you know, we don't have Tricksters trying to run the Rocket. Like, I feel like we could have, right? Like, I mean, we know how strong Rocket Raccoon can be. We know, I mean, yeah, you know Phoenix can be good against it, but you might as well play something like the Rocket and just give yourself that extra res. If you want to play that on Warlock too, I just felt like the backline of Tricksters, like the heroes they played specifically, didn't feel like they fit the situation at hand too much. Honestly, I'd be okay if White Armor instead of Loki was maybe playing the Rocket Raccoon, so they could have those reses on top of it. You maybe don't need that double res, or even instead of Invis something, I don't know, you just kind of want to see the Rocket Raccoon if you're going for that mismatch, right? They're not taking advantage of their ban phase necessarily, and thinking more about removing some of the strong things of the game. And I would like maybe a bit more prioritization towards that Rocket if you're Tricksters.
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I think that's definitely a good call out, but you know, at the current moment was not the decision they made. Again, it goes back to looking at the tapes, right? Seeing where your team is struggling and trying to find these comps that you've realized you needed now that you've been in the moment, and working on adapting to have that in the future. You need to have some certain solutions when your team is struggling like this. Yeah, we lost on that map again. You know, running that triple just far more successfully on defense, and Trickster's just kind of getting walked over right out the spawn door. It cannot look like that.
It can't look like that. We'll see how they look moving forward, as that was an upper bracket match. We'll have to see you guys after this short break for our next series of the day.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들어서 네 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're heading into our third match of the day. An absolute battle where, yeah, we lost. Turns out they do win, came out on top. And now we're going to be heading into Team Guilty versus the Tricksters, a team we actually just witnessed. So now on the lower side of the bracket.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. I mean, we get to see back on these sort of players that we've seen before, but on new teams. You talked about it earlier. We'll reiterate it now again for those of you just tuning in. I mean, a lot of roster shuffling has been happening, and this could eliminate Tricksters and Team Guilty, right? If they lose it, right? We're now into that loser brackets, and you know we have an incredible amount of teams, a lot of really good teams, and I know there's been teams that have also been eliminated, Shib, that we don't get to see, but it's awesome to finally see Zombie 12th yet again, Wizard Dread, Callin, Wonderland. These guys have all been around, and you know, already into the draft phase on Hell's Heaven. Tricksters go for that Venom ban, and we saw Guilty on their other side keeping that Daredevil available, Mantis ban on their angle.
Yeah, it's not a bad choice here. Daredevil has really gotten a ton of value so far in this MRC, and honestly, in Ignite as a whole, very, very strong hero that does a great job shutting down dive potential setups. When you are diving, you typically set up in a location, and Daredevil knows where everyone is at all times prior to their dive. So goodbye to the Groot as well. We've seen a lot of Groot bans today. I think that's just to eliminate some of those big combinations, but honestly surprising me a little bit.
It is very interesting. I mean, Groot is strong. We know that. We also know certain teams love to play it and play this sort of front-to-back kind of composition alongside that. But it is interesting because they already keep that Loki Protect on the opposite angle, understanding that, you know, same thing with the Mantis ban too. They're not really going to have to get, they're not going to be able to get that full team up, but they go for the Rocket Raccoon ban for Tricksters and that Jeff. So prioritizing that Venom on Wizard Dread, we know how good he was before on it, but you know, a lot of these sort of Venom players have picked up Angela recently. That's why he's hovering it. Meanwhile, Psylocke banned on the opposite angle because of how good that hero can be and dies.
Yeah, I'm surprised. A lot of Mantis is being let through in this tournament, although was banned out there. By Guilty, excuse me. You know, Mantis has been let through a lot in this tournament, and that is, you know, in the EMEA side, we've seen just the power of Mantis. I think teams are maybe sleeping on it or just not comfortable on the pick as a whole, but I like the bans from both sides. I do think, you know, when you look over getting rid of Rocket, Venom, and Jeff is just very textbook strong. I think Rocket is a little bit slept on in terms of a ban pick, especially in Domination, where that res is super valuable, and the ultimate, just in terms of getting that alt charge quickly, is very, very fast. So we'll see which team comes out on top. Domination first fight, very important. Who will get that point first?
And this could eliminate some of these teams. And we saw Team Guilty and their players in Ignite stage, right? A lot of those guys, at least Zombie 12 has been around, and unfortunately not getting too far in it, at least not qualifying for the LAN. But, you know, some of these guys have been around for a while, and now, you know, going head to head between Tricksters and Team Guilty. Some players trying to make a name for themselves. Maybe they do it here, right? Maybe, who knows, Ship? Maybe after this, maybe after MRC, we're going to be hearing Burrito Tito every day. You know, he's going to be like the up and coming god, right?
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the MRC as a whole. Again, a tournament in client. You can bring anyone you want. You try to go as far as you can, and it's a ton of fun to be a part of, and it does lend itself to, you know, you can make a name for yourself. So let's see who makes a name for themselves right now, as the first fight will begin shortly. More traditional composition, no crazy portal play off the rip this time. We'll see who comes out on top in the first fight. Cap setting up on the high side there, and you can see now a similar story there for Zombie 12, who is going to go directly onto the backline with Daredevil.
Yeah, ready to go for. I mean, Zombie 12 kind of more known for his flyer heroes, but maybe on this full dive, he can really stand out, and boom, comes in for the dive. Nice job from the soul bond. The heals are here from Trickster's angle, so they're able to peel that off quite well indeed, forcing out some cooldowns as well. Team Guilty going to set up front of the dive, but the Wonderland is so low in the backside angle. Here comes a pull from Steady, brings up inside. Wow. On God, he goes down. Nice pull from Steady.
Yeah, nice pull there. Steady with the first pick, putting numbers up and giving them presence on point. Starts ticking forward now, trying to get that capture. Is going to use every cooldown to stay healthy with that overhealth. Sehu with some good positioning here, and still not able to get that point even down a number at the current moment, as Zombie on the backline is doing a ton of work with distracting, is able to find one on a Sehu, and that should be enough for them to get the point early on here, as Wizard Dread is going to take that high side as well.
Big plays there from Zombie 12, like you mentioned. And Wizard Dread usually on the Venom, this time on the Captain America, who looks like Venom with the symbiotic skin. And
yeah,
walking in now is decided Trickster is playing that front to back style yet again. They need to find picks from Bendy or on God, get the pulls, but last time it was Steady. This time it might be on God. A lot of ultimates too up are also up, Shib. We have the Cocoon available from Bendy, so we know this fight can last a while without a Warlock.
Trapsy taking presence on point now, building that charge up. Out goes to Psionic. This time it will not be matched as one starts walking from the side of Colin, keeping them going. The dance floor out from God of Death now matched right back, this time by Burrito, who's going to put out that invisible boundary. God of Death just juking in and out, trying to keep the team healthy without overcommitting too much into that boundary, getting slowed. It is going to be launched here. God of Death mid-clap is going to start towards the back line of Tricksters, but nobody falls quite yet as everything's being traded, but the HP bars are just not moving. Bendy still has that Karmic Revival, trying to make something happen here, but again, at this point, stall as long as you want. Team Guilty are just trying to make sure they can get to that 70% number and win one fight.
Yeah, big Freedom Charge counters the grab there from On God, and you mentioned points still in favor of Team Guilty. Wonderland falls low. Kraken impact now from Steady on the backside. Trapsy, meanwhile, looking to peel it off, and they do find one. Steady goes down to Trapsy. Zombie 12, though, trades it back. But On God is there to shut down that Daredevil. Another grab from On God, who brings in the Invisible Woman and removes Wonderland back to the spawn.
79% though. Team Guilty doing exactly what they set out to do. Is down they go. Tricksters are going to sweep up, but just got to commit one big fight now. Ult available there for the side of Bendy, who does have that Karmic Revival, and the Psionic Seduction. Burrito going to be close in that fight, but the dance floor and the Psionic from Colin will be the answers here for Guilty in this next fight. Will they be able to press through and force a portal play out at the end here? Or will this be held by Tricksters to try to get some percentage back on them? We will find out right now as the fight begins. Ube is going to keep this pressure at least forward, keeping the heels out, and is going to find one on a God of Death from downtown.
You can see Ube's presence trying to focus specifically on that back line, make sure they're uncomfortable. The follow-up as well from the team, just securing that final hit. I mean, the slow as well from that shift is huge from Ube, but the point cap, meanwhile, from Wizard Greg is forced halfway through. This fight is going to be hard, like you said, because of that Karmic Revival. If they can force out Cocoon here, that'd be huge, but at least they get that Regen Domain out. Steady also picks off one.
Yeah, good pick there by Steady, putting them back up. A lot of cooldowns being burned there from Wizard Dread, forcing it out in the backline with that dive, but the res comes through. Numbers evened out once more. Sehu's still holding on, but it does force out that ult, which is a win, but Tricksters now have even ult spread at the current moment and will potentially hold to try to even out the percentage. A really good job holding this point and just forcing them down the choke. But Zombie is able to find one on the Bendy, and out goes that Psionic. This gets one walking. We'll see the kick right to the wall. Good work there as Trapsy is going to find that one.
And this is why, well, by the way, Copy comes out on this defensive hold. Trickster doing a good job, still holding on to that God of Mischief. I believe Burrito popped it. They want to keep pushing forward and using Invisible Boundary aggressively. And for Team Guilty, I would like to see them try to disengage a little bit more, right? Like sometimes not overcommit in these fights that, you know, are a little out of position for them sometimes. Like we could see that Emma Frost got so much value in that last fight. I mean, Trapsy set himself up perfectly, and Team Guilty walked in, assuming they could be kept alive by that dance floor. Calling on the left side, going for the portal. Is it there in time, though?
Yes, it will be at the last possible percentage. Again, folks, you got to touch within the last 3% in order for the OT to start. Keep that in mind as the whole team is getting pushed backwards now. Trapsy playing very aggro there on point set. Who goes up in the media ram? Wonderland is just trying to stay healthy. It is able to juke that for the current moment inside that location. As Sehu now finds one on the Zombie, and now Tricksters are in the point to push through and get this win at 99%. There goes some commitment from Wizard, who's now starting up with a Freedom Charge. The whole team coming in with a ton of overhealth. Wonderland trying to head towards the back line, at least with one pick is going to find Ube, and that'll even the numbers once more and give them a res. Should be up in their favor. Bendy, though, going to find Steady, and once again, now Tricksters are walking back towards point, using some of that animation cancel, and the Psionic towards the back line.
And Bendy needs to go down here if they want a chance. Team Guilty does, because he's got that red. Sonic Seduction as well. Runs out. Here comes that Daredevil, letting the devil out, and nobody goes down until it's just getting killed now. On God does fall. The res is there from Bendy. Invisible Boundary also to keep them healthy from Burrito. God of Death. Dance floor is eventually going to run out. They have the Invisible Boundary advantage. Ube doesn't have his just yet, but it's going to be matched 1-for-1 on the backside. Soul Bond also just used.
And they're going to have to try to find Ube now, which at this point is just a little bit too late, and that's all about alt tracking and making sure you prio the right target. Out goes that boundary, will get matched right back, and that is going to be the Venn diagram we talked about. Everybody healthy on point, just building alt charge as fast as humanly possible. On God, though, going to find one. Do we see two? We do. Will this be the clutch moment right here for Tricksters? Yes, as On God is getting 3. Is there 4? Yes, it is. What a pop-up play with the Kraken impact. A Penta and a Hexa to take home map 1.
Whew, what a closeout there from On God. Frozen Airfield is heating up. We're going to Super Soldier Factory. where these legends are built. And Shib, it's as you call, the Kraken impact, massive. On God's follow-up, huge. And it was a really tough fight, I think, for Team Guilty, man. Like, looking back at it, we saw an aggressive invisible boundary play, and I like it. You know, you want to claim that space, you want to push forward, but unfortunately, their duelists just weren't close to the duelist ultimates compared to Tricksters. Like On God was a little bit closer. We saw, you know, mainly just him, honestly. Like, he was way close to that ultimate. And Team Guilty, they just didn't have any follow-up besides just Daredevil's raw damage output and maybe a hook through that invisible boundary, because On God able to get that target focus with his back line and find those eliminations early, even through that invisible boundary onto a Luna Snow that was really should be safe, but can't be kept alive by that invisible boundary, and she goes down, and that results in, like you call, the hexa kill from On God, who has made a name for himself in the last series. They lost it, obviously, against Team We Lost, but, you know, Tricksters as well, really kind of creating a little bit of a name for themselves in this lower bracket run in the round of 13, which we are now in.
Yeah, looking very strong on that retake, just playing lights out after being down, I believe, 80%. So what a play there by the side of Tricksters, who definitely have the ability and the confidence to take this home. Guilty now going to be a little bit more on their heels, but they do have the Angela switch up here from Wizard Dread to try to find some off-map potential onto the front line. Everybody going to be juking now. It's a very strong Angela map as the boundaries go up. Steady on the off angle is pressured away to drop backwards. Bendy walking forward now. Out goes the Psionic here from Trapsy, who is going to try to be looking towards Angela in the sky, who does escape. And it's a lot of focus on that Angela for not finding that pull, so good work there. And just negating that ultimate. On God on the off angle once more, finding a pick, playing lights out on Bucky and keeping that ball rolling. The whole team at the side of Guilty switching up composition now are going to be using that team up with Hella and Namor.
This Loki stuff right now, they're just able to control so much space. You saw that Hell on a high ground, but not able to get away, not able to live. And with that call and fall solo, has to run away. No presence by the point controlled by Guilty. And that's just on God and Bendy really controlling his off angles. And On God again finds Steady. Oh, brutal, man. I mean, Steady in his last two fights not having a good time.
Good angle here now. On God definitely looking incredibly strong for this team, who's already at 35% and counting on point. Team Guilty with heavy ult advantage needs to commit in this fight and make something happen to take this point back. It's Trapsy with a nice pick there and forcing out the dance floor from God of Death. Guilty already a little bit down, losing a ton of value in that fight alone. Colin is going to be able to find one though and put it back towards their favor walking forward, as On God did have Kraken impact going down right there. So a good pick, but once more forcing out that dance floor from God of Death is a big win for Tricksters. Let's see if they can maintain pressure on the point at 60% and climbing.
We're going to get on the backside from Bendy. Nice job by God of Death to take him out, though. And the Cocoon, actually, that canceled his ult. He didn't even get the ult off, so he's not even able to res his team back in his Cocoon. Huge job from God of Death and Team Guilty to find him with that Heaven's Retribution from Wizard Dread. So huge game, huge win there for Team Guilty as Trickster sent back to the spawn without an Adam Warlock ult.
In the fight once more, ult advantage up here for Tricksters, who are at 64%. Team Guilty with the retake, 21% in climbing. Do have 3 ults available. Steady going on to that Goddess of Death in the sky in terms of damaging ultimates. Colin ready with the setup from Psionic Seduction, but you look over at Trickster and virtually every ult available here besides Bendy at the moment, who had a big res, but see if they can make something happen and get this retake once more. Take home map 1. Bendy with that early pick onto Steady is a good start, I'll tell you that. Driving the back line back into their in-stores on the back bottom side, and Wizard Dread juking on the high side is going to hit the low ground and set up full HP. Out goes that Venn diagram back and forth.
That's able to trade back one. Bendy with the trade as well, and Burrito with the copy does have that God of Mischief onto his Adam Warlock, and will res On God back in. Wizard Dread with the pull off the map, and he's in the pit, I believe, but Sehu will be brought back with that res into the fight, and meanwhile Bendy keeps everybody healthy. Double Adam Warlock now is here. Wizard Dread trying to look for more off maps and needs to hit them for them to have a chance. Wonderland able to take down Trapsy and On God before the res is even available now from Bendy.
Yeah, good follow-up there by Steady to just clean up the pull from Wizard, and that was going to be enough to buy them enough presence on point. 80% in climbing. Might force out a portal play. Tricksters had ult advantage a few times. Guilty doing a good job not overcommitting. Now should have almost 5 available in this final fight if it is a decent sustain. Almost 90% now. Not going to have the portal quite yet, but the next person to fall from Trickster likely portals back, and that can start getting dicey if you lose a strategist or something like that. But the fight begins once more. Can Guilty hold on and make this a 1-1 series?
It's this high ground take right now. Trapsy also with the Sonic Seduction grabs the Emma Frost and kicks her into the team. Still got that Carbon Crush available, I believe. Meanwhile, Resident Dread on the high ground trying to get a pull, gets 1-1. Bendy with the res to stay alive, by the way. He was brought into the pit, gets floats because of the resurrection, so using that ult to try to live a little bit longer creates a little bit of opportunity for his team, but they're down a member of the squad.
Meteor is going to be blocked there, I believe. Early on by Colin as Zombie gets one on Ube up in the high side again. The Goddess of Death from Steady. This one will get one on Asehu, make that two. Followed up and clean up there from Colin. The portal play comes through, but the Goddess of Death in the sky is a little scary, and Zombie doing a good job with that reduction into healing, able to find Bendy, and that's enough to push this to map 3. Team Guilty now looking very strong.
Tied it up. We're going to Eldritch Monument now, and I don't know about that res play. I mean, honestly, the main reason why Tricksters were just losing that round specifically is because we barely saw any value out of Warlock reses. Like, it just felt like they were waited out or, you know, canceled, or, you know, we would use them over the top of a pit of lava and then fall down immediately into it without, like, a cocoon, right, Shiv? Like, that was interesting. You know, I want to see that back in the replay too, because I believe that's what happened. You know how we saw that in Ignite? You know, a crazy res play by, was it Delena? Who did it again? I think it might have been, no,
believe it was Kurova. It was Kurova
yeah.
who then got picked. So used that float after getting picked on the passive to get back on map, and it ended up working so well. That was a crazy play.
Yeah, maybe Bendy was like remembering that play, except he just forgot that he doesn't have his cocoon. So it's like he like just did it. He's like, oh, nobody's dead. I'm just gonna fall now and go down. But I'll have to watch that later. We'll see what exactly happened. Trickster now, you know, they do have that Kraken impact ship in the second fight. Same thing with the Invisible Boundary. Team Guilty does as well. And honestly, they fought very strongly around Wizard Dread in this Heaven's Retribution. But Burrito Tito does have that God of Mischief and God of Death on the opposite side, not close to their ultimate. So going to be huge sort of pressure on Colin to find value out of his Sonic Seduction in the middle of this fight, maybe towards the end.
Yeah, you want to be looking towards that Loki too for that potential cancel, and that's a big target there for the side of Emma. You want to try to cancel, at least, you know, silence the chance of using that ult as soon as you know Loki's close. So it's all about ult tracking now, but Colin going to commit early on instead and look towards the front line. Out goes that boundary from Ube to counter right back. Trapsy building ult, but Burrito is ready for that copy on God as well. There goes the copy now. Ready and launched, I do believe, is on God, is holding on to the Kraken impact. Just fighting time now until that ult is needed to be used. Trapsy holding the presence on point. A Zombie on the high side is going to start throwing some squids out, but nobody's down yet. Psych Eye Light on God goes down. Burrito now copying, and Born again goes the side of On God. Calling on the Sehu. Bendy falls, but everyone back in the fight from the res. Can they hold on the lower side of the map?
Yeah, the PvE game mode has nothing on this. I mean, you saw how many squids are on the point from everybody going down, and the undead squids definitely removed by the other side, by the opposition. Meanwhile, God of Death now filled up to the dance floor. It's been a very long fight. They take advantage. Zombie 12 to the third, finds multiple. Bendy goes down with the cocoon. Doesn't get a res off first. They can track down this cocoon afterwards. He cancels it. And we're heading back to the spawn again. Team Guilty taking advantage of these Atom comps, and Tricksters aren't playing around it very well at all.
Yeah, agreed. I think that was just really well played there by Guilty, just to wait out all those cooldowns. There's a ton of commitment on ultimates, including copy and res, and we saw a lot of offensive attempts at plays, but once more, just staying and looking down that LOS, consistently just pressuring them into that back corner. All those res were for naught. They couldn't get out the door, and they paid for it as soon as Wizard came in and got that early grab. Swing away from point. Trapsy now gonna press forward, does have that psionic ready for action. The Dirge goes out and hits the back line, and that's gonna be some damage reduction, or excuse me, healing reduction as the whole team now resets. Bond gets launched, and Zombie does have the whale available. The Horn of Proteus comes down. Will this land heavy? It does from Zombie with a clean two-piece, and followed up as the entire team falls. And once again, Team Guilty 50% on and counting, but the rest comes through.
Back in the fight, they also have Invisible Boundary ready to go. Trapsy commits that Sonic Seduction, doesn't connect onto anybody. It looks like the answer is no. Colin utilizing that Diamond Shield to block off the damage. They also want to re-engage with that dance floor, but oh, Wonderland! He gets pushed out of it by Sehu. Great job on the Magneto. Opens it up. Now he comes down with the Meteor M. Where's he looking for? Is it that Luna Snow? He runs away and looks for that Vanguard on the front line. Wizard Dread falls, and Bendy's there with the follow-up. Meanwhile, they're down one strategist. It's only on Luna Snow. Meanwhile, on the high ground, 1v1. On God wins it, and also comes down into Steady to find another one. They finally win a fight on this round.
We've seen Tricksters do it before. They take point back, and they do not let it go. Guilty needs to lock in here on a big ult fight and come through if they, if you're looking for Team Guilty to take this home. Tricksters just needs to play very, very safe until they can build these ults back and have some answers. Right now, On God, the only ult available, potentially trying to counteract something, but you typically want some sort of combination here when you are looking at Phoenix. Not a lot of answers right now in terms of what that could be with, besides Sehu, who's not even close to ult at the moment. Colin now going to take the space right back. Full Crystal, if that gets popped, it is 25% HP. Got a death now. Ooh, back cap potential. Does not come through, but a good idea. Has got a death now. Gets Burrito.
Wizard Red's actually one of the best players doing that. Colin goes down during his ult. Oh no, nice job by Craftsy though. And meanwhile, Bendy's there again. So in this neutral, where it looked like it was really benefiting this offensive or the retake side, Bendy comes back though, brings it in to an even fight. They need to find a little bit more. Dirt towards that point. Gets that heal reduction onto On God. Zombie 12 with the follow-up. The whale on the inside is there, but the bubbles doesn't get on the ground. So the Invisible Woman's still alive. They also come back through with the Sonic Seduction and the Invisible Boundary.
Wow.
So with that, they find both Steady and Zombie 12. Kick in the face. Wonderland back to the spawn. They somehow lived out that Namor ult.
Wow, Tricksters are not done yet. Same old song and dance here, where they're just able to hold on to this point like it is their job. Steady ready here with an ultimate available in terms of the Goddess of Death on the high side. There will be a dance floor from God of Death, which is a little tricky after mentioning that ult. As we start off once more, Colin trying to press forward. It's all about touching before or at 97 and above, and that will come through now. 95 on. Touch comes through. Bendy, though, onto Wizard Red is a good start for Tricksters now. Out goes Bond. Here comes Phoenix. Ensong Inferno, bang, onto the back line. Still healthy and holding on. At the moment is Wonderland with some good repositioning.
Nice job moving away. Here comes the Meteor M in the high ground. Does smack down into a dance floor, but that Luna Snow skates away back to her squad in the 3-stack with the Invisible Woman. They all get low, but no elims yet. Burrito Tito towards that point. Invisible Boundary available. They toss it in. They have an advantage in terms of ultimates, but the Dirge slows down the healing inside that Invisible Boundary. Regardless, this backline is just getting pressured too much by Trickster.
Yeah, I mean, Tricksters just are a masterclass of holding this point. Trapsy with the 2-piece there, and that is a dangerous spot here for Guilty, who should not have the ability to come back if these picks come through at the right time. And no, they don't. Tricksters come through and take home game 1.
Big game from Tricksters, especially as a rebound from the last series in this lower bracket. A big first map win enables them to kind of keep things moving forward, right? Because we saw they actually did win, I believe, the first map against, we lost on Domination. So this is a really solid squad on Domination. You can see it's close every time, but they make it work, right? Last time it was a reverse sweep. This time it's, winning round one, losing the second round, and then having a very, very dominant third round results in these stat lines, right? Taking a look at it overall, it was excellent work as a whole squad. On God, obviously standing out, but Trapsy, I mean, that was a really good game from him. You could see nearly 30k damage. And on Emma Frost, it did feel like we said his name a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially at the end there when they were just trying to hold the front line and keep him in that choke. I think there was multiple 2 pieces. There was an engagement there at one point, I believe from Colin on the Emma. I'd have to double check, where it pulled Crystal during Sonic Seduction from the opposition's Emma, popped that Emma, and then went towards the back line. Getting rid of an ult and just deleting the frontline Emma is just so much value, especially when you're trying to get percentage back. And at that point, they had ult advantage just walking off that. So yeah, again, big plays there from Trapsy.
I think we take a look back at it as well, Shib. Like if on that map specifically, it did feel like, realistically, they just didn't get any picks on these Adam Warlock ults. They didn't like cancel them like they were previously, right? Like the biggest thing was on that third round. I mean, we did see value out of Adam Warlock. We did see, value out of the Loki. And we just saw like the duelist kind of slow down. There was less sort of, high sort of volatility plays, and it results in the Adam Warlock comp eventually winning.
Yeah, and Bendy was getting a lot of those early picks as well. Similar story, finding neutral picks, even in the beginning of the final fight on the first pick onto Angela. So just so well played.
Absolutely well played, and we'll see if it continues on moving forward on map number 2 after this short break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. fireworks. Maximum pulse.
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone. As we just saw, Tricksters take home a W against Team Guilty. Both of these teams are looking very matched, dead even across the board. Looking forward to seeing how this series pans out as we head over to Hall of the Jolly.
Yeah, Hall of the Jolly, the next map type up or map up rather, and Team Guilty, down in that last map, but based on what we saw, we've seen some nice things out of Zombie 12. We've seen some good plays out of Wizard Dread, excuse me. We need to see something more out of the squad in terms of living, right? I want to see if they can play the Adam Warlock comps maybe alongside those sort of styles. But for Team Tricksters, they definitely have the up and up advantage off that previous map off of Domination, where they definitely succeed, it looks like.
Yeah, and we saw the side of Guilty pulling out that new Namor Hela team up, which I think from what we've seen in Ignite, it's most successful on a map like this. And Hall of the Jolly, I think there's a lot of just good squid location and high side angles you can take with Namor and Hela that really work out well, especially the long lines of sight that are available on this map. But it's funny because as I'm talking about that, even the last matchup we witnessed was very brawl focused and it worked out. So, this map definitely has a lot of different angles you can take, but locking in of the Atom, removal of the Venom, and the Mantis is textbook so far.
I like that so far. Meanwhile, Tricksters, they do get the Adam Warlock yet again, and that's a little bit scary based on what we've seen from On God. Also, we know he has that Bucky in play. Daredevil, meanwhile, protected for Team Guilty, and they played it in the last map, and it did look solid on round number 1. Then they went away from it, Ship. That was pretty interesting, that sort of decision to go back to that Hela Namor comp instead of that Daredevil dive. And I don't think that was the right choice, honestly. Like, in hindsight, obviously, it might have been good to just keep diving, keep going aggressive. Did you ban out the Venom this time around, though?
Yeah, I think sometimes teams fall into the mentality where if they lose a few fights, their comp is just not it. But it's not always the case. It can be a multitude of reasons why you lost the fight, right? Like it's about cooldown management, positioning, like you mentioned. And we saw a lot of success from those teams when they were running that composition and then switching up to try to counteract. It just never seemed to work out for them. But removal of Rocket here and the Loki, again, surprised to see the amount of Loki removal, but it goes to knowing your opponent and just what you can do with that double res comp, which makes sense to me.
Yeah, and you talked about how the high side people can control it with the Namor, with the Hela. You can do the same thing on Loki, right? So we'll see what that sort of enables. And also, it's definitely a targeted strategy for the side of Tricksters to get rid of the Venom. We saw Wizard Dread is not necessarily a one-trick Venom, but you could tell he's really good at Venom. And his other heroes are solid too, but specifically his Venom is definitely dangerous. So that makes sense to put him onto like Angela, force him onto another diver that's maybe not as strong as like a Venom. And they also get the Captain America Protect to make sure he could play one of those heroes too with this hyper mobile comp that they're setting up for. Tricksters, though, they understand that idea. Maybe we'll see if a targeted ban comes out on the opposite angle, knowing that they want to play aggressive. Maybe it's that Jeff ban at the very end.
And goodbye to the Bucky, who has had a ton of value in this tournament and virtually every tournament. Bucky, just a very strong hero right now, locking in Cap, that Freedom Charge. It enables aggressive plays and defensive plays, is essentially another strategist ult. And the final ban out is going to be that Hela, making sure they can't run that composition. That's a smart ban out, just targeted based on what they saw in the last lineup here. And Trickster's going to be defending first. Guilty on the attack. Zombie going to be on that Daredevil. And we will see the Phoenix come into play from Steady.
Yeah, I'm curious how they play this. And it's maybe this Team Guilty team as well are just so used to running a 2-2-2 style, and you can still play 2-2-2 even with that Jeff if you want to. But it is interesting that I think in the macro of it back at Ignite Grand Finals and in general, it does feel like we've seen a lot of Jeff, but not today in this matchup. Maybe Burrito Tito will play some of it.
I think you need to have Jeff available at the current state of the meta. Whether, we saw, for example, some even duelists are able to run when it comes to Jeff. You need to have somebody that has it in the pocket so it's a bannable target. If the team is able to just not deal with that Jeff ban, it enables them to get far more focused on your heroes that you run well. Jeff is essentially like a threat ban where if you don't get rid of it, you should have a really strong comp that you can run. But if they don't have to worry about it, that's just a big advantage in the ban phase, and I think they're taking advantage of it.
Absolutely, and now Team Guilty on attack. We'll see what they want to do, right? We know the portal plays, rotate around the backside on the high ground. Tricksters, rotation matters. Maybe they'll go to their own main, the Team Guilty's main. Depends. Like, Wizard Red's going to go for the portal. I don't think he's going to stay on Doctor Strange. He might. Oh, wait, they canceled it with Phoenix.
Yeah, what a stun out there. Beautiful play by Bendy from downtown with the stun. Going to lock that out, and the whole team knows that they don't have to worry about that right now. Portal down, 3-minute cooldown, 44 seconds is when that will be available for them, as the fight will likely start down main. We've seen in the past the teams take up. Yes, they are going to go in building. I think that's what we've seen from actually Tricksters in the past. Now Guilty doing the same thing.
On the high ground, and that bridge still available, by the way, not broken by the side of Tricksters. Maybe wanting them to rotate back there. It's interesting to see that rotate eventually come through. They can also break it on that rotation. Meanwhile, Zombie 12 dropping below. Rotate it around to that mega health pack side, and Bendy trying to control that high ground. Meanwhile, has to do a steady FPS. That was a little bit too far, and he's running for it, just out of position slightly.
Really good shot there by Steady, trying to get one back on them as Bond goes out now for the side of Tricksters. That's a big cooldown down as Colin now takes presence on point, looks towards the front line, and really good movement there by Sehu in the back line focused. Sehu fully healed up with Dread now on the engagement on towards that back line is going to be a threat, and one goes down as On God falls. God of Death taking out Sehu. Wonderland on a burrito, and that is everyone as the portal play needs to come through. Not sure there'll be enough time. I don't think there is. So that is point one quickly by Guilty.
These rotate plays, these portal plays can always be very clean, right? They set them up on the high ground. Trickster sort of not fully understanding as a team where to rotate. Like Bendy went up to the height to try to control it, didn't have a lot of support up there, and falls. So with that, Guilty take it. Zombie 12th now still on the Daredevil, able to set up on these dives with Wizard's Red. That combination is what Team Guilty needs to continue on. Meanwhile, Trickster has to peel it off with Trapsy to force off those dives, and also maybe connect to the Meteor M coming up in the second fight with Sehu. Meanwhile, Jeff Ultimate to counter the side of production in that main angle, but no elimination found just yet.
And Colin is able to find On God. God of Death now onto Bendy. Zombie onto Ube, and they are still walking forward. Team Guilty looking very strong again on the back of the... Oh, honestly, duels popping right now, but God of Death there onto Trapsy. Zombie onto Sehu once more, and they are keeping this point rolling with 4 minutes and 11 seconds on.
You called it. I mean, this backline's been a little bit too safe, right? Both strategist players haven't struggled too much in terms of living, and Tricksters understanding that want to switch things up. They put Sehu off of Magneto, over to Captain America, Bendy act over to the Daredevil, but they're getting aggressively dove upon by Zombie 12. He goes a little bit too far, though. Trapsy shuts him down, and this point's not fully capped. That could have been a mistake.
Yeah, that is true. That might have been what bites them here, but a good grab now. Very low Colin is able to hold on at the moment as Ube has to walk backwards. And the Cap presence getting back towards the team, keeping them healthy so they can maintain this position. Really good angle here as Ube finds one onto Steady, and that puts them up a number, but out goes that dance floor, which gives Guilty a ton of time. 10 seconds on here. Play a little more aggro and try to get ult at least in their favor. Out goes Let the Devil Out now. Trapsy able to find Wonderland. God of Death goes down from Sehu. Make that 2 as Colin falls. Bendy on the Wizard. And that's a good retake here from Trickster.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the switch up of Sehu going over to Captain America has been massive. He's been able to touch that cart, kind of stall it out. We've seen a lot of really good Cap players not only prioritize dives, but also just make sure that the attacking team doesn't have any space when it comes to cart. And Team Guilty now have to worry about that, right? He's been so far so good in terms of Sehu. They walk up with that Ensong Inferno. They have a combination with Burrito, with that dance floor to give him the damage boost, but Team Guilty, meanwhile, could slow it down with the Sonic Junction in the middle of it. They have to live inside this invisible boundary. We'll see where they want to put it.
Sonic is available, as discussed. Team Guilty might see something with the Phoenix combo here. Wonderland holding on to that boundary. Psych Light gets launched at the exact same time as Ube. Nobody ahead, but Ube goes down, though, with some good focus from the side of Guilty now. Up a number and up an ultimate, at least for the moment. Down it goes now. On God hits the high side. Will that come in heavy? It does. Right onto Wonderland now. And they are still holding on here. Tricksters trading numbers right back. Sehu with 3. Are you kidding me? As Zombie trying to find 1 is able to do so, but does go down from Bendy. And yeah, Tricksters in these fights have started to show up as alts are still kind of in their favor.
Yep, the combination of On God and Burrito Tito throughout is what enabled them, right? They lose Ube, but it doesn't end up mattering because On God doesn't go down. Also, meanwhile, Steady has to deal with him in the skybox, building up towards that ultimate again. On God combining with Burrito gave him the fight win. They also don't have the combination on Team Guilty's side, right? They just have Ensong at the current moment. God of Death has had a little bit of a harder time on attack now. For 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. And they have to rely heavily on duelists here without any strat ults against the Sonic Seduction. It's going to be hard, I think, for the attacking team.
And the engagement goes down. Out goes that Ensong Inferno. He's going to burn cooldowns, but does not burn anyone. But on God, Bendy with 2. Sehu now going to find Steady as Bendy is just chasing down Matt. Matt's in, or excuse me, that's going to be Cap as Cap is able to walk away just for the moment. A ton of movement there, but some animation cancels from the side of Sehu. He's going to be able to take out Colin here. Nice work there on the chase down, and they are still holding on to this point. At this point, the cart is no longer in nearly as dangerous of a position.
Yeah, still backing up at the current moment. I mean, it's been fight after fight. The Tricksters are winning, and also they're close to their own dance floor. They just used Ensong Inferno and Let the Devil Out on Team Guilty's side. They go for the long flank ship. Look at this all the way around that backside, but it's barely even a difference here, honestly. I mean, they get a little bit more cover, but they have to back out down main. And we're basically entering last fight territory. We're going to be seeing some portal plays coming through shortly. God of Death falls below. Zombieland finds it on God. Bendy also falls, so both duelists are moved. And floor as well to keep up this fight. Ube pops the invisible boundary to just try to stall for a little bit longer, but surely don't find any eliminations here. Trickster's committing more. They do pop that Sonic Seduction. Doesn't find any eliminations, though, on the back angle. It looks like the answer is no. They lose both strategists in the delayed fight as Zombie close cleaned it up. The Freedom Charge is now here. They still want to win this shit, but it's a lot of commitment, and they're getting staggered out. They back up for now.
Yeah, and that was a good fight there on the side of Colin, starting off with the thighs out, cries out from Emma, able to make another play happen as Traxy goes down, On God goes down, and Guilty are looking strong once more. Steady holding on to the Ensong. The dance floor, or excuse me, the boundary ready to counter this dance floor from Burrito, but the dance floor does come out. On God might see a damage boost combination here if On God's available, but it looks like that will not be the case, as it is no longer going to be the fate of both worlds. Zombie is going to be able to find Ube. Here comes, oh, a huge ult onto Bendy, make it 2 now as Burrito falls there from Steady, who is now looking like they will take point 2 as Zombie takes out On God. The numbers are dwindling, the portal is there, and that will be it. They're heading towards point 3.
Yeah, a little bit of a too far of a we got another AFK. Okay, that was pretty funny. There's a late portal, and then they just got a death just on the cart, tweeting on the payload or something, or Xing on the payload. Not sure what bro is doing. You know, I guess he is the god of death. You know, back to the spawn doors. Want to just go back to his domain. Right now, Team Guilty, you have to Let the Devil Out on their engage. Meanwhile, On God as well with that Ensong Inferno shib upcoming. In this sort of angle, I want to see how he uses this. Is it going to be on like a low roof so he can't break it in time? It's going to be interesting to see because that's the only ult right now for Trickster.
And just a back and forth, the battle here. Cap on the front line. Bendy going to commit really quick, like with a Let the Devil Out. Going to find 1 onto Wizard Dread. Make that 2 now as Zombie goes down. Looking very strong. Now heading back towards the opposition. Trickster chasing down those traps, but not able to get to them as Emma is doing a great job blocking, just keeping that space away. Trapsy now trying to get that laser charge up is at 100%, and that means double damage. Might see the change here into diamond form, but no, instead is going to use that psionic and try to find one. Is able to get Emma moving forward. The dance floor gets popped now, looking towards Colin, who's still holding on healthy, but that will not be enough. Burrito now is going to be having that invisible boundary available. Ube's dance floor still here for the moment. A few seconds left, and God of Death is no longer dancing towards point.
I don't know how Zombie 12 just lived there. Like, bro should have definitely died. I don't know how he just sort of bounced around, dove around, nobody getting him, but now you have to deal with these ults. Here comes Steady in the sky to land down on the back line with Colin. They connect on the two with the Sonic Seduction, gets the follow-up on the Ensong Inferno, and in overtime, Team Guilty do it again.
Yeah, they're just clutching up when they need to, and they are now going to keep this point moving. It will be a final fight on point for essentially point 3. There will be no ults available besides Trapsy, who is very close but needs to get a few more seconds on point to make that happen. 82%. Space is already owned here from the side of Team Guilty, and when you have Wizard on that cap, you know your backline is already being pestered. Zombies ready to dive with Wizard to try to make a play on that backline, but that commitment won't start until they get out that door. And here they are now. The fight will begin. Bendy trying to head towards Wizard to stop that from happening, and that is good damage, and Wizard does fall there. Bendy with good focus. Now looking towards the... Oh my goodness! Goodbye, Wizard Dread. And that is exactly what the side of Tricksters needed to do to hold on a point, but there goes that Psionic Seduction from Trapsy, trying to take Steady, who is in just really good positioning, protecting that backline against Sehu, who is going to drop back towards point. And Tricksters now on the defense have OT ticking down.
I mean, they're trying to block off the heels of the Cinema Frost, and they do so well. Colin goes down, the Ensong Inverse Inferno to close it out, and Team Guilty gets staved off. Trickster, great hold towards the very end, man. And it was looking like Team Guilty had that momentum, but then they got picked off, right? You saw that freeze from Ube. Ube also gets the elimination. You said Bendy was there with the follow-up, and it was 100% true. Bendy stepped up towards the very end alongside Ube with that freeze. And a great hold, too, to not allow them to cap out the full map, because we've seen it happen today in overtime and even in the past, where you can cap, if you cap out the full map, definitely enables you in the future for capping out the whole or for winning the whole map. And right now, Tricksters, you know, they're gonna switch sides, right? Move over, and they had a really good second phase shift. That's the most important thing. Like, I feel like we saw so many plays from them, and you know, the negation of anything Team Guilty were trying to do with some really good ult timings results in now, you know, Team Guilty not full capping out the map. It could have been a lot worse, I'm saying, for this defense.
Yeah, agreed. I think Guilty was clutching up in the OT so consistently. I think they're a team. We've seen some teams be able to do that, where they really lock in when they're in dire situations. And, you know, that's that clutch gene we talk about. But now we are going to see if Tricksters can get that attack in the same fashion. These teams have really been pushing through point 1 so consistently, quickly, with these crazy off-angle plays are now become common plays instead of walking it down main, which you might see on ladder. And that's what these teams do well. They don't give damage to the front line when it's not necessary. You don't want to feed those strategists ultimates, so instead they will take fights slow, try to find off angles, and commit together to make sure their damage is pointed and actually has value, instead of just farming the backline ult so strategists can heal everyone up. And here comes a portal play to allow them to do just that.
A different setup this time, and I feel like, you know, this packs more than any, this meta, season 4.5, before we see the trailer of season 5 soon. Really, these strategist plays have been huge, right? We've seen so many force physics at the right time, countering a whole ultimates, pulling in players to find picks. We're really seeing so many high-level strategist plays with the Luna Snow Invisible Woman backline. Personally, I love to watch it. The freeze from On God sets that up too.
There's a dive from Sehu now. The whole back line patty caking for days now. Good positioning, but good damage out there from Sehu, who does have that shield throw available. Walking backwards now towards Ube, who's going to essentially reset the health bar and find one through it. And that's the value of the clap as Colin goes down now, while the healing was priority. Wow, get down to 50 HP. Still going to be able to maintain that spot. The res comes in here, and I think that's a little aggressive, but it ends up working out. We're going to heal the front line, so that did work, but can they maintain this presence? I don't believe for long, as Trapsy takes out Wonderland, and a second falls. A really good job here from Tricksters now.
Yeah, I mean, they pass cap the point, and like you said, Ube, huge shot from him. And this is why the balance changes as well matter so much. And I think this is the way that kind of rivals would benefit from moving forward, right? Like having a character having a worse like ultimate charge rate because of how slow she builds it up, and then you trade it off for more damage, right? I think strategists don't necessarily need to be full heal bots, right? Just making sure your team is healthy at all times. A lot of the value of strategist is in the utility, and sometimes that utility is just found in pure damage.
Yeah, agreed. I could not agree more. You've seen a lot of big plays there from Invis and Luna in terms of just raw final hit potential. So out we go right now up in the high side with the end song. Damage boost coming through. We'll find a two-piece, and that's that feared combo you need to be careful of when the dance floor is out. Keep your eyes on Phoenix and do not allow that end song to land, as everybody will go down now as Team Guilty is going to take this retake and own it.
Yeah, I think, the composition-wise as well kind of allows these Phoenixes to get ults off a little bit easier, too. It's harder to burn, I think, their ultimates with the comps, right? You don't get the sparks on the Phoenix ult. You also, have a Daredevil. Like, he can barely help with deleting the Phoenix ult as it falls to the ground, right? You rely on your strategist in terms of Luna Snow to find it. So both Phoenixes getting value. Now we get to see On God take his turn potentially with Ube. But maybe these pickoffs happen as he's being stunned in the back.
Hollander start up here with the end song Inferno looking upwards. Has one walking back now, and Wonderland is going to pop that boundary. Trapsy is going to be able to find Wonderland almost in that all, but it does end, but still a great pick there, putting Tricksters now up a number on the attack. End song Inferno lands. Burrito on to God of Death. Ton of damage onto the front line of Colin. Burrito! Come on now.
Yeah, we're seeing the peak performance of a lot of strategist gameplay today. Burrito Tito, maybe a name that we'll have to write down moving forward. Team Guilty now. We'll see how they kind of react, because there's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. Tricksters on their defense, too, look really good in the street phase. Kind of on the opposite spectrum. The pull from Wonderland is there. Nice job with that with the invisible woman. With the force physics, that was a huge pick on the side of Team Guilty off of just her.
And the fight begins once more. Guilty doing a great job on the defense now, but still plenty of time on the clock here for Tricksters with almost 3 full minutes available. It's plenty of fight opportunities here. Guilty will have ult advantage. Tricksters just need to commit as a unit. And here goes the end song Inferno looking towards the back line. Good maneuver there by Wizard to keep the team healthy with the freedom charge. But God is going to be able to find one Trapsy on a God of Death. Both strategists down now as Steady goes. And goodbye to Zombie as well from Burrito. All of them are falling at the moment as Tricksters are playing lights out and still are holding on to that let the devil out for the next fight.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. These are tough fights to lose if you're Team Guilty now. You have the staggers, people coming back from spawn. Tricksters understand. They smell blood in the water. They want to go aggressive with the level devil out, let the devil out. Ube collapses on them as well. Patty caking the rest of the back line. We're moving to the third phase of the map shift off of a nice play from Tricksters.
Worth reiterating the strengths of these strategists playing aggro and really finding value of healing through the team while dealing damage through their team. And they, we've seen back and forth now across the board, honestly, on either side, but Burrito and Ube getting a ton of value in that fight, just getting picks through the vanguards of the front line. And that is exactly the LOS you're looking for. Try to deal damage and heal at the same time, getting value while providing value. Out goes the freedom charge. He's able to find one onto Steady on the retake. Now Tricksters is just going to walk that backwards towards point and try to keep the team a little bit more healthy with that overhealth. There's the dance floor's match here from Ube. As soon as Sehus goes down, will this work out for him? Is see Zombie trying to build towards that all.
And they're able to take down Burrito Tito. Zombie 12th fan able to take down both of the back lines before that end song Inferno could connect, and they find nothing with it, right? Because they can't combine it with that dance floor, and Trickster sent back to the spawn after using their ultimates. Not in sync in that fight, and it almost worked out for him. They found Steady separated away from his dance floor. The Team Guilty able to fall around this invisible boundary with Zombie 12th fan collapsing on Trickster's healers.
And the fight begins once more. Guilty trying to defend here with 2 minutes and 22 on. Tricksters finds one early there with On God onto Zombie, and they keep this pressure forward. Bendy gonna start walking there with the Psionic in a dangerous spot. Tries to stay healthy, is able to escape. Good movement there from Bendy as Trapsy now pulls out the Psionic Seduction. Now looking towards the back line, the commitment onto the strategist will find one as Wonderland goes down, make that 2. As got a death falls. There should be 3 here as the collapse comes through. Yes, there is Bendy on this Daredevil. It might actually be Matt Murdock. What a play.
Yeah, Bendy definitely been an unsung hero in this series so far, and you show right there exactly why he's an incredibly talented player. Zombie 12th on the opposite side. You take the aggressive sort of fails is alongside the aggressive successes, right? Zombie 12 getting picked off early resulted in that fight just being heavily in Trickster's favor. And now with that, they're on the back foot. However, they come back with Freedom Charge. Tricksters as well don't have the ultimate necessary to re-engage, but they do pop Invisible Boundary Pulse. And Bendy finds the elimination.
Yeah, Benny doing a good job here on... Ooh, the Devil of Hell's Kitchen is on God now. We're able to find Wonderland, and these duelists getting a ton of value in these middle fights. Zombie, Wizard again with 2. Zombie again, back and forth matching it as Guilty now doing the same thing right back at him. He's going to be able to retake this point. There's a minute and 10 on. That is plenty of time for some more fights. But Guilty now showing up and be slightly down at ult in this next fight.
Yeah, that's going to matter. I think we have a minute left to go. We do have Ensong Inferno. We also have that Fate of the Worlds, and you know how good that combo could be. Even if it doesn't connect afterwards, we do have that Matt Murdock ult ready to go. We want to go aggressive right now. Force out the Freedom Charge early on the Tricksters. How do they combine with this in the upcoming fight? Tricksters at the moment have the advantage on God. Takes full advantage. Said he goes down.
We're holding on to that Ensong Inferno for essentially an HP bar reset if need be, or for a combination play. Ube is going to bring out the dance floor, and a few are walking as On God now goes up. Will that be matched with the damage boost? It does not get as much value this time around, and that's a lot of commitment here on the attack. No answers for Guilty on the defense either. It's all going to be neutral now, but Zombie is going to be able to find one onto On God as the backline is being pressured. Make that 2 here from Zombie. Bendy getting 1. Steady now onto Trapsy, and Guilty are showing up with 11 seconds on. Will they be able to hold this?
Portal coming through. He just spawned in, walking out of the spawn right now. 5 seconds. This might actually take 5 seconds to get here, but overtime will get ticked down because he touched with 3 seconds left. No, actually, wait, he didn't. Wait, I thought he touched. Oh my goodness. They
wow,
don't get held.
Perfect. Yeah, it had to be a perfect KO there. Must have been right before the 3-second mark. What a play and good focus as the portal could not come through.
That's genuinely insane. I don't think I've seen that. I mean, that was... Because it's like a, I mean, if you think about the cart hitbox ship, it's like it's a rectangle, right?
Yeah.
I mean, on the cart, but I don't know, like, how high is the verticality of that cart as well? It's like not that high, right? It's like a, so I guess he jumped on at 3 seconds, hopped off of it, or no, sorry, it's like 4 seconds. And then I think he must have been in the air with the cap jump right before 3 seconds. And like,
yeah, it had to be like
just
a perfect...
like left of the hitbox.
Yeah, exactly. Because yeah, I think cap jump does put you outside of it just barely, but even when you're floating down just for a millisecond, wow, I mean, that's just so unlucky. Odds are he probably thought he had that touch there, but look at these lines across the board. I mean, again, these teams are so well matched. Been an absolute pleasure to have eyes on this game here. As you can see, just look at these finals across the board. Everybody matching up with each other.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really good series, and you know, for Tricksters, I mean, that's a definitely interesting one. You know, considering all things and considering they could have maybe touched last second. But yeah, at the moment, I think that both these teams are matched. I mean, Zombie 12 is sort of a very aggressive Daredevil. Bendy has been as well, but he does it, I think, at very specific moments. It's a lot of fun to see Daredevil in the meta. You know, and I'm sure, you know, I guess there's a joke there with seeing for sure. But, you know, regardless, a lot of Daredevil play. And, you know, a lot of Emma Frost gameplay too, shit. Like, it's kind of been at the forefront. Same thing with these Captain America players, with Venom being so strong. He's prioritizing that ban phase. And you talked about how, you know, I think a lot of the European Captain Americas are really good, which is kind of funny and ironic. But, you know, maybe we'll see with players like Wizard Dread and a lot of these other guys in North America pick up that hero, as they've been also good at a lot of Venom. We have so many good Venom players. I think they're just starting to add Captain America into that pool of heroes besides, like, Crimzo.
Yeah, I mean, just the presence of having a Vanguard, you know, applying that much pressure to your backline has always been a problem, especially right now. But we're going to see how this develops, as it's a 1-1 series, folks, right after this break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have a 1-1 series on our hands with Tricksters and Team Guilty, and I'll tell you what, these teams are very evenly matched. Who do you think comes out on top next one, buddy?
Ooh, I mean, it's a tough ask. I think right now it seems to be like Guilty, you know, are in a good spot, right? We could see on that last one, we almost had a retouch there, right? Tricksters were very close to closing out on maybe a portal play and a potential retouch, but ooh, that was a close one. Now we head into map number 3, and it's tied up, like you mentioned, between two incredibly close teams that play very similar styles.
Yeah, I wish we could, you know, be Doctor Strange and see all the outcomes and see what would have happened if that touch did come through, because, again, these teams are duking it out back and forth, getting knocked down and coming right back up. So looking forward to seeing this matchup as we head into our next series. Again, I'm not sure what they need to change in terms of the bans, because I feel at the current moment it is anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we stick away from these, like, sort of Jeff bands, potentially. We could see our Rocket bands, because nobody's even playing it right now. It doesn't seem to be what other team wants to play. And it's interesting, because when we take back a look at Ignite in the grand finals, there was so much Jeff gameplay, right? And maybe because of hero pool-wise, we haven't seen it too much over here. Even in 2-2-2, like, it felt like we saw a lot of Jeff into 2-2-2 even. You know, and some of these teams will want to play it. They play the Adam Warlock alongside it. They'll do some of these 3 compositions with him, but yeah, sticking away from the Jeff. I want to see maybe, especially if it's unbanned, a little bit more prioritization towards that hero.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what that will look like here as we are heading into another domination with Burnin' T'Challa, and that, you know, has huge potential for that. You know, we talk about the Zootopia backline I'm likely going to see some sort of ban out of that, which it's just all about these self-survival compositions. Who can stay in the fight longer after grabbing the point? And there's a lot of heroes that fit that need and that role as we start up with our first ban.
We'll see what it is, right? Tricksters now on the back foot a little bit. I mean, I'm sure in their head they definitely want to have that back. And now Venom being banned out first. I mean, that's going to be the constant ban phase for Team Guilty because of Wizard Dread. He's been able to do pretty good on the Captain America so far. I mean, definitely been a standout for Team Guilty on Cap, and hasn't been picked off too much either. He was definitely really good at Venom, picking now up that Captain America a little bit more. And for Team Guilty, they're sticking with the Mantis bans to be their consistent sort of 2 picks as the Daredevil Protect comes through. I wonder if they even want to go for a Daredevil ban on the opposite side because of that Adam Warlock Protect for Tricksters.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I think both teams have very strong players when it comes to Daredevil and that brawly style. So I think they just want to keep it more neutral. But the question is, we see Guilty ban out the Daredevil just to try to get one over on him, or if it's, you know, if they don't see it as valuable. I guess they do not, as Loki is a decent answer for some of that brawly dive. So we've seen that ban be very consistent here for Guilty. It worked out from last time. Why not do it again as the lock-in Angel?
You know, we see both Cap banned on and Venom. You see the Angela Protect because you can see the targeting the hero pool of Wizard Dread. So, you know, for Tricksters, this has been like a thing as well. It's odd, you know, for Wizard Dread just to call it out. Like when we saw it in the qualifiers, when we saw Wizard Dread play, there was also bans towards his Venom and you know, dive heroes too. So trying to prioritize the specific heroes, specific players' hero pool is definitely a strategy until you see that last Protect come through. Hella ban on Trickster's side though. Stop anything from that Namor comp that we saw before. Namor hella definitely strong on this map. Invisible Woman ban at the very end, I think makes a little bit of sense considering how good we've seen that hero play.
Pick your hero.
I think that's kind of a genius ban. There's been so much value with Invis here. I'm curious to see what that's going to shake up for him, but it does allow things like the Jeff to come through instead. And I think they maybe thought that wasn't going to be as valuable, or the team was not able to run it, but Burrito is going to be on that Jeff, at least so far, floating that. And the best answer to when you have a Jeff, just due to the nature of, you kind of want your Jeff to play their own game, is to have something like a Luna who can really hard focus that healing with burst healing potential, allowing your Jeff to play a little more aggro and take some off angles.
100%. You kind of need to see if they can run it. You got to test it out, right? You have 3 maps to work with, so I mean, you got to at least change up the ban phase a little bit. For Tricksters, I think the cap ban made a lot of sense because, you know, we know how good cap was in the last map, and that kind of allowed Team Guilty to win, honestly. And then on your side, it was a little bit harder to make that cap work. But for Team Guilty, right, or they want to focus on those strategists too, right? Make sure they can't play the Loki, make sure they can't play the Invisible Woman. We know how good those heroes can be. Burrito, I think, on that Jeff in the last map. Actually, no, he did play the Jeff in map number 1, I believe, or something like that. And he was pretty good. So, you know, we'll have to see how this moves forward as Ube is going to be on that Luna Snow. They also have a little bit of help from On God, who is now back on that Bucky, which was banned out in that previous map.
And the fights begin, folks. You see the composition on screen will not be changed now as the spawn door has been exited as the fights begin on point, trying to get there early and just anchor for as long as possible. Both teams have the Warlock available to res install, but Loki not going to be played here. The double res not currently being run. On God is building ult quickly, but so is Burrito. Steady is already at 40%, but On God gonna find one on that Wizard Dread on the side of Team Guilty. And now Tricksters have presence on point and are already beginning their count.
Yeah, slowly but surely just kind of stepping in the face. That's how Tricksters won in their single win against the previous opponent, right? They just kind of walked at him with these sort of Adam Warlock Bucky comps. They're very good in this front to back style. So, and it's tough because, you know, on the opposite angle, Wizard Dread is on that Angela. It's just, once she's out of position, once she's like trying to fly back to her team, she's just so slow compared to Cap, compared to Venom. And with that, you know, they swap it up. They want to play front to back style too and mirror it up.
Yeah, I think it's tough to play Angela into something like a strong Bucky, and a huge eat comes through, finding 2, heading back towards the back line, punted to a wall, and God goes down. Off that potential, might have been stopped, and does find 1. What a play there by Burrito, who likely will get 2 here, and the team will follow up to make that happen. Oh, but great positioning, dancing around that wall to get healed, as another ult comes through, this time from God of Death, who likely finds 1 or 2, but gets taken out. No, does not get taken out, and instead is going to be able to find 1 on Ube in the back line. Bendy gonna res Burrito back. Ube back in the fight. And the entirety of Tricksters now back on point, just stalling for as long as possible, 60% and counting.
Breaking all these walls, brute falls with the backside angle. You lose Wonderland. Rezo from Zombie is here, and that's gonna bring back their team. Regardless, Trickster still have control of that point, and they're building it up to 70% on the board. Now here's that Kraken impact. Soulbond's gonna run out too. Everybody's marked, but he backs up for now. Giving his life is not in the question. However, they trade back Crapsy, who took out Wonderland.
Steady is going to be able to find 1. Is On God. He's able to find Wizard Dread now right back onto the front line. And another Bucky KO there from the side of Steady onto On God. Saying, I might be the winner soldier. Burrito able to off-map once more onto the side of Colin. And Tricksters on this first map playing so clean, getting the point early, 97% and counting. Will they be able to touch? They are at the last second, and now the portal will come through from Wizard.
Yeah, portal's there, and you're going to rely off another big Jeff ult because he has been big so far. I mean, Jeff is the main sort of hero in these fights, and see if he can do it again. Gets 1 on the Luna Snow, but he's met by everybody coming back to peel. So God of Death back to the spawn yet again. Removal of that Jeff is huge because now they can walk up with the man advantage and the ultimate advantage.
Yeah, and that is a very clean fight once more from Tricksters, who are just going to sweep point 1, 100-0, despite the portal play. Very, very strong play, and this comp is suiting them so well.
So what we talk about when we see like these out of the good teams that are, you know, specifically good at this style of composition, right? We talk about like 100 Thieves being good at it, you know, playing this sort of front to back with the Bucky, with the Adam Warlock, when they put the Lena on it, kind of same thing, right? It does feel like Tricksters, you know, even if they have to fall back, give up some space, they don't really lose people. The healing output is too much with the Jeff, and now they're kind of getting punished by the ban phase. Maybe that Jeff is still very important to ban out. It's just maybe you can allow that rocket to flow through, because it's not really a priority of Team Tricksters. Maybe the Adam Warlock as well, because it's protected first early on, understanding they want to put Bendy on that hero just in case. It feels like Tricksters in that ban phase sort of just won in terms of the reactions from Team Guilty.
We will see if the strategy changes up here, folks, for the side of Guilty, who need to get some momentum back in their favor. Steady is holding on to the Kraken Impact, Colin, with that Psionic Seduction, but it will be match as Bendy does have the Karmic Revival available to negate all of these ultimates. Burrito goes under. Will that be a big eat? Steady able to find on God early. Traps the out of Wonderland. Kraken Impact looking towards Burrito, who hits that health pack on the way out. Is able to find one. In terms of the side of Jeff, off map. Will not be able to get back on here. That is going to be one. But Bendy resing everyone back into the fight from the side of Tricksters as they're looking to retake the point. And once more, this Warlock res getting so much value as the numbers are now heading in their favor. Zombie, though, res comes through from Guilty. Everybody evened out, reset on the point, but Trickster still have ult advantage as On God goes up. Will that land us? Oh my goodness, Trapsy takes one. On God with one. Trapsy again. This looks so good on this Emma.
Yeah, I think that right now they're just running them down. It just feels like every time in these fights, and we saw the Jeff on Jeff action, Burrito eating God of Death in the counter. And On God obviously just using the rest of his Kraken impacts as he, was getting reset after reset after reset. Right now, honestly, this does feel like a little bit of a Jeff mismatch. It feels like Burrito Tito's playing very well. God of Death, I think it's found like one big Jeff ult, but just based on how Tricksters are playing, based on avoiding that Jeff ult, the Jeff has been able to live. Also, to get that Trailing ult, Trailing Prison committed by Sehu every time on the group. He's been huge alongside Travis.
Colin walking forward is able to find on God as Wizard Red back over to the side of the Angela is able to take out Sehu, who has looked very good in the front line. There goes that Psionic now towards the Jeff off mapping. Potential is going to bring the team back. 1 HP does get taken out there by Colin with some great focus as Burrito is crucial in that moment. Zombie now able to find Bendy. Colin and Steady will clean up the rest, but 44%, it's not the worst retake.
Did a good job countering out Burrito in that fight. Burrito in the middle of the open, gets taken down by Colin, who really enabled his team there with the kick against the wall, high charge, gets those eliminations. We saw it out of Travis before, and now we're seeing it out of Colin. And Team Guilty also have ults to work with too, Shib. I mean, they could set up the Chef ult. They could also avoid potentially the Kraken impact onto it if On God hold on to it. They have ult advantage. We'll see if they want to go aggressive and not let them build ults. But Team Guilty, they're playing slow right now, which is a little bit worrisome if you're a fan of them.
They dropping back as the Heaven's Retribution comes through. The Itch Jeff is in danger. That is a huge dodge there. Steady now on to Sehu. Ube finds the God of Death as mentioned. Burrito is now going to walk forward towards the team and just deal a ton of damage with that LOS right down main. Doing a ton of damage and healing at the same time as Zombie now brings the team right back into the fight. Steady gonna find on God as Burrito takes Wizard, but what do you know? Wizard now right back in the fight, but it's matched right back, and now Bendy is gonna res everybody on point. Guilty still maintaining pressure and presence on point. Zombie able to find one after the res, but was not the one who hadn't been res. As Trapsy now back in the fight, and again 6-6 for this point.
And these Buckies are going to be huge in the second fight. We do have Dance 4 against it. Burrito could potentially eat them in the middle if they live steady. Did it get canceled? I think he did. He goes down on the back angle. Bendy, what a shot. The Jeff ult comes out from the squad as well. Where's it going to land? Is it going to connect on the Zombie? No, he misses on the high ground, but at least he's alive. That's what matters for these Jeff mains, is just stay alive on the point and harass. You don't have to hit the ult necessarily. And here comes the Sonic Seduction as well as hold on the back line. They have the person advantage to connect onto few on the point, with Team Guilty have nothing in terms of ultimates either. Team Tricksters to surround the objective. They're going to eventually get these eliminations too and send back Team Guilty to the spawn.
I mean, what do you know? These teams are just duking it out here as Guilty 95%. Tricksters now maintaining and owning pressure and do have point presence, but alts will be on the side of Guilty on the retake. God of Death with that Jeff could be massive, and this could make this go to map 3 here for our third game of this series. These teams could not be more evenly matched in this matchup for so far.
I think that previous fight as well was the freeze from the back line from Ube, probably on a Steady to cancel his ult, but I'll take a look back. That could have also been a few other heroes. Let's see. Sonic Seduction now pushed out forward. Catches everybody out. The Jeff ult, is it there to follow up? The answer is yes. It gets a few. He has his Angel in his mouth, spits him out, takes off too. God of Death finally showing up, and now the other Jeff misses on his side.
Oh, yeah, but Burrito couldn't make that one work because Colin able to clean that up, and now it's another pick here for Wizard, and Guilty now on point with 95%. Sehu already setting up Portal, though. Could be enough for them to get back in time on the retake. Positioning comes through as Wonderland now just ooh, and they do touch the very last possible moment, and the whole fight begins once more as Bendy early on from downtown finds one to clean up here from On God on the steady, make it 2 on a Cullen. Are you kidding me, Tricksters, who are now walking through Ube with a 2-piece, and they do take control of point, and now the portal's got to come right back. Will it come through? I'm not sure it can.
We have a little bit. 3%, 2%, 1%. Nobody's there. Tricksters do it. The portal, like you mentioned, not there in time. They win on Bird and the Chala. They put themselves on map point.
I mean, that is a huge retake, and that immediate pick was so important from Bendy, who was playing Warlock like a champion, finding these picks in the neutral, immediately cleaned up by On God coming in with the Kraken impact, and at that point, your team is doomed. I think I saw Trapsy there too with the Emma kick. I mean, the whole team just collapsing and finding value in that final fight, just on a team that was, I think Guilty was a little bit on their heels, thinking they might have had that. That portal through was too clean.
And well-deserved MVP from Ube. We saw towards the end, a little bit of clappage towards the back line, and you know, the overall healing output not going down. It was a huge performance from Ube in this backline. This is the thing from the last series. I know Tricksters lost it, but I mean, Ube and Burrito Tito, honestly, were both really good in that series. Were standout, in my opinion. And now going into this one, get to keep that up, keep the momentum moving forward. So they put themselves on that point, and you know, that's why I guess they don't get Burrito Tito Jeff. I mean, he just puts them in his mouth and he takes them off the map with it's Jeff every time. And you know, he's not even going down. He like one time he maybe misplayed, but after that, it was just pretty strong performances from Burrito.
Yeah, the entirety of the strategist backline from Ube, Bendy, and Burrito, only getting KO'd 3 times, where if you look at the opposition, 7, 5, and 7. So a line that does a really good job committing together, patty caking, and ensuring each other are healthy, able to make big plays. So I think that was the catalyst for why this team popped off so well.
Yeah, this team's going to keep it up if we keep seeing Adam Warlock protected for them. I mean, that's definitely an interesting one. I don't think we see a lot of teams even protect Adam Warlock, but we are seeing it now for this squad. Now on map point is Team Tricksters. We'll see if they can capitalize off Team Guilty after this short break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just saw Tricksters take on Team Guilty and make it a 2-1 series at match point. I'll tell you what, that Portal retake was textbook, and they could not stop the pace. Some of the best solutions being maybe Grootwell or Emma on Portal. They just allowed them to pressure through and dive to that backline. I mean, I'm not sure what needs to be a solution here. We are heading to Convoy, buddy, so we might see that triple comp.
Yeah, we might see it. I mean, it's definitely something that a lot of teams like to run. I mean, we know, at least for Team Tricksters, they can run it to a pretty high level. But we'll have to see what the ban phase it holds for us as we enter it for Midtown. Adam Warlock being removed first is interesting, Shib. Makes a lot of sense based on that previous map.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a great ban out. I think they're getting way too much value there. And that is going to potentially shut that down. They're going to lock in the Mantis, though. It might be the first time we see their competition run with a Mantis instead, and removing that Venom. That has been commonplace so far in the MRC as a whole. Venom just so valuable right now. Very tough Vanguard to drop, can take a ton of space and can just disrupt the backline, and now even apply a healing reduction. So just so much to that kit.
100%. Yeah, and they get that Mantis, they get that hero. We get to see kind of how they play with it, because a lot of teams aren't able to play with it, and when it's banned out all the time for Team Guilty. Also, it's like some teams some teams can't play the Mantis comp. It just feels like they are not enabled by it. And we're seeing that like the Team Guilty are given that full range. They could play the Groot right now if they want to. They could play the Mantis if they want to, but they choose not to for some reason. I mean, they love to go for the dives with Wizard Dread. It makes sense, but I would like to see them, take advantage of the fact they could play Loki, Mantis, and the Groot, get that full range of the team up, and actually, utilize the ban phase at a high level.
Yeah, and I mean, Groot farms ultimate so quickly with that additional wall, and then having that damage boost on Loki crystals is obviously very strong on that domain. Removing of the Daredevil once more from the side of Tricksters is another strong play, as we've seen these teams duke it out back and forth with that hero. As Zombie played, Daredevil very, very strong. And yep, the double Groot, as you talked about, will be locked in here.
All right, we'll see how they play it. We do have all of that available, and now, we already know Team Guilty love to play Namor Hela. And I'm sure these teams practice against each other too if they're at a very similar level. So you do have that Protect come through, maybe force that too. So you're like, it's a bit of a bait potentially for Team Guilty, but they have to take advantage of it, right? That's the most important thing. It doesn't matter how the ban phase goes if you're not able to react to it. So we'll have to see how it goes for Team Guilty, who they start on attack, right, Shib? We know most teams, like you mentioned, play the triple. And we saw even in the last series, like teams playing triple without that Rocket Raccoon. This time around, it looks like Tricksters are well aware you probably want to play the Rocket Raccoon with this comp, even though Loki and those type of heroes are very good with it. For Team Guilty, though, on the attack, going to probably build up that Moon Knight ult incredibly quickly and just toss out the Hand of Khonshu like we see a lot of teams do alongside the Storm, because that Moon Knight, farms up ult so fast in tandem with her.
Yeah, that was an answer we saw a lot early on or actually later on in last season, and has kind of been pushed to the wayside, but I do think is still incredibly strong. We talk about the fastest Moon Knight ults in history is what you're looking for. I think you even brought that up to me. It's pretty funny. See how quick they can make that work against these triple compositions where they're just farming damage, and that will begin now as Wizard Dread's taking and owning the space, and they will continue to press them into that backside. We've seen that building straight ahead be the best spot for defensible locations for strategists. Tackle comes through after wall goes out. Crystal popping down goes Sehu just like that. Beautiful play, but the rest comes through from Ungot.
Yeah, that's why you got the res beacon, but they still lose Trapsy. They're very aggressive Vanguards and relying on their backline to keep them healthy. Right now, it's still down Trapsy, means they lose so much damage. The walls come out from Wizard Dread, and finally, slowly walking onto them. Zombie does go down on the high ground to Bendy, but regardless, good first fight for Team Guilty, and that's exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of Team Guilty. Meanwhile, the portal already up for Trapsy. Bendy swaps over to that Psylocke they're giving up on the 3-3 styles.
Here comes the Psylocke towards that back line. Usually you see a lot of farming onto the front line like this, right onto that Groot to get that available. But holy moly, that's a ton of damage there as Bendy takes out Wizard Dread. He comes through, does find 3, and that's a cleanup right there from Burrito with a huge eject.
Dude, Burrito just bringing the pumpkin patch to the middle of Midtown. Like, he just showed up, took 3 in his mouth. Bendy gets frozen. Nice little sweet freeze, but regardless, tough fight because, they couldn't hear it. You always talk about how these Death players ult from very far away, then come through that Doctor Strange portal, and then nobody knows it's coming. Here comes the turning person on the high ground. Everybody's caught in it. And do they all fall? The answer, it's yes.
Yeah, that is a scary ult. Great positioning there. using third person to his advantage and just waiting until they had stacked right onto the back line, allowing the shields to move forward. No chance of blocking that. And the full clean up there. Well played once more by Sehu, who's already almost at 20%.
If that was old Psylocke, by the way, that storm would be dead there. I mean, 100%. But Bendy now comes in into that ult. They live it. I mean, it's gonna be hard to. Here comes the Stalker Strange too, and no, they react way too late from Ube, or rather from this front line. And Zombie 12, he trade back people. He does. Nice job with that Jeff ultimate. Able to find 3 alongside that Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, good roll through in terms of location, heading back towards spawn, towards your back line, walking in with the ult while you're still placing it, and then heading backwards as Wizard Dread able to find 1-2, heading them right back towards this point. A minute 30 though is a pretty good hold here from Tricksters now, who we're looking to shut this down and take home the win against Guilty. Guilty will have ult advantage in this next fight, not needing to get back to the point. Should be able to retake here. But a ton of damage goes out on the front line. Good focus under Wizard, who is just taking a ton of damage, but the HP bar is not moving. There's Psylocke on the off angle, and that will cause some pressure now onto that front line as Wizard down about 50 HP.
Really low, frozen traps. He is steady there with a follow-up. Nice job from Wonderland to get that freeze off of him, and now Hanakonchu still available. Probably wants some follow-up in the backside. Now here comes that Hanakonchu, forcing out that aggressive push from Wizard Red. Oh no, caught out of position. And now the dance floor is going to be missing out the Groot, and now here comes the Dance of Butterflies. They do live it out at the very least, but Tricksters, they have ult to stall. God of Death gets deleted by Bendy. On God, follows it up 2-1 a Zombie 12.
That was a really clean rotation right there. Burrito coming back in this time is going to be on that Mantis that was allowed through, and Tricksters going to try to use that to their advantage. Sehu is now going to be over there on the Captain America instead. Damage boosted Psylocke, and Phoenix could be a problem here from Burrito, who is definitely putting that out, as you see already. Onto Trapsy on the front line. Going to have that healing, and the whole team going to retake once more. Could be final fight territory here. And a huge Eye of Agamotto gets collapsed on. God comes in. Ube, too, going to find one. Numbers up here for the defensive side of Tricksters.
Round of the Jeff ult gets countered, and there it is. God of Death falls. So does the rest of Team Guilty. Colin gets the grab. Portal play is going to come through, so if it's not over just yet, they can stall it out. The Sonic Seduction almost here. Portal plays here. Wizard Red falls. Also, they have the portal to get back into spawn, get healthy, but they're taking so much damage. Here comes Zombie 12 in the sky. He is able to find Bendy at the very least. Can they create enough space to cap out this point?
Sonic Seduction could be huge here too for the side of Colin, and that could be the ticket for point one. It is, and they do get through point one on the final attack, and once more Guilty. And these overtime situations are so clutch. They have this clutch gene, and they are now walking towards point two.
That was fun.
We're just going to see a little bit more out of Team Guilty and this Jeff, because at the current moment, God of Death is looking to swap over to that Cloak and Dagger. And honestly, I'm fine with that, just because, to be honest, I don't think that God of Death has done like good enough job on the Jeff specifically. Like, it's just not a hero that they like to play too often. Probably, I mean, maybe they do, but I feel like Tricksters have played that Jeff a little bit better. And now they get that Mantis comp matchup. We'll see how Team Guilty does, though. They have to hit some big Terror Capes on Tricksters engage.
Bendy going to start here with the dance of the Cutterfly. Going to find 1-2. Why don't you? As the whole team gets value. Tricksters on the immediate retake, not committing too much at all. Just Bendy. And that will be all they need, as now they will have Sehu and Burrito available. And on God's very close to that Ensong Inferno as well. That is a textbook retake without overcommitment. Well played by Tricksters with 1:25 on. Guilty got to clutch up again.
They go aggressive, Freedom Charge. The counterplay by Team Guilty isn't here. They lose one already. They don't even use their own Freedom Charge. And they're going back to the spawn. Once again, Shib, Team Guilty, it's like they're not even reacting in these fights. They're sent back once more.
Yeah, there'll be a ton of ults available for them on this fight here, but Trapsy, Burrito, and On God will have answers, but they do have Sustain for days. God of Death ready. That Eternal Bond and the Fate of Both Worlds from Wonderland could be enough. But that damage boost from Steady, and likely see that combination of Phoenix and Wonderland. Steady and Wonderland in this next fight. Keep eyes out for that once the dance floor is out. If the bird lands and it's damage boosted, it could be detrimental for Tricksters. Give enough space for Guilty to move forward just a little bit, but Ube gonna fall early, and they may not need to commit it, as right now the answers come through. God of Death starting with the Eternal Bond. Everyone else just holding on, but Wonderland through it gets picked as Burrito is able to find that value.
Yeah, Burrito's been a star player for this team. That's a big pick as well with the Emma Frost grab from Trapsy. So can they live the Ensong Inferno? The answer so far is yes. Here comes Wizard Dread. Freedom Charge in the sky. Gets deleted all the shield, but it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Zombie 12 goes down. Steady trades back Trapsy. Wizard Dread with one as well. On God. Back and forth, able to find 2 in that fight. Can he keep it up, though, in the 1v1? Here comes the dance of the butterflies. Wizard Red falls, even in the fate of the worlds. But Teddy trades it. It's back and forth for both squads. Bendy on the flank now is here. Does get grabbed. Maybe kicked against the wall. No, he lives for now.
Ube stalling here with the fate of both worlds, and the team is able to retake. I was worried it may not be enough, and it isn't, as everybody goes down now, and now the portal comes through just a little bit late. Guilty. Can they clutch up once more, doing what they always do in these moments, and does have that Sonic Seduction. Colin able to find Tehu. Trapsy goes down. Burrito goes down. Guilty are built different as soon as you see the yellow bar of overtime.
Down 120 meters, last fight territory. No ults just yet. We do have Soul Resurgence coming up soon. Call it. Sitting close. You can surely see that snowflake to the wall too, right? So he comes in with that Sonic Seduction. And they peel off this Vanguard who's on that cart. Can the target focus come through? It looks like Zombie's a little bit late, but it's here. Bendy falls. Captain America runs away for now. We do get that Soul Resurgence. They have to stall out for that Freedom Charge. They have no portal play. Tricksters doesn't. But if they get any picks on Team Guilty, they're going to be set back immensely.
Stone comes through now. Spin to win from Zombie onto the back line. Good patty caking there, but great follow-up from Zombie on the switch there. The Star-Lord clearly working out as Ube goes down. Everybody is falling as Bendy now finds Wizard and making another Colin with a 2-piece. Oh, Trexy finds Steady in the back, and here comes that Eternal Bond. Colin just trying to buy time on point, looking towards On God. Guilty in a dangerous spot once more as everybody committing ultimate, but staying on that Eternal Bond should be enough. Colin able to find one, got a death by
Colin
with 2, and they do it again in overtime.
Colin, are you kidding me? I mean, being the hero when this team needs him every single time. You say in overtime, the first time it was Colin, does it again now towards the end with that Cloak and Dagger ult from God at Death. That switch up has been huge. To play Cloak and Dagger instead of the Jeff has enabled Team Guilty in this upcoming fight. And that was scary because they do lose that Doctor Strange in the middle of it. They lose their back line. But regardless, nice job at the very end. We're entering 1 minute left. We hit a dance to the butterflies very early, actually, here for this defensive angle. Here comes the fate of the world by one way to counter it.
Out of Death is able to find one. Bendy in a dangerous spot. Great positioning, able to hold on for a moment, but maybe not for long. Are you kidding? What an escape there by Bendy, who does get out. Trapsy with a nice kick is able to find Colin, make that 2. What a play there. And the stun comes through from On God. Another pick as Tricksters are on the retake. Wow, On God is popping off with some insane aim at this moment. Now looking towards the back line. 30 seconds on final fight territory once again.
Yep, 30 seconds. Have to walk back into it. We do have that Ensong Inferno up for this upcoming fight. Sonic Seduction, maybe to combo with it. But they don't have any strat ults, right? They get a Freedom Charge, but it's going to be countered by the Sky of On God, like you mentioned, who has been popping off, goes aggressive with it, and it can slam. Oh my God, On God!
That was insane there with the combination once more. On God and Ube coming in hot and holding on before point 3, early on in point 3, might I add.
There you go, Shibby. We talked. You mentioned how on Phoenix there's a lot of tech. With that Ensong Inferno and the Phoenix ult, you just can go into a low hovering ceiling and you pop the ultimate, and they can't break it in time when you come down. So he was able to do so, play aggressive. I feel like we don't see a lot of like the melee Phoenix like we saw last patch because of the spark changes to the melee. Yeah, it got removed. But he can still play aggressive in that, like we saw, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, that's the tech right there, folks. I mean, you're looking for, obviously, the dance floor once the Fate of Both Worlds is out, and you can switch to damage at the right moment. Wherever you're about to land with Phoenix, it will make sure that ult becomes far more threatening. You can actually insta-sweep virtually anyone in the back line, but it's even more advanced when you can use that Phoenix ult, kind of like Dog had mentioned, in a low ceiling, because it makes it so there's less time for them to burn the Phoenix on the way down. And when there's no way to counteract that ultimate, you are just a sitting duck for Phoenix to come in hot and dunk on top of the dance floor and take your whole backline out like you just saw right there.
Beautiful stuff. And, it's kind of like reminiscent of the last patch, but it's interesting because we didn't even see like too many Phoenixes at Ignite, right? Like I feel like it was sort of a hero that was not utilized too much until the very end when the ban sort of got there, because Bucky was sort of unbanned a lot of the times too. So it's kind of interesting where the meta's kind of going.
Yeah, I couldn't agree. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, the meta, even the banning meta, has been being developed as these seasons go on, and the beauty of Rivals is the consistent changes monthly, forcing teams to be adaptable. Trapsy able to find Steady, who comes right back from the res. Good positioning there from Zombie, who is going to be looking back towards the front line. Both teams electing to hold that spot that we talked about before. Right side angle there, breaking the walls down, so there's an opening towards the point. Already, though, kind of on their heels. Guilty walking backwards and running away from Tricksters, and that's not what you want to see with this triple on hold. Oh, actually not. No, they are running triple. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, they're close to that ultimate on the rocket, but you also have the Hand of Conchu available. And like you said, it's not what you want to see. So much damage coming in. Here we go. Losing Colin without that res by the BRB. Earlier, it was used on, I believe, the Magneto player getting picked up. You pop the see you later. The health doesn't come up too fast. He gets some extra damage, and he gets removed because he threw it in the open. And now, with that Jeff on the backside of Ube, what can they do to counter it on the opposite angle? Gotta Death has their ultimate, but they go down regardless in the backside angle. They keep giving up spaceship. That's the thing. They're stalling is not even that good from the side of Team Guilty. Barely any ultimates had to be used from Trickster, just a Jeff ult.
Yes, that's tough in terms of the triple hold here from Guilty, who are apparently struggling just a little bit with it at the moment. Out of Death goes under with the It's Jeff, and there goes the Hurricane. Omega Hurricane is out and launched right now, and It's Jeff able to find one. Got a Death does fall there from Ungod with some great placement. Meteor Wrap now out of the sky of Ungod after the jump, making a two-piece went on just Steady onto Bendy on Storm, and that was some really clean play from Steady on the Magneto.
Yeah, I mean, these duelist players coming through, having to flex on over, and on the Magneto, able to hit those shots. Now, though, Trapsy's still on that low ground, putting in so much damage, and, we were just calling out Steady, but unfortunately, everybody else is falling around him, and with that, Trapsy back on the board yet again on the Emma Frost. This man has been standing out throughout the series. 2 minutes left to go now. They also get the team up alongside Bendy, Burrito, and Crew, trying to close it out towards the very end. Team Guilty have to use this cap ult from Wizard Dread. I've been a little bit sort of unimpressed, honestly, by Wizard Dread's cap compared to his Venom.
I'll go the walls now. Sehu just trying to lock down this zone. Team Guilty committing heavy off the Freedom charge from the side of Wizard Dread. They are forced backwards now. Tricksters do have plenty of time on the clock with 1:40. Trapsy retaking the space, trying to build that laser up to 100 charge. Notice the shield behind the front line, so they can't be healed up as Colin goes down. Great placement of the shield there. And out goes the Sia from the side of Rocket with Zombie, and the team is going to burn that immediately on God. Now looking towards the back line. Great stun play there. God, looking so good on this Phoenix right now.
Yeah, I mean, the shots are hitting. On God in general as well. I mean, there's so many standout players we're seeing in MRC. He's definitely up there with some of the best. And now we're moving to the second phase. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. You do have the Groot ultimate, Strangling Prison. We know how good that can be, as well as Ube's Jeff ult, right? The thing is, we do sometimes see, people try to hold Ensong Inferno. Sometimes you see these Carbon Crushes try to counter these Jeffs. So let's see how Ube reacts. This is why we hear that Jeff is one of the hardest characters in the game to play, because the decision-making has to be on point. Otherwise, you get deleted.
Back on point now. Gonna get that thing moving. Just for those who maybe don't know, 3 max you can have on the cart in terms of speed. 3 bodies on cart will give you the max speed. Moving forward now, it'll turn to 4 arrows. It starts at 1 without any heroes on point. Down goes Trapsy to Steady, and Sehu will fall from God of Death. The retake from Guilty looking strong, looking very similar to what we saw Tricksters there on the defense last time. Wizard gonna dunk on a Burrito and clean that up quickly. And the whole team's gonna have to retake.
Yeah, nice plays. I mean, play like the Jeff is banned, might as well, because God of Death on that Invisible Woman, able to kind of hit those force physicses, has been doing a lot better on Invisible Woman. And for Team Guilty now, ultimates are up, right? Now on the high ground, Zombie 12's been there on this Star-Lord. Can play it to a very high level too, but have to take advantage of the position they're given. I mean, they're playing so far back. It doesn't feel like Team Guilty are ever in a position where they want to show and maybe bait out ultimates first. They're always just sort of playing back, playing a little bit scared. I want to see them be a little more proactive if you're a fan of them.
On God, finding one on a Steady, and that is a big trade before the ults come out. Wizard Dread, though, back on Ube, potentially better onto a mainline strategist. Wonderland now onto Sehu. Team Guilty up numbers at the current moment. Great positioning there by God of Death, and they will still maintain this pressure, on point as Trapsy is forced to hold on to that zone.
Slow him down for now, and they're still holding. 2 minutes on the clock. Still showing here on the high ground now. Trapsy just trying to take that 1v1. Does get poked very low. Here comes that Freedom Charge. Now they're trying to go aggressive, trying to bait in Tricksters, it looks like, and maybe find a pick yet again with Steady, and he does so on God falls.
Yeah, potentially looking for another one of those plays together. Out goes the dance of the butterfly, and it is the scariest dance in the game, but does not find one as Bendy and the side of Tricksters could not make anything work out. Steady trying to combine there with the Song Inferno with Wonderland, not able to make that work. Zombie on the high side, forced out from Sehu with the Freedom Charge, and everybody has pressed Q, but nobody has gone down, but the trance is huge here with the Psionic from Colin, who gets 2. Trapsy and Bendy find 1, but numbers still in the favor of Guilty on this defense. A minute available. Are Tricksters as clutch as Guilty on the attack?
Looking good so far for them. We'll see if they can keep it up. And you mentioned the Dance of the Butterflies being the scariest dance. So I concur, Shib. Venom Twerk exists. So that's a pretty scary emote. But Sehu now on the dive on the backside, looking forward towards these healers who don't have ulti stick. A lot of depth so low, but the patty cake is there. Carp space has to be given for Team Guilty. So they're playing this yo-yo very well right now.
Yeah, Guilty have looked really good. They just got to keep this up to push this. The final matchup here, game 5. Will it get there, or will Tricksters clutch up? And God not able to find much. And Steady with the pick, and they're up another number. Trapsy able to find 1, but still numbers up here for Guilty. Will they make this go to game 5? Trapsy finding Zombie. Tricksters now on the attack, up a number. Got a death in a dangerous spot. Does go down, and 3 fall there. Tricksters are potentially as clutch, and all they got to do here, push through point 2 to give themselves a good chance. They barely move to the side of Guilty, point 3, about halfway. Tricksters, this is their moment. The dance is ready here. Will the Cutterfly find value? There's no answer.
And he gets the damage boost too on the right side from Burrito. Wizard Red has to fall back. It's going to be scary. They can go for it for sure. And you talked about Trapsy. Also, he's been able to pop off with those damage boosts on the Emma Frost to go aggressive with that dance floor. Does connect into the back line. Can they find eliminations? The answer is yes, Shib. 3 go down. Wizard Red's only able to find 1. It gets frozen. You also have too late of an ult here with the Song Inferno. Has to wait it out. Maybe went by time for a portal play, but this is scary. Wizard Red has to stall it out for a little bit longer, and they lose Zombie to 12.
Bendy with just too much damage on God. Gonna clean up there on Steady. Looking for 1 more. Yes, down goes Wizard, and that will be point 2. Wow, these teams are so clutch in the overtime. A minute and 20 on. Will this go to game 5, or will it end from Tricksters right now?
Trapsy definitely has to get some people looking at him after this game. I think in terms of his Emma Frost gameplay, he's been clutch for the squad. Colin has been too, but Trapsy's definitely a player. We've been calling his number so much throughout this series. Yeah. Take a look at him for sure if you're assigned roster. Now line the sky, Zombie 12 does take down on God. And another one. That's a huge ult with the Galactic Legend to find 2, but Chip, they have to keep it up, right? This part still is very close to this checkpoint at the very end of the map for Team Tricksters, who are coming low coming in with a low time bank with 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Sehu does have ultimate available on God. Going to be close too. If Ube is able to get there, that dance floor combination with Ensong could be detrimental. Bendy is trying to farm that ult right now, looking forward towards the duelist actually currently, but will likely just rain on the Vanguards now on the back line once more. Here comes that Sonic Seduction on the side of Colin. Trapsy with some good patience there, forcing out that diamond, but waiting for the last second to avoid the seduction from the Sonic Seduction. The dunk comes in here from Sehu now. The dance floor gets launched. Match right back. Wizard Dread in a dangerous spot, but the dance floor will be there. And Song Inferno available now from Ungod. Will they be able to combine as Ube is not quite there? Ube is able to find 2 here on the back line. Cleaning up here with Luna. Soon to be 3. Come on now. Ube with a triple. Will that be enough to win them this matchup and progress forward in the tournament as Burrito cleans up 1? And that is looking dicey here for Team Guilty.
Portal, is it here in time? Somebody's gonna have to touch. You have invisible boundary. You could potentially do this if the portal's here in time to 1 meter. No!
It is not.
Oh my goodness. Guilty are done. They're out of the tournament. Tricksters, move on.
Wow, wow, wow. And if you're going to have a series, folks, you might as well have it look like that. Back and forth the entire time. These 2 teams duking it out, blood, sweat, and tears, and are able to pull through. Incredible play there.
It absolutely was. Bendy going to be your MVP from the series. Getting that Psylocke team up with Emma Frost, resulting in a 54-9 stat line. And Guilty, unfortunately for them, are sent home. There was a few bright spots like we saw, but you know, a tough matchup, from the last series. I mean, Wizard Dread, I don't know, man. Like, it just feels like he's not been able to pick up the Captain America necessarily just yet. I wouldn't blame him necessarily. It's just the Venom is a little bit more impactful when he gets to play it, and you can see it when a team plays Emma Frost as well with Trapsy. I mean, alongside Bendy, Trapsy going to have most of those final hits as well. He was such an aggressive
Yeah.
Emma Frost player. It was just so clean out of him. Obviously, Colin on the opposite side doing well, but what an impressive performance from this whole squad. Trickster's looking good moving forward.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Both teams look so strong. But yeah, shout out to Trapsy there on that Emma. Emma does a great job marking Cap and struggles a little bit into Venom just due to the nature of how fast Venom can escape. And a lot of the time you try to land those carbon crushes, they just don't seem to work as much on a Venom who's already using grapple, especially now that Easy Swing is available. Just get out very quickly and force out the diamond cooldown. But Cap, on the other hand, although very mobile, is only really moving a short distance with that mobility. So you can stay tracking and find those crushes more frequently. Colin on the other side on that Emma looking very strong as well with 18 finals, but yeah, just not enough. As you can see, 22, 20, and 19 for Trapsy, Bendy, and Ungod in that order.
Yeah, taking a look back at these highlights, I mean, Steady was a standout on that Magneto. Zombie 12 was a little bit more quiet than I feel like we've seen as well of him out of the past. I think him on the Star-Lord really only had like one standout performance in that map. He was there in the constant, sort of following up. Star-Lord doesn't really take, I guess, the limelight in this sort of matchup, but regardless, huge plays with the Emma Frost. The backline, Ube was a standout too. I mean, Tricksters is a good team moving forward. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a good run in this lower bracket.
Yeah, they look like the team to beat right now on the lower side, but we're going to have to see what some new teams look like right after this break.
좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 너도 믿어 나래까지 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 아무도 흘러라는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, and that was a ton of fun to watch, but we've got a new series starting off on Krakoa. What is it, buddy?
We are headed to a matchup between Shikigami and Nightmare Academy. The lights are on, obviously, for this one because we've seen Nightmare in the past, right? It's cool to see another Nightmare Academy team. We got Shaw Shikigami earlier on today. It was a tough match against Cafe earlier, but, you know, maybe this is the shot for Shikigami to sort of get a rebound matchup versus Nightmare Academy today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they bounce back. They definitely struggled early on today and to get knocked down to this side of the bracket. Haven't had eyes on Nightmare Academy just yet, so looking forward to seeing how they play as well. And we are going to Krakoa, which I think you and I only saw once today. So looking forward to that map, which is beautiful and great music.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. Krakoa probably, it's got to be number one. It's number one for me. I don't know about you, Shib. Maybe Arako? Is Arako up there? Arako?
Oh, for
kind
music?
of a shame we haven't... Yeah. It's kind of a shame we haven't seen it too much anymore. Like, it feels like teams don't want to play on Arako too much, but also, you know, based on the RNG, we potentially would see it later on. Krakoa, though, is a map, like you said, with beautiful music. And Angela, beautiful woman, removed from the game with the ban.
Just like that. And goodbye to Matt as well. See ya, Matt Murdoch from Nightmare Academy. They don't want to deal with it. We'll see if they can squeak that through. And locking in the cap as well.
That sounds kind of good, Shib. Sorry, that was just like Matt Murdoch from Nightmare Academy. Sounds like somewhere Daredevil went, you know, like as a kid or something like that. Probably not comically accurate.
So
sorry,
funny.
But Nightmare Academy going for the cap, protect, making sure to keep those heroes. And the first Angela ban is definitely interesting, but
Yeah, interesting.
you know, I'm assuming it is interesting. But I'm assuming for Nightmare's side, you know, they love to play around the Angela. They probably know how they play. We've seen Jewel Master below before as Cessna too, and the Crazy Mage. This whole team, same with a Paradox, sorry, and you know, I think we've seen most of these guys around. Regardless, the Jeff fan comes through from Shikigami's angle to make sure that that hero can't be in the hero pool.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the removal of Loki again. I think a lot of that is driven on the back of the double res, but if that was the case, I guess Warlock would be banned. So more so just the fact that it really does help counter some of those annoying dive heroes, including things like Venom. I'm surprised we are going to see the lock of Cap over Venom when they had that potential, but it looks like both teams, oh, and as I say that, there's a lock of Venom immediately. So both of those on the table for Fleeb and Spooky.
I think as teams get better at peeling for strategists when they don't have like a hyper mobile backline, results in specifically strategist bans kind of being all for naught sometimes. I don't know, like maybe, you know, especially with the Vanguards. I think, you know, there's only a certain amount of these like super divey Vanguards, like the Cap, like the Venom. And if your plan is to run like that super mobile, you know, all over the place comp, you need to protect at least, you know, the Angela, the Cap, or the Venom. And they got at least those two, the Venom and the Cap, so they can constantly go for those dives if need be. Or in this case, for their Venom player, they also gave him flexibility if he wants to go over to Cap. Meanwhile, for Shikigami, we saw this out of them before. They don't want Jeff and they don't want Raccoon out there just in case. But Mantis is going through for both sides, as it wasn't banned and it was protected for Shikigami.
See what the teams are looking to run as we start up here. We're 10 seconds on. We will have the matchup, the matchup of we'll have the matchup of Psylocke on both sides. So we'll see who comes out on top, or at least floating that, as Kuna was running Psylocke in the past, and Drill Master going to be showing up there for Nightmare Academy. Looking forward to seeing how that looks as we start up our first battle here in a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The full dive from Shikigami going to match up against Nightmare's full dive. We'll see how these backlines sort of live, right? Invisible Woman, big focus on these dives as well as the Luna Snow, but realistically, it's all about living, right? Making sure you can outlive these first dives that come through. Also, we know how good Psylocke is in the current patch. Bucky is our big proponent at shutting that down. It does feel like Bucky is sort of taking the forefront of the meta instead of like Star-Lord, but Star-Lord can have his moments, and you know, we've seen Star-Lord especially do well when they're paired alongside a Rocket Raccoon, so they get that team up, they can fall back and sort of use that rewind almost to get all the way away from the fight. And you know, without that team up, I'm curious how Cessna does alongside Drill Master and crew. They want to go for these hard dives and really collapse on Shikigami.
Yeah, I think also you see Star-Lord when you have that triple strategist backline, because Star-Lord can just farm ult super quick, and that's the entire goal of Star-Lord in that composition, just get ult off cooldown and try to burn the backline and have your strategist have longer ultimates just to stay in the fights. But Kuna going to take this offside angle on height. Nightmare Academy, Shikigami, first battle on here. Let's see who comes out on top. His ult charge roughly even across the board. Dunking in now onto the front side. Pride is going to deal a ton of damage, but it is not enough. The Spooky is able to escape. Forced out cooldowns, though, with the Bucky pull from Stace, who is able to find Spooky.
Nice shots from Stace. I mean, on this map where it's a bit longer range, too,
Wow.
like it's tough. Oh, he shut
That
down
was nasty.
Cessna, too. Yeah, that was nasty. Brutal shot from him.
A really clean shots there as Kuna able to find Drill Master. Stace looking so good on that Bucky, and that's a double cleanup as these duelists are sweeping everybody right now. Shikigami able to get that point early on, still holding on to the Kraken impact here.
Yep, Stace showing up right now, and we'll see how Nightmare does, right? In that first fight, they dived a bit too far. Also, DS Spooky, or D Spooky rather, just kind of having a hard time dealing with Stace. Pride has won the last series, was the one that sort of popped off for their side, so it's nice to see Stace sort of come together, come into his own on the Bucky so far, but ultimate fights are coming up, or a big ultimate fight rather is coming up as Kuna, again, playing his life, goes to the dive, now the Dance of the Butterfly.
And Dance is out, but out goes the boundary to match, and likes to cancel that, does force out that cooldown in a weird spot, so that could be a win at the moment. Proto keeping the team up, and from downtown on a Spooky again early on in this fight, and right back at him as Crazy Mage finds Kuna. Scarlet onto Drill Master, and the Strategist are finding a ton of value. Fleet now going in onto Proto, able to find one of those strategists that was doing work, is going to use that Freedom Charge, and immediately also going to be launching in at the same time with the Fate of Both Worlds. Not sure I completely agree with that in terms of timing, but is still able to press forward. Out goes the Kraken impact now. Cessna is holding on to the Galactic Legend and is able to find one without even committing it. Stays right back in. Is going to reset, but in a dangerous spot, using it to hide and right down towards that dance floor now. Great movement.
Yeah, I mean, this has been tough. I think the Vanguards of Nightmare Academy just haven't been able to get much. I mean, Fleet goes down. DSP Spooky, or D Spooky rather, going down once more. I mean, he's been just honestly kind of an ult bot for Shikigami, right? Like, they keep just destroying him every single time he comes in. And this is the fight that I think we need to see something out of Nightmare. I need to see some life out of him at the current moment. There is none. DSP, or D Spooky, I mean, I keep saying his name wrong, wants to go for that dive, get that piece of the Abyss, and there's nothing on the opposite side except that force physics in a freeze.
And the dive begins now from Rifkin, who does avoid that freeze. Good movement there. Using the team up there from Stace. Is going to just retake for a moment. Grab that health pack. Is getting chased here. The battle begins. The duelist front 100 HP in a dream. Is able to escape for the current moment. And now is looking towards the back line. Finding one on the Drill Master. Coming out on top of that battle. Kuna now is going to chase and find Paradox. Maybe another here. Yes. Wow. So well played by the duelist of Shikigami once more, who are just trading in every single one of these fights back and forth on the feed, and that will be map 1.
Wow. I mean, that was a dominant map 1. I mean, nothing else to say besides Nightmare just down no footing. I mean, they get first picked. They can't win in the ult fights. They, get behind somehow in the ults, and now we head to the Grove where Shiki has all of that edge, all of the advantage. And that really is mainly honest in the Vanguards. Like, I feel like Pride and Ripkid, kind of going back and forth, able to live so consistently, able to dodge. Stace as well, hitting some really good shots, well-timed in terms of his Kraken impacts, in terms of his shutdown of basically everybody. And it was tough. It was hard for Nightmare really to get something going. They're switching over now to the Bucky for a very good reason. I mean, you just saw how much Bucky does. Maybe just run your own. That could be the answer. Just try to not think about that last round because you just got dominated.
Together.
Yeah, I mean, Shikigami, it's funny because the first matchup we saw today, they really struggled. It honestly looked like the exact opposite of what we're witnessing right now. But now they're doing the same thing to Nightmare Academy, a team that will likely bounce back. We'll see what they're able to do here. Really struggled into Stace Bucky, followed up by Kuna on the back line. Stace was just handling that front line for the most part and allowing Kuna to wreak havoc onto the Strategist. And we'll see if that changes now. But at the current moment, they have been locked in together, just trading on that feed nonstop.
Ripken sort of get ready to contest that point or go for those dives. They want to set up Kuna with that Dance to the Butterflies yet again. I mean, that will delete basically anybody, even Vanguards, right? So we'll see where Kuna is. He's on the high ground already. Stace also sitting here, but they're able to peel off the Venom yet again. Everybody's focusing on D Spooky, and he falls once more.
Stace is just so locked in to finding D Spooky on all these angles. Out goes the counter right back. Drill Master not able to make that work, very low, but is able to escape. Just barely. Stace, though, on the hunt. Is going to find Drill Master. Immediately reset. Now look for another. That one does not land this time, or it does. Just actually on a every set coming through. I don't even know if that was intentional, but
Yeah, it wasn't, I think, but that'd be funny if he got that elimination for D-Spooky. Now, in the meanwhile, Scarlet does connect on the Le Crazy Mage. And right now, I mean, everybody's going to have to run away yet again. Stace, you called it. He's on fire. He's just popping the heck off. Lead goes down, pulls back into Spooky again, accidentally gets Paradox. And, I mean, what a performance. This is a huge turnaround for this lucky player.
Not today.
Yeah, Stace is looking lights out. Just absolutely locked in right now. Has not missed a beat and is landing all of these shots, finding the exact targets need be, chasing down Drillmaster on that Psylocke, just all over the place. We'll see if that changes, but I'll tell you what, Nightmare Academy needs to change something up and find a way through this, because at the current moment, they are not looking like a team that can hang with Shikigami on this domination.
At the moment, right now they go for the dive in a second. I'm curious. Well, you know, I've never looked at like accuracy stats. I want to see his afterwards, Stace. But nice job. Thanks the butterflies from Kuna. The dive came through, freezes the Venom. Doesn't even matter because Kuna comes through with that dance of the butterflies. They shut out Nightmare Academy once again. And D-Spooky waiting for his team back at the spawn doors. Feels like a common occurrence, though they do get Kuna.
Yeah, I think the unlucky thing there is I think Crazy Mage was planning on freezing that dance of the Cutterfly, but just really unfortunate as the engagement came in from Pride to eat that freeze, allow the ult to go through. Fleeb able to find Proto now from Nightmare Academy, and that's the start they needed. Fleeb needs to keep this pressure forward as everybody is a little bit weak and critical in the back line. Stays throwing it off. Angle finds a two-piece and bang! What? Is able to find Crazy Mage. This is a wild retake once more, coming in right towards the back line. Teams are going to force out ultimates, and there goes that Feast of the Abyss to help with the reset. It does come through now, and Stace goes up. But now Cessna, Drillmaster matching it right back. And there is the line that you needed to see from the duelists of Nightmare Academy that just sweep everybody, but do commit a ton of ultimates. Well played Nightmare Academy on the retake to change this momentum now.
You see how they play it, right? What can we do against Shikigami when we've been on the back foot the whole time, right? Now that we have an opportunity to set up, we can maybe shut out their off angles. We can allow Cessna to kind of come online on Bucky. On the opposite side for Shikigami, I mean, just got to do what you did before, right? Kuna needs to live, not go too aggressive and get picked off early on. They pop the Freedom Charge. Nightmare Academy trying to get a huge momentum shift on this foreground.
Cleve did launch there with the Freedom Charge from the side of Nightmare Academy as discussed. They're holding onto that dance floor from Crazy Mage, who goes down prior to being able to use it. 83% here for this side of Shikigami if they're able to retake. 42 and climbing from Nightmare Academy. Proto onto Fleeb now, finding another pick, and what do you know? Stace coming in onto Drillmaster with another. Numbers heavily in their favor. Cessna goes down, and they are continuing to clean the rest up. Will this portal come through from Fleeb? It looks like it will at the moment. Retake comes through. Crazy Mage likely going to bring out that Fate of Both Worlds. Already in a tough spot, though. Going to force it out, likely. Oh, great escape.
I mean, that's interesting by Kuna, but with the portal right there. But regardless, they're in this point. Cessna comes through on the backside angle. Can't connect. Doesn't get the reset. Able to dodge his Invisible Woman. Does get the elimination, though, onto Stace. A huge pick. He had Kraken impact in just a second. So with that removed, you can build up yet another one and just farm everybody. Shutting down Proto 2 after the portal. That's a huge pick off. They did flip the point, though. So Shikigami at least stopping the progression of Nightmare's point percentage. But still, huge fight win for Nightmare Academy.
Yeah, Nightmare is able to retake that. Shout out quickly again towards the back line of Crazy Mage, who did do a great job of jumping away, forcing out that ultimate, you know, unknowingly thinking, I don't think, you know, expected that ultimate to come through, but still forcing out that ultimate, going back to Fleeb's portal, resetting with the dance floor on point and biding them enough time to win that fight. So well done by Nightmare. We're moving forward with this momentum currently, 64% and counting.
Wait, what?
Ooh.
Wait, how? Wait, how? Where am I? Did he just fall off the back left of the map? Cessna goes down. Drillmaster finds one. Okay, if they lose this fight, that would be crazy, but that was Crazy Mage. Where did he fall? They end up winning the fight without their Luna Snow, who fell off the map somehow.
It might have been some sort of Bucky pull punch combination that we'd missed.
Maybe.
So, you know, credit there. Could have been something that happened. It's some sort of off location. So that, you know, is definitely on the table. But either way, still great hold here by Nightmare. But what is going on from downtown? Stace is able to find Drillmaster across the map there. And Pride is holding on to the Feast of the Abyss here. And that's where Shikigami and the dunk come through. Oh, that is a huge eye. It finds a few on the high side. Fleeb able to find Stace, which is a very valuable pick at the current moment. And that is going to be a map here for Nightmare Academy.
I'm at a loss for words. I don't know this game anymore, man. I don't understand anything. Where's season 5, man? I need like a refresh of my brain because like that wasn't. We saw Bucky miss his ult. Cessna just like used it. It didn't hit anything, and it was good because Leave just hit a 6-man Eye of Agamotto. In the last fight, they lost Crazy Mage off the bat. I don't know. I have to go back and watch that. That's the beauty of Marvel Rivals. What we talk about is that you can go back into the game and watch any of the matches you're seeing right now. And you know, we just obviously try to go in fully unaware of what's going to happen in these matches and give you guys an honest cast from our very first reactions watching these games back. So if you're liking what you're watching, we keep this up. We have another round going ahead as Nightmare Academy. I don't know how they won that, man. That was I don't know. I give up.
They needed it, though, right? I mean, if you're a fan of Nightmare Academy, they needed that momentum shift, and that is exactly what happened. I mean, a no-touch coming in from Shikigami, a huge ult there from Fleeb. Honestly, I think it had 4 people locked down. They couldn't find the value in the picks because a few of them were on different height locations. Venom was right out of the sky, and Psylocke was up on the 2nd floor, still landed on all of them. They did find a few picks off the back of that, even being down numbers. And now we start once more. Nightmare Academy, can they ride this momentum, or will Shikigami bounce back? The team has looked so good so far, but really crumbled there at the end.
The dive from Pride into the back line. Look, Crazy Mage goes down again, this time to a player, not off of an environmental. And the dive, the follow-up is there on the Fleeb too. So good first pick for Shikigami to result in them cleaning up once again. Stace as well has been phenomenal aim-wise throughout this series. And he's looking to keep that up as they flip the objective in their favor.
Yeah, the projectile hero, you know, not hit scan. For those who maybe are curious about the terminology, hit scan is essentially when you click the trigger of your mouse, instantly the damage will happen where the crosshair is. Not hit scan is projectile here from Stace, who is looking like this character is hit scan, landing all of these shots from downtown. Fleet, able to find one onto Proto. The second Ripkin able to turn that back onto Paradox now, and Stace is able to once more, or excuse me, Cessna onto Pride there, and is locking in on point, trying to retake here. 26% is not enough to be a major win, and it looks like Nightmare Academy now are locking in, and they take over point.
And the pace change to switch to Doctor Strange and go for the portal play there, and then immediately build up that energy to get that one shot. Huge work from Nightmare on that re-engage. And now for Shikigami, they do have to only deal with the Doctor Strange, which kind of acts like a floating Invisible Woman shield if you think about it. Not really, but you know, can keep the backline healthy, can also set up any of these off angles that Cessna's on to try to protect him. We'll see how they want to play it, as Drill Master has to deal with a Captain America on the off angle. Using that invisibility and also a shift already is definitely interesting moving forward. He does have the ult ready to go with these two.
And there is a launch now. The Kraken impact that goes through. Dance the Cutterfly from Drill Master. Match right back. Doing a great job, honestly, of ensuring their backline does not fall. Proto and Scarlet just dancing back and forth. Team stacking, but Drill Master coming through and fighting Proto. And we see the takedown there of Stace, who does find Drill Master. Fleeb gonna clean that up. Kuna now under the Crazy Mage. Once more back and forth. 50% on here for Nightmare Academy. 30 for Shikigami. Pride, though, is gonna find Paradox, and the backline is down again, so this should be enough for them to retake point. It looks like it will be. Proto gonna find Cessna there, and Fleeb goes down to Kuna, and it's just about stalling now, but it won't be for long. Still a great hold to get to 63% for Nightmare.
Excellent surround by Shiki there, and the follow-up towards the point, but now for Nightmare, you know, they're gonna be coming up on that dance floor. We do have the combination of Pride and Kuna. It's a matter of, can Nightmare disengage this? Maybe pick them off earlier. At least find this Psylocke, force her cooldowns. Maybe the same thing with Pride, because Shikigami have an edge in that ult department on the retouch.
Drill Master on point. Great tracking there, even through the Invis. Cessna tried to cancel that. Comes off to help split some of that damage. Does have Kraken impact available. Does land Cessna onto Ripkin. That's a huge play, but Stace goes right back into Cessna now. Even the numbers. Proto onto D Spooky, and they are still going to be up a number. 2 numbers currently on point. And the point is there, 67% and counting now, just slightly up against Nightmare. Finding another there on a Drill and Paradox from Scarlet.
Where the hell is Crazy Mage at? Where was he? Where was he? Why was he not with his backline? Where was the backline not with him? He just like left his boys behind, and they just lose the fight because of it. And now stagger onto the Captain America. No portal because they are not on Doctor Strange necessarily just yet, but it's going to be interesting moving forward as Shikigami got a fight win in the middle of a dance floor where Crazy Mage was not with their team.
And great stagger there by the side of Shikigami against Fleed, who's very close to ultimate. Coming back now, a little bit down, but It's all about this next fight. Will this one make Shikigami go up 1-0 in this series, or will Nightmare bounce back, take point, and own it? Fleeb gonna start here with the freedom charge, heading forward towards the back line of Shikigami, trying to find value that way. Cessna tries to find the pull on Kuna and does land the punch. Does not get the pull, but still works out in their favor. All skip popped here. And diagram back and forth. The dance floor is out now. Drillmaster tries. Proto gonna start here. Stays as well. And that will work out here for Nightmare Academy, who find 3, make it 4 as Drillmaster is popping off here on the sidelock.
This is insane. I mean, Shikigami should, theoretically be advantaged in some of these fights, but are just too late to pop with Ripkin's ult, and maybe in general too late to pop a lot of ultimates. And for Nightmare Academy, they're kind of making these scrappy fights work out for them. I mean, they're close to another Kraken impact, about to come up on it. Same thing with that dance floor. Shikigami do have both Vanguard ultimates and their very own Dance of the Butterflies, which was big in that last fight when we saw it. Drillmaster Bakuna in the 1v1. Able to fall back, take the portal and the health pack, but we'll see what happens when he comes back into it.
Kuna took those fights personally and is starting to look a lot more locked in here on this sidelock. A big threat to virtually everyone they're going against as Proto falls. And there goes. A huge dance of Cutterfly able to take out Drillmaster from Kuna now. Trying to retake point. 99% on both sides. Pride. Ripkin able to find 1 apiece. Ripkin looking for another now. And Bang is able to make that happen onto Fleeb. Point is ticking down. Portal's likely going to have to come through here. Will Nightmare Academy be able to make this work in OT? I think there is enough time for it, and we'll see if they can win this next fight. No ults available. And here it goes.
There's the portal. Everybody's spawning in. We do have dance floor. Pull. Save. Maybe. Oh, we didn't bring it back into it, though. Here comes that dance floor. Can it be disengaged? Shikigami can even get over the point if they want to maybe come back into it. Make sure nobody goes down if you're on the side of Shiki. They have to peel off, dive onto the Fluid Snow. Nice freeze to slow down Pride. And on the backside angle, D Spooky forces out everybody to walk into single boundary. Here comes the Kraken impact. Nothing to counter it. Lead made shows down. The follow-up gets on the Paradox. And now, both backline removed. Should result in a huge advantage. But we do have an Agamotto committed from Drillmaster. The follow-up isn't there, though. Stace trades back Cessna.
Yeah, that was a huge combination of ultimates, but Fleeb able to find Proto and Pride onto the Spooky. Stace goes down, but that is it. Shikigami in a back and forth trade. Nightmare Academy definitely locking in at the end, but Shikigami coming out on top, and that is the battle we were looking forward to seeing from these two teams.
That was a freaking wild one, man. I mean, everything from the Charlie Niner, the I Am Agamotto, somebody falling off the map. A lot of crazy stuff went down, but Shiki came out on top, and it was because, in large part due to this man. Stace was, phenomenal that series, Shib. Compared to the last one we saw of him, it was a really impressive performance out of the Bucky player of Shiki.
Yeah, I mean, it just clutch, right? It's about making big things happen when you need to, and you can see there, 27 finals. That is a big number, folks. 16 from Kuna as well. I will say, though, you look over on the duelist line, Cessna looked really good in Drill Masters. Both started locking in there towards map 2 and 3, but just a little bit too late as the side of Shikigami was just too warmed up, ready for action, and they do sweep through in the final fight. But again, that was a very back and forth final fight.
Yeah, it was. And, moving forward, we have to see, maybe if that Bucky ban is in play, especially as we head to Convoy or Convergence, if we do. And, it seems like that character, at least for him, it seems to be his sort of go-to. So I wouldn't be surprised if we try to make something else happen. And on the opposite side, we know that they like to play that Venom. We know they like to play the Cap. Angela ban, I don't know if I'm fully in on that yet, Chib. I don't know about you, but I feel like maybe, I know they maybe have an Angela one trick or somebody that plays a ton of Angela on the side of the Spooky, but regardless, maybe that doesn't need to happen moving forward. Definitely curious to see what happens in the ban phase because that map was incredibly close on both sides, and I felt like it didn't have any right to be. I mean, there was an incredible amount of misplays on domination that really wouldn't happen for other squads we see in MRC.
Yeah, that's definitely the first time we've ever seen an Angela ban off rip, so I'm curious to see how that's going to look if it does get let through, but we'll find out if it does get let through right after this break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. say fireworks. Maximum pulse.
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, as we see Shikigami taking home a W there against Nightmare Academy in an absolute battle. Nightmare Academy started waking up. Can they do it on map 2? What did you think of that matchup, bud?
Oh, I mean, that might have been the most wild series we've watched in a while, Shib. I mean, we've seen a lot of Marvel Rivals between you and I, and that was insane. Like, just back and forth. And, you know, honestly, it looked like Shikigami, just based on round number 1, were going to dominate, right? But that's, I guess, why you can't, you know, fully invest in a single team based on a single fight, right? And, you know, that first map for Nightmare was a nightmare, but they fought it out. It was close, and that means, I think, in this map, it could potentially be close.
Yeah, again, with the instant shutdown of the Angela off the rip. So clearly that is something they are afraid of, which, you know, either means they've done their homework and they have no solution, or they just don't think they could find a way through that and think it would be essentially a free win for them. But either way, we'll see if that was the correct call in a moment, as we are heading to Central Park Convergence. So Central Park is another one of those maps that really benefits the Strange Portal right back onto point. We'll see if that gets taken care of. And the lock-in of Emma, which has been a little bit lacking today.
Yeah, that definitely has been, for sure. You know, I think on the Angela, I'm just assuming that either D-Spooky or Flea, but it's probably D-Spooky because Flea doesn't have the legendary, or the Lord icon, rather, for Angela. I'm assuming he must just be like an Angela main or like something like that, maybe. But, you know, we'll have to take a look at the leaderboards afterwards that they banned the Bucky on the opposite side, which makes sense, right? We do have the Emma Protect, but now that relies, or now you're going to lose out on Stace playing that Bucky, which was phenomenal. But that also could just be a result of everybody on Shikigami playing well. Stace doing an insane job on that last map, right? He was enabled by his team, and we'll see what happens in this upcoming map as we've seen a little bit more Phoenix, and, you know, we're getting away from a little bit more of that Captain America and Venom stuff in terms of Protect for Shiki. Maybe that allows Nightmare to ban out one of those two.
For sure. Yeah, I like that conversation here, as we're seeing now the removal of that rocket, locking in the Luna. And yeah, I think the Bucky ban is just smart. I think there's been a ton of value on Bucky on both sides. I think Bucky as a whole is a solid ban, just super strong, has a huge ultimate, and can combine well with things like Strangling Prison. And Groot is on the table, but we haven't seen these teams run a ton of Groot yet.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like a Psylocke ban or something too, because Drillmaster was actually doing a decent bit on the Psylocke, like straight up was pretty good on that hero. So I'm curious. There's the Psylocke ban.
There it is.
Make sure that you get that mismatch as the Mantis ban comes through. At least you get that. Maybe on Nightmare side if you do want to play Mantis, but some teams just don't like to play it. We all see the Jeff go through as they protected it this time for them.
Yeah, it looks like Mantis, at least at the current moment, isn't going to be run here for the side of Shikigami, which it is available, I believe, unless the switches didn't come through on those bans. But either way, neither team's electing to run it. That seems like a mainstay right now of this region, or at least of the MRC, which was definitely very different from what we experienced in, those Rivals Worlds that we just, came back from.
Yeah, it's a different world, I suppose, back on that. Like, it's, MRC, we have a bunch of different players, a huge variety of, mains of certain heroes and all that. I mean, there's a ton of, like, Psylocke mains, but regardless, does feel like in the current patch, there's, at least in MRC, anything's possible for sure. And
yeah,
like I said, it's super uncommon, at least back at Ignite Grand Finals. We never even saw, like, a Luna Snow Protect at all. That's, like, super, super rare, right?
Yeah, I think Luna was actually one of the least banned in terms of strategists of anything. She was, I think, banned in the low 20s, if not teens, whereas all the others were upwards, when you're even looking at Mantis and when you're looking at Jet, it was in the 200s, for example. So very different than what we'd expect in the past. It goes to show you, you may be saying, oh, I'm not sure what changed from this patch. There's no meta shift. I'll tell you what, go look at some of the ban differences across the board of the pro scene and tell me that again, because they have been wildly different over these last few seasons. And we'll start once more now. Scarlet on the left side. We've seen a lot of teams, especially with Venom, holding this top left, ready to engage under the backline whenever available. Drillmaster going to take the height though and prep that stun towards Venom, just locking that passive down, doing as much damage as possible. Good pull there from Paradox. Does not connect enough to pull through.
On at the current moment, I mean, going for that dive now, applying Tangle. That Namor and Squad just want to take that position. Meanwhile, the Spooky trying to pressure out that back line, but met by that Emma Frost, which is matched on the opposite side. So with that Dirge coming out through the main angle, we'll see what kind of happens. You do have Cessna diving back down on that back ang, but you still have Drill Master deal with the Hella, removing Stace. Nice job from Drill and crew. Come together to find that Hella early.
There goes the engagement now, very low. Kuna able to find Crazy Mage on that Jeff before they comes through, making a two-piece now on a Cessna on the Wolverine, which has been seeing a little bit of play here in this tournament, but not nearly as impactful as in the past. And some of these Vanguards, they now have some answers to the last stand and those pulls. Kuna, so owning this high side, is available with the Whale, the Horn of Proteus. Will it connect? And obviously that team up now with Stace is very impactful with that healing reduction.
Have that Wolverine trying to get kidnapped, but Drill falls low, needs to get help from his squad. You have that Jeff, the pumpkin patch across the map, trying to kind of keep his team nice and healthy. He has popped that Freedom Charge early, met by the Sonic Collection of Ken. It could be an extended fight, as we do have the dance floor, but Drillmaster comes down, slows out of the ground, breaks all the shields. D-Spooky trying to hit this Meteor M on the backside. Does it connect? It looks like the answer is no, and Shikigami barely still alive. Result on Stace. Rely on Stace finding that pick out of Paradox.
Yeah, just committing a ton there. Nightmare committed 3 ultimates, no value. Immediately, Shikigami throws 1 out, and they will sweep. And Shikigami on the defense looking very strong once again, as the whole team of Nightmare is going to have to retake, but that's just how this map goes. You got to find a way through the defenses here, and they are learning. Nightmare making a few switches here, I believe, to start up once more. D-Spooky is, instead of being on that mag, going to be jumping on the Venom and that Feast of the Abyss. We know how strong that can be. It can be very, very oppressive. Now, both teams are going to be running that Hella and Namor team up, which does also provide damage reduction. A ton of that on the field right now.
Nice job from Paradox to connect on the Scarlet. Off the map, to toss that in there, and had the follow-up from the team. Now you can go aggressive. Cessna, you said on that Hella, wants to walk forward. She can actually give up a lot of space. They're going to wait a little bit longer for the member who just got picked to get back from spawn. Kind of a smart play, but they do give up a little bit of point percentage.
Here comes the engagement again by D-Spooky towards the back line onto Kuna, who does escape at the moment. Is still being ran down and is going to like to drop and retake once more, about halfway on the capture here. Ooh, great shot there by Drillmaster onto Kuna on the back line with some really good positioning and just wherewithal to know that cooldown and peek that corner right as they're turning. Smart play there. Drillmaster going to keep this tight and find another on a Stace. Out goes the Horn of Proteus, lands, but does not get enough value for the pick. Jeff still holding on there, coming through. Just holding the point with the side of Venom from Pride, who does have that beast available. Out goes a ton of cooldowns. We see one fall on Proto. Spooky now onto Ripkin, and Nightmare Academy are looking like they will take this point.
Yeah, huge plays by them. Honestly, that was, bright spot on the last map. Drill Master definitely being up there. Now coming in on the Namor looking like he hasn't lost a step. We'll see how they move into the second phase of the game because it still took a long time, right? Like, I mean, they were kind of getting held, having to figure out a comp to play. Now they're going back over to the Hella Namor. With that comp, able to kind of keep pressure up on Ishikigami. They're doing that full dive with Fleeb on the Captain America and Spooky on that Venom. So in the second phase, we'll see how Ripkin can take advantage of this mismatch on Emma at the very least. Maybe just walk up, force out this main side. But no, Cessna removes Kuna. Nice job from Cessna in that main angle.
Spooky ready to engage again. So use that wall climb to engage, followed by the dive in, and then we'll grapple out if need be. Immediately going to find the back line. Gets tackled in here from the side of Fleeb, who does keep that charge going. And the team moving forward, just getting that over health and driving them all back into the corner. Shikigami with a good retake there. No one goes down, but Academy with a ton of free space here, still walking forward.
He's slowed down by that Hella on that left side, but does have that Snowflake, so you can't really full fight it. You're kind of fighting a 1.5 versus 1. Now there's that whale on the back line. And Drill goes a little bit too far with it, trying to capitalize off of Ripkin, but Ripkin just walks forward, takes down 2 for free.
Yeah, and stays able to find Fleeb. Ripkin onto Paradox, as discussed, looking very strong right now on the retake from Shikigami. Ultimates available heavily for Shikigami here, who will have all 6 in this next fight. And where you look at Nightmare Academy, we'll be there with about 4. Who comes out on top? Advantage on the side of Shikigami. It's all about the commitment now and not committing to answer some of these big alts. The Crazy Mage, though, on that Jeff could be a huge threat. We'll see what it looks like.
Both have to worry, or you have to worry about Kuna's whale, right? Who could be saving it for that Jeff specifically. Shikigami haven't had to use much on the top right angle. Cessna's trying to find the pick, and he does so. Nice job shutting down Kuna. That's a huge ult remove.
Exactly, great call out there as one goes down. Stace going to trade that right back onto Cessna as the Venn diagrams launch. Good tracking there by Stace, who finds 2 now. After that ultimate, and down goes the Itch Jeff. Piece of the Abyss lands there. Damage boost out, not enough to make anything happen. Looking to damage Jeff out of this, and that is some great focus there from Stace again. He's playing lights out on this off angle and height.
Great shots from Stace, 100%. I mean,
Wow,
just hitting 5 in that fight. Beautiful. Now have Cart. 6 seconds, Shib. They have to rely on this portal from the Crazy Mage. 2 seconds, but they can't even get overtime spawns. And with that, Nightmare gets stopped in the second phase at 88 meters. Really good hold from Shiki and Stace, like you said. I mean, this guy's just an aim legend right now.
Yeah, it was a decent push as well there from Nightmare Academy. Definitely defendable. Can do the same right back towards Shikigami. I have no doubt Nightmare Academy, a team that has so far, based on what I'm seeing, locked in after being beat up a little bit. We'll see if Shikigami can push through, if they have the clutch gene, and can they go up 2-0, or will Nightmare Academy turn this back and make it a 1-1 series? I don't know if we're going to see a major change in composition, as both teams were locked into those comps for a while, besides the portal from Strange there, but outside of that, very much matching each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just been back and forth. I think Drill had some big moments on first point, but kind of ran out of momentum, ran out of steam. And with that, I mean, you have to win these neutrals. That's kind of the tough part with these Hella Namor comps, I think, is that, if your Hella is getting a little diffed, it's hard. Like, Cessna's been kind of having his moments, but he's to have a little bit more versus Stace, who has been so good, right? And that's kind of the thing, is these Hella mains can take over, right, Shib? Like, it does feel like we see so many good Hella players, at least the highest level. Like, we watch FlyQuest. Whenever FlyQuest would win and in the Ignite series, like, it would just be because, energy and vision would just go insane on that Hella Namor. But you need to rely heavily on those guys right now, and they're going to stick with that composition to still rely on them.
Yeah, almost a dead even match on both sides. Actually is a dead even match on both sides currently, from what I am seeing, and we'll see who can do it just a little bit better here as the fight starts. Exactly like what we saw on the side of Shikigami, Nightmare Academy, having that Venom own the top right side and just ready to engage on the back line whenever there's a moment. What a throw there from Kuna onto Cessna in the back line. After Cessna looked so good early on, he is going to fall right in the first fight and not have a way back. 1 second on the respawn as Pride is trying to take this space right back, dive towards the back line.
I was bro just like AFK. I don't fully get it, but regardless, they trade it back. Kuna does go down. Pride trades back Crazy Mage. And now Drillmaster coming online, taking down Stace again, saying, fine, I'll do it myself if I don't have my Hella. Both of the backline keeping themselves healthy for now and able to fully back out without getting a tick. So it's good job for Nightmare at the moment. Yeah.
Really strong as they do elect to use Portal early on here. Not sure.
Whoa!
Completely agree with that, but what a throw from Kuna again on the Drillmaster. Kuna showing up once more. Gonna keep the damage on. Squids are out. No cooldowns available currently. Out goes the bird from Stace on his high side. Offside angle, excuse me, is gonna find one on the Cessna. Proda onto Fleet. Kuna onto D Spooky. And that will be first point here. Nightmare Academy has a tough fight ahead of them here.
Portal coming back into it. It's body blocked, though, it looks like for now. Cessna's able to find one, but Paradox goes down. The Squid, the undead Squid, takes down the Crazy Mage, too. So with that, no healers resulted. D-Spooky committing a very, very late Sonic Seduction. That was never going to result in anything, and Shikigami will clean up this point. We move into the second phase of the game with a way larger time bank than what Nightmare had.
Vehicle to its destination.
Yeah, it's all in the hands here of Nightmare Academy to lock in. Shikigami very much in advantage on this push. It doesn't need to go too far, doesn't need to get to the end. We've seen a lot of teams hold at that zone, but I'm not sure it was far enough as it wasn't even completely up the ramp. Yeah, you can see it there just a little bit. They just need to get it close to the ramp, which could be a couple fights. But, you know, Nightmare Academy, as last map, started to lock in when they were in danger. We'll see if they can do it once more. You gotta believe if you are a Nightmare Academy fan. Stace now gonna keep the pressure on a D Spooky, who is very low. What a shot there, right over the shield. And now everybody collapsing towards the back line, forcing out the dance floor. Kuna on the high side, looking towards Drillmaster. Oh, what a throw there from Kuna to find that trade to Stace. Takes out Cessna. Fleeb, though, able to find Scarlet, and that's a strategist on the back line. The dance floor still out there.
Fleet's been bringing it back. Yeah, he's been really good on Venom, and he does so. Wow, nice job on the tracking on the backside, because that was like looking brutal, right, Chip? Like that was pretty much over, but Stace, he's bringing it back. Hitting the shot after shot, pops the ultimate. They want to win this now, Chip. Unbelievable. Emma Frost shield and the damage coming through. But maybe not a great play from Stace, but he's getting some really good healing.
Yeah, and tries to escape. Stace does go down there, burning a lot in that fight. A little bit of an overcommitment. Really well done by Fleeb on the body block. I think it stopped the bird even from going anywhere. I think the cancel of the bird came through from Stace. Kuna gonna fall there from Cessna with a great shot. And yeah, it's just a ton of fun to watch these poke. The tracking here. Wild Stace able to find one onto Drillmaster from downtown. Spooky though onto Pride. The trades are so back and forth. These duelists are so locked in.
I don't know if we've seen a game in a while that just results in any time we go to a POV of a hit scan, they just end up getting multiple kills. Cessna looking for Stace on the backside. Has to hit the shot.
Wow,
he does so.
wow.
Nice job. Who tapping it?
Good call out there. I mean, it's exactly like you said. It's like when we watch the POV, they are finding value every time. Crazy Mage able to find Proto there. Back on that Luna, looking strong on Luna prior. Bang, goodbye to Ripkin. He's Spooky owning this phase, and Nightmare Academy just might do this with 2 minutes and 40. Looking very strong so far, but not too much more to go on this push here for Shikigami.
And they're closing it out pretty strongly right now. Nightmare, I mean, if they keep it up, right, it's a big ask. You need Cessna to keep hitting these shots. You need Drillmaster to big whale. That could start this like sort of reverse sweep. It feels like Shikigami on their side sometimes can choke away fights like this, Shib. So we'll see how they do moving forward. Ultimate's coming up for them too. Big fight. We're seeing these Namor whales come through, and also these Venoms be hugely impactful with their Beast of the Abyss.
And here goes the Psionic Seduction now on the high side. Oh, Pride goes right down, immediately finds Crazy Mage. And that will be worth it at the moment. Down a strategist. He's Spooky in a danger spot. Is going to fall from Pride. Once again, trying to escape in a danger spot. There is the Venn diagram as both teams are going to hold up for a moment and stall. The cart is not moving quite yet as they're still someone from Nightmare, and that someone is Fleeb on point. Stace gonna find one again onto Fleeb. The dance floor comes out, divide time. Everybody popping Qs. This is going to be huge for the side of Nightmare if they can clutch right now. Cessna able to find Scarlet. Ripkin onto Drillmaster. Kuna onto Cessna. And another trade. This is looking like it will go Shikigami's way. Portal goes out. Down goes another from Paradox. Stace is cleaning up right now. Ripkin onto the front line is gonna find another. Will this be it? Will Shikigami take this map as everyone is going down, and it looks like they will, unless, no, that should do it. Shikigami up 2-0.
You know, looking clean. I mean, this is the Shikigami of old that we know, and it's a huge game to be up in this series, right? Nightmare, you know, they brought it back. They've had hero plays. But that's about it, right? We need to see a little bit more team play out of them, not reliant entirely on these kind of hella Namor pickoffs. But Stace again with another MVP, well-deserved, because this man has been unstoppable on Hella and also in the previous map on Bucky.
Yeah, I mean, just locked in right there with those hits again. It was a ton of fun to watch that battle. Both sets of duelists providing a ton of value. And, you know, honestly, the whole team really doing a lot of work. It's just so threatening with that ranged poke, as you see there. 20 and 15 finals from Stace and Kuna. Once again, showing up there for Shikigami. And we saw Drillmaster and Cessna with some great plays as well in terms of a lot of damage there too. But again, the back line looking very strong for the side of Proto and Scarlet on Shikigami. Only going down 3 and 4 times. Pride only 3 times as well. Saw some big plays from Fleeb on Nightmare Academy, getting that SVP, but was not enough to pull through on that W.
Yeah, not enough indeed. I mean, right now, we'll have to kind of see how Nightmare react, because it's tough. They pretty much on these first 2 maps, they've had a very difficult time versus Shiki. Like, Shiki just kind of do the right thing with these dive comps. Maybe you could prioritize getting rid of Venom, but then you put Pride back on the Groot, which we know he's really good at as well. So we'll have to see what they want to do, especially with the map specifically. But right now, I wouldn't want to give them these sort of like dive heroes, especially the Venom. I mean, Pride's been doing too much. I think setting up his hit scan with Stace.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll see a change up here in terms of the ban phase, but I don't know that Shikigami needs to, because at least in these first 2 maps, they have looked so dominant. But we'll see what they change up here, folks, right after this short break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just saw Shikigami take the series 2-0. They are at match point against Nightmare Academy. Question is, can Nightmare bounce back?
Yeah, that's a big question. That's a big ask, because, I mean, right now, Shikigami with Stace, he's popping the heck off. I mean, everybody's doing well for this team overall, and It is a big ask. I think that they can do it. It depends, entirely on this upcoming map, like what it is. But the current moment, we did see pretty strong snowballs from Shiki. I mean, the only time that they were in a questionable situation is if they were like to lose somebody early to like a random crazy play, but that doesn't happen all that much.
Sure. And yeah, we're going to be heading to Celestial Husk Domination. We'll see if the bans change at all. Nightmare Academy is going to be removing that Emma from the table, which is always a problem for those frontline Vanguards trying to hold on a point.
Yeah, that's a good play, I think, to at least adapt to what Cheeky you're doing. I mean, I like that idea. We do come with that Angela ban that makes sense, I think, for what they know Nightmare has in store, and they don't want to play against that hero. And that's kind of stopped what Nightmare have done. We don't really see Angela ban shit, but definitely, I guess that goes back to what we've talked about before. Like, sometimes, target bans can result in a snowball of a series sometimes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And clearly working, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. At the moment, it is working for them, and we're going to see now the lock-in from Nightmare is going to be of that cap, which has been playing a pivotal role across a lot of these matchups. Can be very threatening towards that backline and does have an answer to some of these ultimates that will be committed. Mantis getting removed is nothing that we're not used to, buddy. We see that all the time here in this current patch. I'm curious to see what that's going to look like as the game develops.
Banning out the Mantis on the opposite side, and yeah, that is something we see quite a bit. We'll see how the Jeff kind of is impacted, right? We go for the Luna Snow Protect, which is something that Shiki have prioritized. For Nightmare, what do they want to do, right? Like, are we going to get the Jeff? Are we going to give up on it? Are we going to ban the Jeff, right? Maybe potentially on those opposite side. We already got rid of Mantis. We already got rid of that hero. The Daredevil got protected. We maybe want to see that. Maybe out of Kuna, we'll see how he can do with it. We also are allowing the Psylocke through. Right now, they go for the Jeff Protect. And we'll see if it pans out for him. I'm curious. Right now, Venom's also still available, so they can get the team up with the Jeff. I want to see what Shiki react to with Nightmare.
Yeah, that is going to be the lock-in. I think Jeff at Celestial Husk is just already very good, so we'll see if they can lock in with that. Removing Adam is always a good ban as well. Adam has played a huge role on domination. Just stall point. That is the goal with Adam, and let them commit as many ults as possible, get a big res off, and then you essentially win that trade no matter what. And that's the thought of Adam. Fully commit on point as a team, fall if you gotta while that ult is out, and retake as a unit with Bond to stay healthy. And that is the thought process, the rinse and repeat, and it has been working so well so far in the MRC here. We'll see what happens. Ooh, and the removal of, we see Hella. I think that's a smart play from Shiki, which we saw some success there from Nightmare locking in.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make a lot of sense. Psylocke made it through. Same thing with the Emma. Or rather, not some of the Emma. Sorry, don't get the team up there, but same with the Venom. I want to see what both teams want to do, right? Moving into it. Figuring
I like
things
this
out,
comp
obviously.
here. For Nightmare,
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I like this comp. I think this is very domination focused at the moment, and it could be very threatening. Maybe not the Blade from Stace, or sorry, that's over on Shikigami, but not sure how I feel about that. But I hope it's successful if they do decide to run it. They do not, as that switch comes through. We'll see where Stace lands. But yeah, Nightmare Academy's team is looking very strong in that composition.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely, you're right. And, we both get to see either team wanting to play these sort of full dives with the Psylocke, with the Daredevil. They're the global bans, I believe, right? So going into it in MRC, it's quite different than Ignite sometimes, and sometimes it can be even hard to remember exactly what fully happened. We do have the Luna Snow to follow up alongside the Psylocke dives. That was definitely a priority for Shikigami. Putting Scarlet on that Luna Snow ship has been their number one, and we see this sometimes in TJ2 as well, this sort of Jeff alongside Luna Snow team up. But for Nightmare, see how they play it too. They're doing the same thing except with Invisible Woman. I mean, we've seen how strong Invisible Woman can be.
And this will begin, folks. I think Luna is taking a little bit of a backseat in the meta simply because she's very diveable, but Scarlet has had a lot of value in picks there on the Luna, so we'll see if that works out. Fleeb going to be on that cap that was locked in here for Nightmare Academy now, looking to find someone to go after here on the dive. The thing about these survival comps that we're seeing currently being run is Cap plays great into those survival comps, can really chase down those trying to escape, as we see right now. A ton of damage there on the Stace, who was able to get out in that moment. And there is a pick right back on the Paradox as Stace finds one early in this fight. Fleeb going to turn that back onto Stace to even the numbers a little bit. Kuna is going to find Cessna, though, to put them back up once more. Shikigami up and holding, and do get point very early on.
Yeah, that's a huge first fight to win. You get that Bucky on there, too, to help with these quarter counter dives. And this is kind of going to look like the first round, right? The first map we saw, Nightmare, we're kind of coming back at points. But regardless, it's going to be on Dia Spooky to kind of deal with Kuna and these incredibly aggressive dives. At least it is Kuna instead of Stace. That is going to be an interesting sort of mismatch this time around. But regardless, dive comes in early and nothing found necessarily just yet. Just kind of forcing Nightmare to kind of get in a weird spot for the point. Dia Spooky falls low, but still alive.
The fight continues. Down goes Crazy Mage. Kuna able to find Cessna early, and that's a win there for Shikigami. Fleeb right back onto Scarlet, though, and trying to find more Drill Master with some huge potential here. Going out with the dance. Able to find one. Do I see more? No. Kuna falls, though, and that is a win for the side of Nightmare Academy. Trying to get this point back. 45% and counting here for Shikigami. Pride with that Beast of the Abyss. Going to use it to buy time. Is going to just stay healthy, but immediately going to lose that HP quickly here. Cessna coming in, finding Stace. Stace able to find one, but Cessna looking like they're coming out on top. Goodbye to Scarlet now. Do I see another pick? I do. Make it 3 and a quadra now for Cessna. Taking that point over. 61% here for Shikigami's a decent hold, but Nightmare doing a good job retaking that before it gets too dangerous.
Yeah, Cessna looking pretty good on the Daredevil so far. That's a good change up for them, and they had to let the Devil out in this upcoming fight. They did commit both of the Vanguard ultimates on their side, and also the Jeff ult earlier on. So let's see how Shiki reacts. Right now you have that Kraken impact. You can maybe counter dive. What Nightmare are going to try to do here, but Pride really setting up onto this 3-stack of the back line.
There goes a ton of commitment now. The Devil is let out here from Cessna, able to make much happen. Drill Master able to clean up Pride there. Again, up a number here for Nightmare Academy. Dancing inside that invisible boundary from Paradox, who's still staying healthy. Kuna is going to find one onto Drill Master. Stace now onto Paradox. Kuna again onto Cessna. Looking great there on that Bucky, who's consistently out in play. Down goes Crazy Mage from Stace, and that could be it in terms of numbers. The stall is still there, but not for long, as once again, Shikigami looking like they will retake this point.
Yeah, huge retake. Gives Shikigami the objective for now. Jeff ult available in a moment, too. That was a really good take. Kuna, you talked about earlier. I mean, what a performance by him on that re-engage. Both him and Stace have looked good on Bucky so far, which is what you like to see, right? The flexibility in MRC is what you really need to have to prove to teams that you are, worthy of a pickup potentially in the upcoming seasons. In MRC, though, obviously you want to take it all, win it all, and flexibility enables that too.
Ooh. Absolutely here. Drill Master able to find Kuna, some really clean plays. Stace now on a Paradox. Does go down, unfortunately, there once again. But this time is going to be a huge another dance from Drill Master onto Scarlet of the backline, trading that right back, making it worth it. It is so hard for these strategists to hold on right now with these comps. Comps are so divey and pressure oriented. It's just so difficult to maintain composure and maintain positioning. Drill Master with that find. Cessna finds one. Proto goes down. Stace able to take the Crazy Mage, though, but Nightmare Academy still able to make this happen. 51% here for Academy. 99 for Shikigami. The retake here for Academy. Will this be a 3-0 in favor of Shikigami, or will Nightmare bounce back? They know they can. We'll see shortly.
Regroup it. Right, Drill Master has been a bright spot as well in the previous maps, and this time doing it again, right? Is constantly kind of in the face of Shiki. Able to set up on Psylocke, not going down. Right, if he can keep it up, this Nightmare squad might actually have a shot. But Kuna, ready to go with that Kraken impact, ready for this counter dive that is eventually going to come.
There's more commitment now onto Stace. Spooky with that find early on. Now diving the back line of Scarlet, who's still healthy. Well played there by Scarlet to stay and patty cake with that back line. Fleeb now pressing forward, but is going to have to drop back. Still full HP and ready to engage once more. Out goes that Dance of the Butterfly. Scarlet matches it right back with the dance floor. Everybody dancing on the point right now, but who comes out on top as the Beast of the Abyss goes through? That one does not land. Drill Master, though, able to find one onto Protoss. Kuna back onto Drill Master. Numbers even down. Cracking impact from Kuna. Does this one land? It does. Can they follow up? The reset. Yes, they do. As once more, it is again Cessna onto Scarlet. Stace onto the Crazy Mage. And will Shiki be able to shut this down and take this W, or will Nightmare Academy hold on and push through? That is another pick from Fleeb. Stace again onto Spooky. Everybody trading as the numbers are dwindling. It's 2v2 on point, but the portal comes through.
The portal there from Drill. They also have Jeff ult in the second on the opposite side, so they can't hear it. They're not going to use it for now. Overtime takes down slowly. Proto pops that dance floor. They walk on in with it. Here comes that Jeff ult in the back line. Stace is frozen. Eaten by the Jeff. Can he get off the map with him in his mouth? That would be huge because you have a Daredevil uncontested if that's the case. Also, the Venom! The Crazy Mage takes him off. And that should set up Nightmare Academy, who still have control of that point.
Yeah, Nightmare Academy looking refreshed right now. Locked in, and they do take map 1. Nightmare Academy says it's not over yet. Let us clutch up, and they take map 1 of Celestial Husk, heading over to Celestial Hand. Can they keep this up?
I think they can. I mean, there were some real good bright spots there. I mean, obviously, we saw at the very end Crazy Mage connecting with a really big It's Jeff, and then also, you know, you saw Drill Master just constantly pop off on Psylocke. I think that was like the best thing that we saw in map number 1, and you're seeing it again here right now. And you know, maybe you would think, okay, maybe they could ban the Psylocke on Shikigami's side. That might be something in their head moving forward if they do lose this map. Also, I mean, D-Spooky lived for a pretty long time. These full heavy dives feel like they're easier for teams to play ship. Like, it feels like if we see a Daredevil, we either got to see that Psylocke or like a Magic, you know, full kind of. Sometimes you just want to like all in it a little bit, and you need to support that Daredevil's playstyle a lot of the time, it seems.
Yeah, it's all about having that self-sustain or, you know, cooldowns at least to buy you more time. For example, something like Psylocke with double dash and invisibility. But outside of that, yeah, it's all about like using Daredevil to get that overhealth, stay within the fight, allow him to do his thing while the rest of your team is just consistently pressuring whoever he's on top of. He's marking and diving those in the back line, and everybody's committing, and they're all gaining their own overhealth throughout these battles. It's tough to target, so we'll see if it works out now. Crazy Mage finds Stace and shuts that ultimate down instantly. What a play there by the Crazy Mage. Drill Master now with one. Fleeb onto Ripkin, and they are walking them back to their spawn door. About to grab this point very early on.
You know, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Stace goes back to like Bucky now with Kuna over to that Psylocke, because I mean, when we saw Stace pop off, it wasn't on the Daredevil, it was on that Bucky, and it's a lot on these AIM heroes. I think back onto the Daredevil, it's been a little bit harder. And meanwhile, for Nightmare, they look way better with it. Like Cessna off the Bucky and on that Daredevil has looked a little bit stronger with these dives with the Psylocke. It's a little bit more comfortable for them for sure. And right now we're setting up the dives aggressively with D-Spooky. Maybe they can get something even going even further. Freeze on the Pride 2 stops them down.
Here goes a bunch of commitment. Kuna going to start with the dance of the Cutterfly. Stace able to find Fleeb in that mix. Puts them up a number now. 26% and counting here for Nightmare Academy. Kuna again onto Drill Master. Now looking towards the back line. It's all about stalling now here as we see some good positioning on the side of D-Spooky, who was taking that right angle to get healed up. The Crazy Mage goes under with the It's Jeff. Does this one land? It does. See how many there are. Scarlet dancing for now, biding more time. Is going to have to run as Stace chases down one. Paradox tries to hold, but almost gets that freeze off. But no, Stace is able to make that one work. Now Scarlet again on the low side, looking forward. Still stalling here.
Still stalling it out right now. I mean, that's the most important thing. They do pop the Daredevil ultimate. Also with the Feast of the Abyss was countered by Pride on the opposite side, but eventually the Fate of the World's going to run out. Drill Master able to get one. With the Dance of Butterfly, Skeeb is able to get another one. Same thing with Drill onto Proto. And with that, control the point shit like you called out. They're able to kind of yo-yo back into that fight and find multiple eliminations off the back of it.
Yeah, Nightmare's looking so good right now. I'm not going to lie. This is their comp. I knew I liked it when I saw it off the rip. You can see Paradox now obviously switching over to that Luna. Paradox a very strong backline, but I've been struggling, you know, backline across the board, not just Paradox. Just due to the nature of these compositions, it is so difficult to hold on. And see Proto there, even having to switch over to Loki just to try to have a little more self-sustain and use those cooldowns. Paradox, you know, when you've got Matt Murdock running at your face 24/7, there's not much you can do. But your team has to be reliant on finding value, as you see right there. Drill Master able to find Kuna, and that is good work for the side of Nightmare, who are now at 98% and counting. Down goes Stace here, and the rest will walk backwards. Will this be a win here for Nightmare Academy to keep this going forward?
Yeah, my beam in the eye could end it. Scarlet falls. Loki is low back there. It does go down too. Overtime, 6 down. No portal in sight. Job done. Nightmare have done it. They've won their first map in the series to start a potential reverse sweep against Shikigami.
Yeah, you'd gotta love to see that potential on the table. We need back-to-back wins here from the side of Nightmare Academy, but they looked so good there on domination. 100-0 there on the second point is a testament to confidence and looking more like a unit. This is their comp, and they looked great on it. We'll have to see if Shikigami can find a way to close that down.
Moving forward, you know, we got Cessna MVP. I mean, definitely a lot better performance out of him, having to play a little bit more Daredevil. And, you know, for very good reason. I think he's definitely a really strong Daredevil from what we've seen so far. This team as well looks like they play better around it, right? So maybe that's what we're going to see in MRC in generalship. Like, I feel like maybe players are just going to get better at Daredevil, and then also, you know, it's really on that off duelist to kind of match it with these full dives.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, these teams have definitely, you know, learned a little bit about each other. These fights have only gotten more intense, but I'll say Nightmare Academy, at least they're seemed to have fully downloaded Shikigami by the time of map 2. They just stalled forever. They retook. They had a whole series of fight where they were down heavily in numbers and were still able to hold on there with D-Spooky on the Venom and Philippe coming in even on the Strange and getting a ton of value with picks. Drillmaster and Cessna both at very similar finals. And look over at Shikigami. They just could not find their footing there. Will that be a testament to what happens on these future maps? I'm looking forward to seeing what we got next.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely interested to see how this kind of continues because right now, Nightmare with this Psylocke has been a menace on Drillmaster, and same thing with Daredevil. So the ban phase is going to matter a ton as we move forward into this upcoming map, Shib. So before that map, we're going to a break. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone, as we saw Nightmare Academy come back and take their first win against Shikigami, who are down by 1 win. Shikigami only need 1 more to push through into the tournament. Nightmare has to lock in, but they have been. They look so much cleaner right there. What'd you think of their last match, bud?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nightmare, if they can keep it up, right, that's a big question. It's a big ask, right? Drillmaster looked really good on Psylocke. I think that Cessna as well, way better on Daredevil. Now, on the opposite side, if we're taking a look at the squad that has now lost that map, but we're up the first 2, we need to see a little bit more out of what the side of Stace and Kuna are going to do. Like, I feel like Kuna was fine on the Bucky, but honestly, Stace was just kind of standout. Now we go to another Domination. This would be a little bit scary because Domination can still go either way. The ban phase is going to have to change. They go for the Emma ban this time around immediately for Nightmare's side to make sure they cannot play that Psylocke Emma matchup as well.
All right, and we will go again here, folks. Ban comes out. Same old story there for Shikigami. Going to remove the Angela off the rip. And, you know, if they do lose another, I will say, you know, maybe worth shifting things up here. But odds are at the current moment, with at least how things are looking. Actually, you know what? Nightmare showed up in that last match. I'm not going to count them out. They looked so much better, especially on map 2. I don't want to count out against them, but the lock-in of Daredevil from Shikigami makes sense. I'm curious if we're going to see the same thing over there from Nightmare Academy.
You know, and if I'm not mistaken, these are the full global bans, by the way, right? So back in
true.
The original one, I was getting a little confused by it earlier, but we are definitely back in the global ban phase. So Daredevil protected for both teams, not targeted, right? So that means that Rocket Raccoon cannot be played. Same thing with that Angela and Mantis on the opposite side. So the Jeff Protect comes through for Nightmare, and they've been wanting to play that sort of style. We'll see if they want to shut down that team up, going for that Bucky Protect on Shiki's side.
Yeah, excuse me. That's a great call out there, as they are global bans right now. You can see Bucky locked in, been so strong on both sides, and goodbye to the Psylocke. I think that's not a bad decision here by Shikigami, as we saw some value coming in there from Nightmare Academy on that Psylocke. And the Luna ban is going to be a big one as well. It was played by both teams last time, but you know, it's tough because Luna I feel is struggling into these compositions, so I'm not sure how effective the ban is.
Yeah, I'm curious for sure. I mean, we knew how they like to play around that, right? The side of Shiki do. So makes sense to want to get rid of it. The Psylocke ban as well, to make sure we don't have to play that. Understandable, because Drill Master was really good on that hero. So, you know, maybe this is the start of Nightmare's reverse sweep. If we put Drill Master back on Bucky, I'm curious to see how he does. And then also if we, you know, consistently play Fleeb and D-Spooky on this sort of Captain America Venom dive, it's been looking good. I think right now, Fleeb as well, I think on Cap has looked more comfortable after this first 2 games. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this as we go into this next map.
And the domination, we have it. Let's see how these teams look now. Drill Master going to be making that switch over to the Bucky. That was locked in for both sides. Kuna going to be doing the same thing. And over the strategist line, Proto going to be running that Jeff. This is a huge Jeff map here, and Scarlet on the Invis makes sense towards the back line. Paradox going to be on the Cloak and Dagger, though. We've seen some of that, actually, when you look over at Ignite in that series. The Terror Cloak can be a huge influence. But you know what? Psych, I lied. Over to the Invis and the Jeff, which is more meta at the current state.
Now we'll see right now, moving on. Nightmare going to be playing that sort of fast-paced dive with that Invis as well in the back line. And same thing for Shiki, except for they got that Magneto on Ripkin. That's going to be their kind of glaring difference, is that how do we want to play with this Magneto? Who do we want to bubble? All right, make sure we want to save our back line if they're ever dove upon by D-Spooky and crew, as everybody's kind of surrounding this objective right now. Nightmare trying to take their advantage, but D-Spooky, brought back into the team with the force physics. Nice job from the back line of Shiki.
And hot now, and that's going to be a pick there from Stace. Kuna finds one onto D-Spooky as well, and Shikigami locking back in after losing that last map. Proto onto Fleeb, and that should be point in their favor. Going to slowly send them back to the spawn door for a retake and a refight, as they will fight as 6. And this could be a stagger here on the Cessna. It is.
A nice job by Kuna at the very end, too. Cessna falls, and Shiki finally get back on this point, kind of get things moving. I think the Magneto switch has made sense. I think the Cap, not everybody can play Cap to like an incredibly high level, right? So it's gonna be tough, I think, for Ripken to kind of mix up back and forth between that hero. And you know, for him to play the Magneto, maybe it makes more sense with his comp as well to help heal whenever they need it.
That could be the choice they need, and will help even to counter things like Bucky, where you just essentially wait for Bucky to land and follow up with a Meteor M there once you're in the sky to help shut that down and not allow them to clean up those landings of the Kraken Impact with some shots. Stace owning this fight, can immediately engage onto the backline. Found success in the first fight. Will it happen again? Stace does find Paradox. They're on that Invis. Fleeb onto Stace, though, to trade it right back. Now Nightmare Academy even in numbers. Down goes Proto with the Jeff. Will this one come through? Drill Master now is going to get it picked out of Kuna. What a shot there up in the sky with a Kraken Impact lands in, and they find the reset. Not sure it happens just yet. Cessna goes down. Make that 2 as Pride finds Drill Master. Shikigami on the retake and still holding, at 62% and counting.
Yeah, able to build that baby up. Nice job. We're going to get a 2-for-1 deal with that left click. And yeah, I mean, this has been looking good so far. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if later on, if the series does progress, that we see that change off mag and maybe go or change off to a Captain America ban and stuff too, to make sure that they can't play that. But at the current moment, they haven't needed to. I mean, these peels have been clean, and also the strategies are kind of changing as we go on, as the series progresses. Now we go aggressive with Stace. He wants to dive from the back line. Jeff cannot go anywhere. Crazy Mage is gone.
And Ripkin is going to try to escape. Does find one there on a Drill Master. Great positioning there. He's dropping back inside of that boundary. Team still staying healthy. Now heading up towards the cap. Leave gonna commit here with Nightmare Academy. Same with Cessna. Both coming in heavy. Let the devil out. Will it work? Kuna though is gonna find Cessna instead. Turn it right back towards the front line of Nightmare. Ripkin still holding on point, very low in HP, but 99% and counting. And the reset comes through from Kuna. Will there be more? Yes, there will. That is a huge sweep here from the side of Shikigami as they do start the fight in OT. It's still going. What a portal to come through. Can the reset keep going here? Oh my goodness, Kuna. Somebody stop this guy as they do 100-0 Nightmare Academy.
Looking like first bat, man. Like looking back at Krakoa, we saw that exact thing. Shikigami started off 100-0, and now we go to Stellar Spaceport. I want to see if that's maybe the same thing for them, for Nightmare, right? They may have to mix some things up, right? I mean, we saw some changes. I think they look really good on Convergence, but, on Domination. But right now, like Shiki, that was just insanely dominant from, I mean, Kuna looked a lot better on that Bucky. So, you know, everything kind of panned out for them in that map. Maybe that ban phase as well, favoring them, because you have to bear in mind with like a global ban system too, which completely like passed over my head as we change from formats, right? We go to the MRC where every ban protects is global, and then we go back over to Ignite where target bans happen. Here we have global bans, so it's like every protect you do also helps the other team, and every ban you do kind of helps the other team, right? So you kind of got to work on your strengths a little bit like harder, I guess, and you're going to get a lot of mirror matchups. You got to make sure you have the better mirror matchup, I suppose. In this case, both teams having different opinions. We already pull out that Namor Hella changeup for this upcoming round as Shikigami want to stick back on that Daredevil and Bucky.
Yeah, this is going to be the change-up that I think we needed to see from Nightmare Academy after getting 100 0'd like that. You need to change something completely. It's not working in the mirror matchup, and this is something I think might benefit them. We'll see here in a moment. Drill Master now is going to be, actually showing up there on that Namor over these last few maps. We'll see if it can work again. Now the engagement begins. 3 seconds till the portal or the point unlocks. Stace falls early there to Spooky with a nice start. Bleed now going to commit and take another run to Stace and Proto, as 2 numbers are down here. Nightmare Academy now early on the point, trying to get this thing going, finding another and another as Cessna finds Kuna. The play there. Drill Master cleaning up Pride.
Yeah, nice job from Drill and the squad. So Nightmare get it done. And that could start it right now. We finally get some tickage for them, right? It was tough on the beginning of first rounds. Maybe this is just how they play on Domination, right? Just give up the first one and maybe buy back momentum, maybe get a little bit angry on this upcoming map. As now we have Drill Master back on that Namor with that whale upcoming, ready to go for Shikigami's potential Jeff ultimate. But Proto's not really been caught out, so he's done a good job on Jeff so far. We'll see if he can give up nice shots from Cessna though.
Cessna is holding on here to the God of to Death, ready to launch that. The whale, and it's Jeff available too. Down goes a few. It's Jeff going under from Crazy Mage. Will that one find value as Fleed takes out Stace, which will help Jeff. There's
the whale
off map here, but from downtown, the whale comes through. Finds Ripkin. Drill Master now onto Pride. Proto able to off map with Crazy Mage. And Cessna onto Kuna. The trades are back and forth, but still in the favor of Nightmare Academy, as they're still maintaining point, but down in ultimates. Paradox holding on to that invisible boundary. Fleeb ready to counter and help the backline too with the freedom charge. There's a lot of answers here for Academy.
Was when a Jeff eats it on the Jeff, is that cannibalism? Is that what, like he literally just swallowed him whole? That was brutal, man. I mean, I don't know. That's a little dark.
Him out. Are you a cannibal? You spit him out? I don't know.
No, he ate him out. He didn't. No, he didn't spit him out. He digested him fully.
Oh, true. Got the full digestion.
So, okay. Yeah, he fully digested his brother or himself. I don't know. That's kind of weird. But now Shikigami started off with Pride, going with the ult, getting a little bit of overhealth to get healthy yet again. Just said the same thing twice, but Pride at least gets out of their Stace. Meanwhile, why does it get started with that double out, but gets shut down by Cessna? Nice shot from him.
And the fight begins once more. Cessna with a 2-piece there from downtown with some great aim. He's going to force them to retake once more, but Nightmare Academy 90% on, potentially thinking of a portal player coming in here with Pride on the touch. But either way, Nightmare Academy have just locked in here and are really shutting this down. There is that portal coming in, but so much damage there. What great tracking by Cessna onto the front line of Pride. Pride able to get fully healed up there with some commitment. Now goes that invisible boundary from Scarlet. Will there be an answer? Yes, there will be. Paradox now going to launch that out. Keep it just a little bit better of an ultimate, a few seconds more, and that's all you really need is Kuna trying to find the off angle. It's Jeff comes through from Kuna. Kuna able to find Paradox with a crazy shot, and there goes that off map there onto Cessna from Proto.
Yeah, good opening for Shiki, able to take down 2. Crazy Mage on the back angle. Did he? 1, yes he did. Stace goes off the map, so good trade. Come back again from Ripkin, though, on the Drill Master, who's barely still alive. He just got the Meteor M available. They had to touch the point, they do. They get that flow, they had to flip. And meanwhile, D-Spooky on the backside eats Kuna on the ground with the Beast of the Abyss, and finally they close it out, too, to get that potential point flip. As Paradox is back here, they're able to kind of live with that Invisible Woman back at the point.
Yeah, some great comp switches here from Nightmare Academy, and every single time it's really worked out for them. They come back and just play like lights out. Grillmaster making the switch here to Star-Lord, but that will be a full take here for Nightmare Academy. Absolutely popping off and trying to push this series even farther, holding on back against the wall.
It's the same thing as Araco, man. Like, they just kind of lose that round number 1 in a pretty dominant fashion and then come back after that on round number 2. So now we head to this third one, and honestly, this is scary if you are Shiki, because yeah, I mean, that Hella Namor on this map is so long range. It's going to be a tough thing to deal with. You want to switch to it yourself, and honestly, it makes sense. I think that from what we saw, at least looking back at Central Park, Staced on the Hella, had a pretty good matchup versus Cessna, and then same thing with Kuna. Now, the problem is that maybe Cessna's more warmed up now. Maybe Cessna's awake and ready to go for this matchup because of what has happened in the previous one. And then for Drill Master, I mean, he's been consistent throughout the whole series. And Crazy Mage, he has to be consistent with these Jeff Ultimates as well. Proto maybe shut down on the backside. Crazy Mage has been getting better with them. This is going to be an interesting round because this could start a potential, or ascend us to another map 5, which would be big for Nightmare Academy because this is their tournament life on the line.
Yeah, agreed there. Tournament life on the line. Backs against the wall. Teams have completely switched composition, trying to match each other here. Scarlet and the entirety of Shikigami going to take the high side right, a great angle for the Hella Namor composition. Cessna and the side of Nightmare are going to own the right side, or the high side left, depending on where you're coming out of spawn, and are going to try to battle from there. It's all about ultimate height. Who has the better height right now? It's Nightmare. Will it work out for him? Just a little bit of a tighter angle. Flea's going to start up and find one. Almost gets that pick there on the Ripkin with a great escape and great focus from the back line on Shikigami.
Yeah, bro just hovered up and he said, "Not today, buddy." Oh my!
Wow.
But it's today for Drill Master. Cross map spam eventually results in eliminations, and it's collapsing for Shikigami on the point. And I mean, that would be brutal for them if they were to lose this map, right? So Nightmare Academy in control of the point first, unlike the previous round, and that could result in potentially stranglehold of this objective for Nightmare for sure.
Yeah, and they have ult advantage. I mean, this is looking better and better for Nightmare, who are making the right decisions and are finding picks when they are down in ultimates, and that's exactly all they needed to do here. You can see there are some answers across the board for it's Jeff there, and you have Drill Master available. There is no bubble for Jeff, who will fall immediately every single time that it's Jeff comes through. Stace is able to find Spooky. There's a pick there from Kuna onto Fleeve, and now they're walking forward. 22% on. Great escape there from the side of Drill Master, who is going to find that pick on to Proto. Kuna, though, able to find Cessna. Paradox with one onto Stace. Kuna, though, right back onto Paradox. The trading is crazy, but the point still being held by Nightmare Academy now.
Yeah, really good cooldown management of Drill Master to save himself from that Jeff ultimate. But regardless, like you mentioned, Kuna coming out on top on those off angles and just really kind of collapsing the rest of the squad. And now they need to set up. That's a good point percentage to flip as well. 36%. Definitely still in the running to win this round off of that flip, considering, we see teams stall out for an incredibly long distances of time, with Adam Warlock and stuff. Luckily, it's not here for both sides in terms of stall, but current moment, Shiki's sort of setting up for their duelists on opposite sides of the map, making sure they can control every single angle possible.
We've seen both of these teams hold each other at 0% and take the whole of a map on domination. Now both teams are at the same exact percent, fighting for their lives, still maintaining presence. Nightmare Academy needs this win to keep moving forward in this matchup. Shikigami can take this and end the whole series now. Fleet gonna find Pride, though. Nightmare Academy again, Fleet. Just a great initiation early on onto Pride now. Going to launch an ult out, looking towards the back line of Stace, who is in trouble. Does have to force out ultimate, but either way, that's a win there for Fleet, is now dropping back into the ultimate side of Paradox. Then Invisible Boundary. Stace still able to find a pick there on a Spooky is crazy on the off angle, but Drill Master makes him pay for it. And down goes Stace. Fleet once more on a Proto, getting so much value on these neutral fights.
Yeah, I mean, they're awake for sure at the current moment. Nightmare, I mean, they don't even have to use too many ults after that previous one. Crazy Mage pops that Jeff ult just in case, but they're able to walk down everybody else. I mean, they do have the hell advantage. And that all started from back at the beginning of the fight. Like, Cessna connects with that stun with the Venom team up, so he gets locked down onto Pride, and Pride not able to do much after that. Now there's a stagger onto Invisible Woman, body blocking the heck out of her until the very end of it. He's better jump off the map with Crazy Mage cross map, just watering her down. Send Shikigami back. But yeah, that was a huge stun from Cessna earlier on, and now we have control of the point and didn't even have to commit too many ults in the previous fight.
60% gaining here on Shikigami again. About even in ultimates at the current spot we are at. You'll see Drill Master holding on, Cessna and Spooky, all of which can just stall point. Very aggressive ultimates there from the Duelist, and then you do have Spooky, that Feast of the Abyss, just to bide time on point, try to get to that 99% value. There goes a bit of the damage, or, excuse me, the healing reduction. Out goes the Itch Jet. Drill Master gonna find 2 though, and that is massive onto Pride and Kuna.
Yeah, you do. Oh, wait, Stace brings it back maybe on the ground. You do see you do see Crazy Mage kind of dash around. Shikigami, I mean, can they live? Can they fall all the way back? Because Nightmare Academy, and they're close to capping out. You have to go for a portal play if you're Ripkin. The touch last second. Meanwhile, Drill Master smells blood in the water, looking for Stace on the back angle, able to hit him with the Dirge as well, and finally take him down. 2 huge staggered on his part.
So holding on to some ults here. Paradox is going to commit. Scarlet goes down from Drill Master, and Nightmare Academy are trying to hold on and push this to our final game of the series. And it's looking like they will. Wow. Nightmare Academy with a potential reverse sweep are playing lights out. Back against the wall was all they needed, and they do take this map, pushing us to game 5.
Wow, game number 5. Shikigami potentially about to get reverse swept. We'll have to find out if that does happen, because Nightmare Academy, I mean, the thing is, we saw it round number 1. I mean, they just kind of got dominated, right? Like the same thing on the first map we saw, but, you know, Drill Master on the Namor really stood out. It's him on the Psylocke. It's him on the Namor that's been really an MVP for this squad, and you can see the DPS and the Duelist performance of Nightmare Academy really bringing this team back in. And same thing with their tank, with their Vanguards. I think map number 1, D-Spooky was having a tough time, and then now after that, I mean, he's been kind of playing consistently well. And on the opposite side, it's been harder for Pride. Like, Pride's been getting shut down. You know, Stace and Kuna as well, same thing. And we have to see how this moves forward, because look, that's a terrible performance from Stace comparatively to how he's played throughout the series, right? Like, I feel like we called out Stace's name so much, map number 1, map number 2. Yeah. Now look at those stats. I mean, he just had a brutal map.
Yeah, it's funny because we've seen this exact comp matchup back and forth, and it went to the opposition and went to Shikigami, making you think, oh, they just have the better, you know, style of this exact composition. But now I think the momentum has just shifted here. Nightmare Academy have not given up, and they want to turn this right around. Shout out to Kuna with the 13 finals there, obviously trying to hold on from the side of Shikigami, but Drill Master with 13 and just a little bit more damage there, showing that, hey, I am also Namor here. Cessna looking clean there, and the whole team bouncing back, but I can't believe it. A potential reverse sweep. I'm looking forward to seeing how this shakes out.
We need to see a shift up, I think, in terms of how they play, right? I think that in terms of what we saw on that map, you know, that we saw the supports kind of helping out their Namor, but instead of the Hela on the opposite side. So we're going to see what happens moving forward. Like you said, Chip, we're headed to map number 5 after this short break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone. And a reverse sweep is on the table. It went the distance. Nightmare Academy being down 2-0, bounce back and make it a 2-2 series. It is anyone's game, folks. What'd you think about that comeback, buddy?
Yeah, it was a big comeback. I mean, I think that I'm seeing a little bit more more life out of the squad, out of the Namor and the Helicomp. Maybe we go for that ban phase upcoming. But honestly, it's tough because they played well with it on Central Park. It depends on what map we go to, right? We've been to 3 dominations. Right, we're going to Idrisil Path. We're going to a convoy. You could maybe assume that in terms of what Nightmare is good at, it's those domination map types, right? And for Shikigami, it makes sense to get rid of the Angela, first of all, in case there's an Angela on the opposite side, can't really play it. You just kind of want to remove whatever you can't play, I think, in this ban phase. Also, maybe make them a little more comfortable with compositions that they are good at in case you are Nightmare.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And we see, again, very similar story here. I mean, for Shikigami, I'm not sure. I guess they're just not as comfortable with the Angela, right? That's got to be the thought there. No matter what, they just think that they will lose, and they're very much prioritizing that Angela. I'm not sure that that's the right answer, especially with Invis and Bucky getting through a lot. I think you could pretty much, hard focus that if they were going for plays. But hey, either way, still going to remove that, and that is their choice. Just not sure it's the best choice.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we do have that Rocket Protect for Nightmare, and, for Shiki, we'll see what they want to do. The Loki, like you said, they don't want to play it on this map. You don't have that strong backline. You go for that Mantis Protect. Maybe you're assuming you're better at the Mantis comp as well. And right now, that Psylocke's making its way through without that Emma team up. We do have Venom still making it current moment. I mean, I'm okay with that, I think, as well as we do have, potentially some more value found for Shiki. You get that Bucky. You get to see the Hella Namor still make its way through as well.
Yeah, and showing up here, folks, Idrisil's Path likely going to be that triple hold on defense. We'll see who's got the better solution again, as these teams have been just duking it out. Psylocke will likely be taken out here. We'll see if that changes or they think they need it. Yeah, it does not change. That will be removed as that ban. I'm curious. We'll see maybe the Hella ban too. No, it is going to be that Luna ban again.
All right, yeah, that Luna ban makes a little bit of sense as well. I mean, I like that. I think that for Shikigami, they play well around their Luna Snow, right, when we got to see that. But the Jeff ban makes sense, too, considering how the Crazy Mage was playing that on the previous map. And we're going to head into it, Shib. Idrisil Path for Shikigami and Nightmare Academy heading to that map number 5. That's a fun one, too, because I feel like we've ended up on this map on a map 5 so many times in the past, and get to see it again. But the Rocket coming through this time is going to change a lot up. And, Shib, we see a lot of 3-3 comps here, right?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. The Rocket's going to very much change things up in terms of what we could see on the defense. There is going to be a res opportunity on both sides, both teams electing to run it, but also there's been a lot of these dive-focused self-survive comps, and Rocket is one of those strategists that's able to live through that, which has been removed from the pool on every single other game so far. So it makes it very difficult for the backline to hold on, as we see Paradox now is going to be on that Rocket. And I'm sure Paradox relieves, a sigh of relief here, because it is so difficult to hold on with a Luna or even an Invis and do so much dive and brawl on your face 24/7, and while your team is kind of playing their own game. So that will bide more time, and we'll see Ripken doing the same thing from Shikigami.
Yeah, Shiki going for that maybe cheeky one shot. No, they're going back over to the Grootage on the side of Shiki. So no help from a storm and stuff in the sky. They're just going to go straight up front to back style with Kuna playing that Adam Warlock alongside things. So that'll be fun to see that mix up, I think, for Shikigami, considering they are playing that Mantis and Nightmare's not.
The fight begins once more. Pick there from Ripkin onto D Spooky on the point. Will be an early start for the side of Shikigami. Likely going to have that res come through, and it doesn't. Maybe, just a little bit too far up or something at that during that point. But either way, still going to be walking forward. Shikigami doing a decent job at pushing the cart to the side. It's something we're seeing very differently here in the MRC comparatively to what we saw in Ignite. Is, people are not falling on this point. It's still moving here, and it's not guaranteeing a 3-fight situation. You got to make sure if you're going down with the point and come back with the portal.
There's that res you're talking about. Maybe they were just saving it for now. Maybe he just wanted to go too far forward and come back quickly. But now we do have that see you later. Invisible boundary committed. Meanwhile, the front line keeps them healthy. Fight also goes down because there's no strat ults just yet for Shikigami. They've been slow to build them up to Shib. So for a moment, that's brutal having to wait for Pride come back to spawn. Shikigami already a minute and 30 seconds off the clock. Nice hold from Nightmare so far.
I believe going to set up here on the high side for Nightmare Academy on the attack, or on the defense, excuse me, going to attack the back line rather, and Drill Master's holding on to this Meteor M, just waiting until they're in dangerous position. Doesn't need to use it. Now definitely does if they want to hold on. It looks like they will. Up in the sky looking for one. Does not find value there, and it's just forced out just from being pushed with the forced physics. So good work there from Rhoda. Who is going to make that happen. Ripkin got to find one there too. His Nightmare Academy is now dwindling down in numbers again. Shikigami still pressing forward, but out goes Eternal Bond to keep the team healthy.
Still staying up at the current moment, but they need to get these eliminations, right? It's tough. They have to get dove upon right now in the sky. That Venom doesn't get slept, I believe, as D-Spooky dodges it. Here comes an Omega Hurricane on the high ground, though. Where can that go? Everybody's running away. They found the BRB, but does get canceled, so he can move it in a second to bring it away from that Omega Hurricane that eventually gets disengaged. Huge disengaged for now. They do find Flea, but as long as Nightmare can sort of stabilize, that would be big. Regardless, that BRB got changed and put a different location, so that Flea is not going to be there in this fight. He has to walk back from spawn.
Yeah, but Cap gets back quick. Proto going to start up here. Ooh, great maneuver there with the force physics. Going to force out some cooldowns. Out goes that boundary, and there is some collapse here. Not able to find that pick through during that moment. Good idea, but shielded out. Stace is up in the sky looking to land with a Kraken impact onto Cap. Cap is able to escape there with some cooldowns, though, and that will be another ultimate out with not a ton of value from the side of Shikigami. Nightmare Academy is still holding on. Flea with a pick there onto Scarlet. Make it 2 as Proto goes down. Sensa able to find Kuna. Leap again under Ripkin, and that's a 3-piece here for Cat.
This has been a really big turnaround from Nightmare. I mean, this sort of map-to-map comeback cannot be understated. I mean, Nightmare, they've brought it back. Nobody's going down. Nobody's getting picked off early. And then in the 3-3 style with these sort of dives, we saw it earlier with like Angela and stuff, but these Spooky and Flea of this sort of Venom Cap tandem has been brutal. Nice hook though on a Drill Master at the very least.
Kuna gonna find one there on a Drill Master after the hook, as you had discussed, giving them a little bit of space, but the res comes through here immediately onto Drill Master. Numbers evened out again. 30 seconds on. Could be final fight here. Will Nightmare Academy show up with the reverse sweep and hold on point 1? They are looking so strong. Out goes the See Ya now. It's time from Paradox, keeping the team, pushing them backwards. Dropping back now. Sure has decent position and cannot be dove out. Great move. And that is what matters here on the backline as a strategist. All about positioning. What a throw there. What a play by Drill Master, who goes up with the Meteor M. Will this one land after we see some? No, the shielded. It is blocked. Eternal Bond, and the whole team is healthy. Out goes that Omega Hurricane. It's knocked right back. Another Eye of Agamotto. Everybody inside of this ultimate is pressing the Q button, but nobody is going down. Way too much commitment in that fight for so little value. Feast of the Abyss comes through now from a Spooky, who tries to get one. Everybody has a reduction in healing, but they are still continuing to fight.
Yeah, I mean, overtime ticks down. You do have the BRB coming up very soon for Nightmare as well, so you have to bear that in mind. You do have an ult from Stace. But Drill again! How many times this guy found the first pick? Drill has come alive for Nightmare. Stace, though, able to find one. Does that BRB bring him back? It does. So it doesn't matter necessarily just yet. There's that reset. The Kraken impact on the Drill Master, but he's fallen back far enough to get a lot of healing, and that means Nightmare are going to be storming back on the opposite side against an Eye of Agamotto and Ripkit.
And this has just been an absolute battle, but everyone playing a little bit on their heels, and the ults are all back again at the same time. Once more, the Resurgent goes out. Out goes the Eye. Out goes the Invisible Boundary. Oh, Crazy Mesa first of all. Sensa now goes down, and it looks like Shikigami may be able to take this through. But is the portal available here on the retake? We'll find out shortly.
If they stall it out, I mean, he could maybe ult too to stall it out further if he wants to. No, he's going to hold on to it. Portal should be here actually then, because that cart didn't really get a push.
And they have so many ults to commit here. It's all about Stace and Proto. If they can make some big plays here to cancel, Kuna should be close too.
The tree means he can't go there. Go under. Counter portal on the height. That's to shoot them while they come in, but they all make it through. Meanwhile, you have invisible boundary from Proto. They cap! They cap it though. Nice job by Tiki. Get a back cap at Nightmare. Didn't prioritize the objective. These eliminations, they may not matter, Shift.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that portal, how I feel about that. Definitely could have been on point a little faster, trying to set up a little bit too much and make something happen a little bit too much there, and just kind of gave them the opportunity. Yeah, a lot of commitment there, but again, there's just so much going on here. I'm sure emotions are going crazy here. You know, the life in this tournament is on the line for either team. Paradox, they bring Spooky right back. Big reses so far, and that's the value of Rocket right now, despite being able to stay healthy in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, they could have ended it there, right? Like you said, if that portal was a little bit better from Crazy Mage, but he's also a Stratus player who is now playing that Doctor Strange. So, you know, a little bit an odd spot because he was the first to respawn, so that's why you put him on that hero. Now he has Ayabugamoto, Shikigami, have the Soul Resurgence to maybe counter it, but they lose Kuna early. Nice pick.
There goes that eye. It does commit, but it doesn't seem to find too much value worth using despite the situation. They still get pushed through, but have not moved much on this point yet, so not a bad job here by Academy, but there is a minute and 22 on for Shikigami. We're looking to keep this thing moving.
I like that. That was funny. As soon as he went down, got stunned, switches right over to the Invisible. I mean, they lose Cessna. I mean, eventually everybody's going to fall here. Cessna's also probably going to go back to another duelist. We'll see moving forward. I mean, he does have the cloak ult. Like, they could stick with it, maybe. He's going to stick with it. That's insane. So they want to keep running 3-3. And they want to commit also another Eternal Bond. But if Shikigami can make these sort of, like, end game sort of overtime fights work out for them, that would be scary because in these neutrals, they also do get that damage boost from their Mantis. And Pride as well can kind of, throughout these fights, do so much on the route. But, you know, we'll have to see. Nightmare can come back with 43 seconds left to go.
Stace now with that Kraken impact is available. Seen some success in the past from Stace on this hero. Honestly looking very strong, but I'm sure everybody is tired now. Because these games are getting intense. What a pull there. Able to find one. And this says no. Did have that ult to be able to try to use it at the end there, and it did not work out. So gonna have to switch off now. The reset comes through onto Drillmaster, looking backwards. Not able to get that to land with some good movement there, and is instead going to be looking towards Cap with a great punch on a fleet.
Is he gonna stay on it? Okay, he's going over to the Doctor Strange, which they don't have portal because they just used it, right? Or am I crazy? Now they walk back
again.
Yeah, okay, he's going back to the Wolverine. And now they're shit. This cart is in overtime now too. Like, if they find any elimination here before you have ults, I mean, you have Invisible Boundary, they have Strangling Prison. You can get eliminations with Strangling Prison on Invisible Boundary with this Bucky and also the Last Stand from Wolverine, and he catches Cap in the sky.
That was huge. That was a huge take and potential big opportunity here. He's going to find one, but no major commitment. Ayabugamoto's huge, still very low. He's going to burn that passive now and reset to the team.
On the backside, hits the Strangling Prison. Everybody's inside of it. The See You Later save them. They all fall, and eventually the See You Later gets broken. The BRB does bring back with Crazy Mage, and they can maybe stall out with the Freedom Charge. But again, no portal means that everybody has to walk all the way back. You have to deal with the Bucky. Cessna's able to find one at the very least. That Mantis removed is big, but can you kill? Can you get KOs through this Invisible Boundary? The answer is no. It's negative. We're heading to third phase in overtime yet again. Shib, Shiki are doing it.
Wow. I mean, just Clutchagami, if you will. Once again, in OT is where they shine. Saw Academy doing the same thing here, but, you know, on other maps, Nightmare Academy had that locked on point one, kind of fumbled a little bit, maybe with that portal, but despite that, a team is looking very strong. They just got to lock back in once more. And it's funny how we're seeing Wolverine played on both sides here, try to shut down some of the front line.
That's a little bit of a fun sort of dynamic. You know, I like that, considering, you know, we've seen so many big plays out of Kuna, shutting down, leaving the sky. Now we get the damage boost onto Stace. We get that Mantis. Cessna brought in. He does have his ult ready to go. Grab Scarlet. So it actually enabled him. That hook from the Bucky now come down. Huge. And Drillmaster with a collapse onto it. Gets three. Huge play from Cessna.
Yeah, that was a disgusting ultimate there from the side of Wolverine and Cessna. Cleaned up heavily by Drillmaster. Really didn't even need to use much as everybody was down low. It's all about the hold here. 30 seconds on, keeping them around this corner. Could give them the opportunity to win this. But we'll see what happens as these have been just back and forth trades 4 days. Drillmaster cracking it back immediately. Bang, towards the back line, gonna find one. Do I see two? Yes, now looking forward on to Stace, who tries to battle back and does find one. What a battle there from Stace. Cessna able to find another pick, but Drillmaster comes right back into the fight from Paradox. Numbers up here for Nightmare Academy once again, who still have the crazy mage to counter. Same with Paradox if they need to.
Yeah, touch with 3 seconds. They finally do. Here's that see you later, though, on the defensive side. Paradox keeps everybody healthy. Invisible Boundary also met by Proto, but can this Wolverine? And also, the Dr. Strange stops Cessna for coming in. Last stand from Tuna. Collapses on the ground, and Shikigami in overtime are doing it yet again. Have committed the Eye of Ogamoto ship. They're keeping this cart moving forward. The Goats are getting a workout today.
This is insane. How many times are we going to see Shikigami struggle in some of these fights until the yellow bar of overtime comes through, and then they start clutching up?
Oh, poor
Will
one,
they
too.
push this? No, not sure it's enough. They're able to squeak out the left side. It didn't quite work there. Almost got it, but not enough, as Ripken just barely missed that. Fleeb is going to find Kuna. A little bit of a panic. Ripken not able to make that work. Does lock in a few, but not enough. And actually, everybody able to escape at this moment. And commitment come through now for Academy. Nightmare Academy able to find one for Cessna. The pull goes through, and they do get the pick onto Ripken after just barely missing that portal. Scarlet now onto Cessna on the Mantis. Stace finds one. Drillmaster on the reset on Scarlet. Will that keep going? Stace finds the crazy mage now. Oh my goodness, these trades are insane.
He has the ult crack and impact almost up in a moment. Stace could be the hero. Somehow they're stalling on. Force Physics brings back the Venom. In the sky, can slam dunk. Stace gets one on top of the tree, but it gets on the Wolverine. And the See You Later's here, but it can get deleted. They already found two in that fight. Back down onto the Captain America. Towards the spawn he goes, but that's in the spawn doors because he gets taken down by Stace. Pride is there, and in overtime with no time at all, Shib. They do it.
Wow.
Nightmare can potentially stall with the Venom, but regardless, what a play. I mean, he's here to touch for a little bit longer. Comes with a piece of the abyss. He has Invisible Woman to help in the sky, but maybe with that Invisible Boundary, they can stall for a little bit longer on Tiki's side.
And so gonna get burned here. Scarlet gonna follow through as out goes Galactic Legend from Kuna. This one's able to find two. Do you see more now? Yes, they do. Scarlet onto Fleeb. And wow, Shikigami push it all. 3 points, and Nightmare have to clutch up now to take this back.
I'm gonna have to close my door, Shib. It's getting like late, man. It's 8 p.m. here in Arizona nearly, and parents are going to bed. So like, we gotta, keep it down. But what a series that is between Shikigami and Nightmare in overtime. Maybe have we seen that before, Shib? Like you and I, have we seen 2 overtime pushes enable this team, or 3? How many overtime was that? Every single overtime possible?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that was insane.
They get unlocked when they're in overtime. I do not know what it is. If Shikigami could harness this without being in a stressful situation like that, they'd be much cleaner. I'll tell you that much. Academy going to have to figure out a way through the push here right now, and going to try to do something different to get through that triple hold that will be against them from the side of Shikigami. Looking like they're going to run that double shield.
That's a brutal one mental-wise. I mean, you pointed it out, I think, in the middle of that last fight. I mean, MRC is just like a grind for the players, right? Like, it really is. Like, it's like a, Marvel Hours Championship is like a sort of rite of passage for a lot of these players to, like, this is the original sort of, like, way that we find all of these upcoming talented players, not only through the leaderboards, obviously, with the players that are one above all, but also the Marvel Hours Championship for the $14,500 prize pool. It means a lot to a lot of these guys to compete, and there's a lot of matches they have to play in a day sometimes. So huge shout out to every player competing today, and we're heading to that 5th map and an overtime push for Shikigami. The mental resilience that they've shown so far is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they're leaving it all on the line here. Both of these teams, gotta be proud of these teams if you're a fan of Nightmare Academy or Shikigami, because they are doing everything they can to move forward in this tournament right now. Drillmaster able to find Ripken early on. Now Cessna gonna get this tackle on group. Just a huge target for the Wolverine. Not able to make that happen. Cooldown was not available currently, but is gonna charge up on these walls. Keep that 100 charge and be ready to make a big play. 30% and counting. Spooky gonna start up taking the space with these walls. Biding zone and LOS, just throwing them consistently to block out the front line. But wow, they're already driven right back as now Ripken comes in and gets that pick onto Spooky.
Great job from them so far. And for Nightmare, you gotta sort of shake it off, right? And you have to play a totally different style. You're against 3-3. You're against Kuna, who's playing Adam Warlock again. And right now, they look a lot better with it than they did earlier in the 3-3 style. So White, current moment, Nightmare getting picked off again, man. Brutal shots from Pride. Send back Cessno once more.
Nightmare Academy having a ton of alts available here. Might see some sort of damage boost with potentially even a Moon Knight or Storm, which you don't see all the time. Could be a huge threat. And here comes the Omega Hurricane now. Looking towards the backline, starting up on height. Is going to find one, make that two. Fleeb and three as Spooky gets two there. With a right click from downtown, all damage boosted. Well played, but does force out a few alts. Spooky still holding on here. The Strangling Prism to everybody is back in the fight here for Shikigami with a massive 5-stack res.
I feel better already.
Yeah, and they're also not pushing the card very much. I mean, nobody's even really on it. They pop that Strangling Prison. Here comes that Moon Knight ult. They're running that traditional 3 duelist sort of style, and it's panning out at the current moment, but the card space wasn't much. Oh, nice headshot.
Wow.
Went the Moon Knight, and job done there. Even with the BRB, it's not going to be enough to give them a shot here. Portal play is going to have to come through from Ripkin now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky there, and that goes back to talking about how, you know, a little bit of difference from what we saw at the very top level is these folks were able to get those res comps off while still having somebody on point to stall it right at the door. Now, you're going to have to retake with this portal more towards where you would need to on the third fight. So, making it a little tricky. Instead of forcing 4 fights, it's now going to be only about 3. Out goes the Sia. Match right back with the invisible bounce. Pride going to find the Crazy Mage after the Eye of Agamotto. Stace now on to Fleeb, putting numbers back in their favor for the defensible side of Shikigami with 1:24 on.
And they're trying to live. I mean, losing Fleeb is brutal, but at least they walked away for now. You have the Meteor M available. Also, I believe the passive of Cessno is popped, so we know that Meteor can potentially take out then Wolverine. Also, Fleeb's coming up with another Omega Hurricane. We know how strong that can be, too. So there's a lot of things working against Shikigami at the current moment, but they do have that BRB available. Oh, never mind. Doesn't get picked. Ripkin has been kind of coming online in these last few fights.
Once more, the fight begins. Shikigami holding on to the Meteor M and the res there from Kuna, but you look over at Academy, Nightmare Academy, everybody ready as out goes one, and a huge rain down, release the moon down on him, but he does only find one on the side of Pride. Good combination, make it 2 now as Ripkin falls, but here's that res, and Fleeb going to commit with the Omega Hurricane, finding Proto, the Crazy Mage onto Stace, but the numbers are still coming back through from that res. Fleeb onto Pride, Kuna bringing them right back in though. The Sia launch, everybody is committing with 25 seconds on, and it looks like Nightmare Academy now will be able to get point 1 and keep this game going.
Not everyone can be
Yeah, Shiv, this might have the biggest chance we've seen for like the longest map, you know, of all time potentially. Like we'll see as it moves
might be one
forward.
of the longest casts we've had, buddy. This has been going the distance in overtime, back and forth, like every single map.
Every map, and you know, now that was 20 seconds left to go, right? Like that's insane. From them, Cessna towards the very end, able to pop off. Ripkin almost did it. I mean, he built another Eye of Agamotto BRB on that high ground. Has to get moved from Paradox, but this time it stays nice. Back onto that Bucky yet again, finding the pick, but it's traded. Ripkin gets grabbed and pulled into Paradox's Rocket Raccoon left clicks.
There's Proto with a commitment there. Invisible Boundary gets launched out that time from the side of the Crazy Mage. Again, that slow can be detrimental, and they are going to follow up, but this time Proto's able to find that pick onto the Crazy Mage after the ultimate. Huge last stand comes in here from Cessna onto Pride now, and Nightmare Academy are still walking.
Yeah, they're still walking. They're still getting heals from this Rocket Raccoon at the back angle, but no! What a hook from Stace. Shuts down Fleeb. Regardless, I mean, Nightmare, we've seen this before. Like, and every time they get picked early by a hook from Stace, they back up, they regroup. They understand, you know, we still have some time in the bank. We don't want to just chuck people out there. And they're putting, you know, everything in the Drill Master basket right now as he has to shut out, you know, against this Mantis Assault. Maybe he has to live as well alongside the Sia later. We'll see that combo maybe come out in a little bit.
Fleeb coming in hot now. Going to use that Freedom Charge to take the space. Go back to the team to keep them healthy. Out goes the Strangling Prison. Did land on the back line over on the right side. More commitment, but not enough. As the Kraken impact can't get through the healing of the back line. There goes Ensong Inferno not managing to work even with the damage boost. Thought that was going to work out well, but no, does not. Spooky on the high side with Meteor M. Paradox keeping that C out. Stand right back at him onto the back line from Kuda. Is going to find 3 with the help of Scarlet.
I mean, that might have worked out if Drillmaster had the help from the Spooky. A huge shot
downtown
across map from Pride. Yeah, downtown. But like Drill Master would have lived if D Spooky just popped his Meteor M at the same time. Then they couldn't shoot the Phoenix ult because everything would go into the Meteor M bubble, and they did not combine those two. Wolverine sitting on opposite sides of each other is kind of funny. If you were Daredevil, they could see each other, but Wolverine in this case can't see through walls. Brutal last fight for Nightmare Academy. 20 seconds left to go, Shiv. Could mean another overtime fight.
Just an absolute battle.
Oh!
Everybody leaving everything on the line. What a pull there again by Stace onto Cessna. Getting so much value in every single neutral here. But the rest comes through there from Cessna. Numbers are evened out. Gonna be an OT situation. What do you know? At this point, Nightmare Academy might push through because these teams just show up in overtime. And the yellow bar begins. The tackle comes through. Fleeb gonna find Kuna. And what do you know? Exactly like I described, a three-piece there for Nightmare Academy now, who are continuing to walk. And will they be able to get point two and potentially push this whole thing into overtime again?
I just want it to happen. I want to see how late this map can go, how long it could be. I mean, this would be a super fun series, regardless. Invisible Woman, that is greedy, by the way, going that far forward with the Invisible, you know, passive, double jumping all the way in there with help, trying to push them back into spawn, make sure they're also not doing that TP play. Here comes that Soul Resurgence. Everybody trying to get blocked by Fleeb. He's trying to slow down this push as well. Pride could end it all with a Trailing Prism.
Oh, that could be huge. Trailing Prism is cracking impact. Can they get value through it? Will the reset come through? What? Are you kidding? Cessna's able to turn that around on Pride. I had no doubt it was going the other way. Meteor M goes up. Bang, does land. Not able to get too much value. Kuna trying to build towards that out. Now has it available. There's that last stand. Is able to get one onto Drill Master. Now looking towards and trying to find Invis. Some good movement. Not able to make that happen right now. But Proda is dropping back. The point is moving. It's got one stalling now from Shikigami. Fleeb able to find Scarlet. Oh my
How is he
goodness.
alive?
Overtime is low. How is he holding on? I have literally no idea.
I mean, look, Crazy Mage also being an absolute magician right now by avoiding that Wolverine into the sky, and down they go. It's a last stand indeed, Shiv. His overtime is not even on the map anymore. It's barely a pixel. But Nightmare, with two fights in similar fashion to Shikigami, flip the table. We're a Monopoly, man. I don't even, who has what? Who cares? Shikigami's in the third full-weight phase right now to hold against Nightmare.
Oh my goodness, this is insane. And now they're going to force out a stagger there onto Scarlet. A great portal in, I believe. I'd have to check again from Nightmare. I think it was Spooky who came in with that portal. I have to double check, maybe Drill. But either way, portaled off that zone, so there was no backup coming in from Shikigami. And now again in overtime, Nightmare Academy says we can do it too. OT is where we live, and both teams are virtually the exact same time on the clock now on point 3, exactly where they were on both sides. But Nightmare Academy doing a little bit of a better job pushing forward onto the side of Shikigami early. Now they are retaking and coming in hot. Invisible boundary out from Proda. Pulled out early on. It gets smashed, tries to hold up, but no, Spooky goes down on to Kuna.
That's a big pick from Kuna. Now they also pop to see it later. I mean, they're trying to hold on here, committing ultimates. Even though Nightmare, I mean, do they want to back it up? It looks like they do. Yeah, they do. Drill Master goes down. Losing him is not really that big of a deal for Nightmare because they're going to back up anyway. But regardless, 22 seconds left to go. Another pull from Cessna. This time it's on to Ripkin. It's a matter of what Vanguard can beat harder, kid, because both have been getting absolutely crapped on by these Wolverines.
And from downtown, the Meteor M might be able to make, no, not able to make that work, but a good idea. Paradox using that Sia towards the back line just to keep the team healthy and feeling confident there with that damage boost. Spooky able to find Kuna. Out goes the Ivakamoto. Does that one land? It does. Onto a few, and they're only able to make one work, but it does still get some value. Stays out of the Crazy Mage. Cessna onto Ripkin, and the trades have once again started all over again. Spooky onto Stace with a nice shot there. And trying to find another, looking towards, if possible, the Invis in the back line. No, now back forward onto the group. Kuna onto Cessna, though. Fleeb just pestering the back line as out goes another invisible boundary. And the fight, this card has not moved an inch for like 5 minutes. These battles have been insane.
They've been insane. Armed and dangerous, too. Drill Master gets one. Can he get the reset of the Rocket Raccoon? Pride gets reset back into the fight. He does get it. On to Kuna. Shikigami back up for now, understanding that he was going to go on a rampage. They're going to back all the way up, and there's no portal block coming through at the current moment. Shiv. Pride's close to an ult as well as to see you later, so they have ultimate advantage, but it's in overtime, and both teams seem to be choking on defense.
Very difficult to get out here with Groot and get to the point. Just such a big target for everybody who's currently on point. There goes the touch right now for Cap on the side of Rick. Up goes the meteor and bang! It does find Pride. And
BRB,
that is going to be a good start. The BRB will, yes, be there. Everybody's back on numbers once more. Will this OT push happen? Will they take this whole thing to overtime? I'm not sure. As Stace now finds Cessna. Is there a second? They both punch into each other. Who comes out on top? Good focus there from the back line. Oh my goodness, Stace is able to find Drill Master. Fleet though, Spooky on the Pride and Scarlet. Are you kidding? How is this still happening? Kraken impact now lands. Invisible Boundary gets out in just an answer at the moment, as still they are fighting over this point.
I mean, the Spooky's showing up now. Like, Spooky just decided in overtime that he's going to become a god today. Hit the Meteor Ember earlier, hits those final hits, but Ripken brought back by a BRB again on the defense. Stace gets one, overtime ticks down. Maybe this is it, finally for Nightmare. While they get one up to the opposite side, Crazy Mage gets traded at the very least, but you have Wolverine whipping out the claws. Portal gets one, Cessna trades it back for Nightmare. They want to close it in overtime. Are you kidding me? That's going to send Nightmare potentially into another round, but the he's not going down until now. Drill Master able to get him with enough damage on this objective. They can get rid of the Rocket Raccoon, and we can keep this series moving forward. Maybe not. We have a Freedom Charge installed for longer, Chip.
Oh my goodness, the Freedom Charge is still keeping the team on. Good movement here by Ripken, who has not lost a beat, but the spawns are slow. Cessna with the Spider-Man on Dakota, and they are taking this to overtime. Oh my goodness, what an absolute battle. These teams are going crazy.
Holy crap. Oh my goodness, what a play by Nightmare. And, you know, Spooky towards the very end really starting to show some chops, right? Like, that was some nice pickoffs from him. You know, Drill Master going to that Doctor Strange to get a huge Eye of Aquaman at the very end, and now Shikigami are all tied up yet again with a minute on the clock. Even our observing team is trying to figure out if this is a real game or not, because I don't even know. That was insane. Both two overtime, like, that looked like, you know, those, like, test sort of stress tests, you know, for like computers to see if they're like viable or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, like, I bet you if we showed this game on the PlayStation 4, it would definitely burn burn a house down. Like, there's no way it'd be possible to play this entire match out there.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, these teams have that gene, the clutch gene I'd been mentioning prior. It looked like Shikigami was the team that had it, but every single time, Nightmare Academy says they can do it too. And they just never give up. I cannot even express to you the amount of trades back and forth between these teams in these fights. And still, both teams push it the distance. We go to OT again, and it's all about how tight can you hold point one. And if you get through point one, victory is ever closer. Let's find out shortly.
Trying to resist doing the victory speech from SpongeBob. Not a good idea to do that. Nightmare, though, do have that BRB right constantly there to keep them back into it. And, you know, we have the constant dives from Spooky, who's been leveling up and playing better. So Fleeb on the opposite side has been a standout player on Cap, too. We talk about North American Captain America players, and Fleeb is definitely going to be up there after the series.
Oh, and that's a pick there from Kuna early on. After you just mentioned that, just classic caster curse, if you will. But nice pick there. It doesn't matter. As I thought the res would come through. Didn't at the moment. Fleeb's gonna have to come back, and now Paradox, I believe, will commit that res. I'm wondering if maybe they hold on a little bit to it just to see if they can find a more valuable res after. Nice KO there by Paradox onto Stace of the Daredevil. Team is giving a lot of space here early on, though.
Yeah, why was Stace even there? I mean, like, he was going a little bit too far against Paradox, and you know, Paradox has been doing so good on Rocket Raccoon. Has See You Later ready to go. Tosses it around the corner. Damage boost. 1 second left. Overtime is now ticking yet again, Shiv, for about the 7th time this series.
Yeah. You know what? It might even be more than that, if I'm being honest. As they are holding here with the invisible boundary. The Crazy Mage. Great bubble there from the side of Drill Master. As no, it was a great bubble just to keep him away from that Eye of Agamotto. Both teams battling here on the ramp, which is typically where you try to take that second fight. So good work here by Nightmare Academy. Up goes the Meteor M. This would have to be massive. It could be massive. Bang! It is on Kuna. Out goes the Eternal Bond now. Nightmare Academy might be able to ride this wave, and they will as Scarlet goes down. Can they keep the pressure in the backline? Looking for that invisible, and goodbye to Invisiproda. Will this push be enough? As it's looking like this will end now in terms of the defense from Nightmare Academy, who can finally stop Shikigami in one of their overtime pushes. The portal comes through though, but yeah, it's looking ever closer to Nightmare's hold. But can they hold even tighter? It's all about the slow pace stagger now, but it will go down. There is no way on this retake.
Oh my God. I mean, if Nightmare were to win this series, that would be crazy. Shiki only 43 meters. Even with the minute on the clock, Shib, I feel like that is a pretty brutal distance. Like, you could probably get up to 60. That was a really just strong hold from Nightmare. And I think, honestly, this boils down to, you know, you talked about earlier, maybe fatigue, right? Maybe tilt, right? We saw, like, you know, a little bit too far of an engage there from Stace, who was switching to the Daredevil and just, like, went down for free. Like, they had the pick onto Fleeb, and then bro just inted. Like, what was he doing? I don't know. Like, he's trying to find the BRB. I get it. But, like, Stace, don't do that, man. Like, that was pretty bad. And now, for Nightmare, they potentially have a chance to stop Shikigami on a reverse sweep and continue in MRC.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of overcommitment, walking right towards Paradox there, and just got that free KO, followed up by the team after just so much aggressive plays. You know, you can play aggro with Daredevil, and I do think that quote-unquote inting strategy really works for him, but
yeah,
you got to be a little more on your heels.
There's like a time and a place. It's like when we talk about Pethig and like Ignite, not every play is about you. You know, and that's what the players in this game in general need to understand. Like, not every play is about your hero at a certain time, especially when ultimates aren't up for Daredevil. I mean, like you just know not every fight's about you, and you got to slow it down sometimes, and you would just help your team by living, right?
Yeah, because we're going to see if Shikigami can do this defense just a little bit better. We will see the composition, the triple duelist coming out from Nightmare Academy. Worked for him last time. Will they be able to do it again? Stace now. I'm sure Shikigami, everybody, nerves are crazy, and the butterflies are scorpions in your stomachs right now, as everybody is so nervous to be the first one to go down. Desna now just going to find that pick there early on onto Pride, and that is going to be a nice start there for Nightmare Academy, who have potentially had one of the biggest comebacks of all time if they can pull this through. Fleed on that Storm, trying to build that Omega Hurricane, looking upwards towards the cap, and is going to find that pick onto Ripken. Drillmaster there finds another pick onto Stace, and Fleeb gets a two-piece, and they get a triple there onto Proto in the back line, and the portal needs to come through. Will it be there for the touch? Will the stagger comes through, or will Nightmare Academy do the impossible?
Cocoon's taking too long to go down. I mean, you do have that Cocoon. Can he touch? He has to touch the Cocoon right now. I think, you know, they pop with the see you later. We're hiding over the top side. He gets the lead. Cocoon is back in the fight, but he doesn't have the right. We're going to be missing the Rocket Raccoon and the ultimate for the defensive side on Shikigami.
Yeah, that's a tough look. Bucket did burn the see there, and that is a huge tackle and pick from the side of the Drill Master off the play. That's two. The rest comes through. They need to get there for the touch, and they're falling. Out goes the Moon Knight, and it looks like Nightmare will have done the impossible and push through on the reverse sweep in overtime to take this series on a 3-2, ending it 4-3 in overtime.
Someone call Shib. He needs an ambulance after that one, man. God dang. 4-3 is an incredible map. And then that was just a really fun series back and forth from Nightmare, in which the well-deserved MVP animation, because that is a nightmare to watch, as Moon Knight hits our MVP, Drill Master, with a 78 KO stat line, Shib. 78 KO. Imagine if we had 100 in a professional series. I would absolutely lose my mind across the board. We'll look at it in a second. That was insane.
I mean, that was like you're saying, that was wild. The entire feed here, if you look at these KOs, 73, 71, 78, 72, 53 even from the Crazy Mage in the backline. Like, this is insane to see. 38 finals, 36 finals from Stace. Like, the entirety of these teams were just duking it out to the best of their ability. And congrats to Nightmare on that complete resweep.
100%. I mean, I don't even want to criticize anybody in this series. I just want to say that, you know, that was just a fun one. Like, you know, that's what this Marvel Rivals is about, right? It's about these sort of, you know, back and forth between teams, the sort of the yin and yang, the yo-yo, whatever you want to call it. Like, both these squads definitely played their heart out, and you know, I'm sure we'll see more out of the squad of Shikigami in the future. Same thing for Nightmare. Lot to look at, lot to learn from that series. The big thing is, I think, for a lot of these guys is, you know, how to play under pressure, right? That's a good learning lesson, I think, for everybody here, is that You know, it's always going to be typical, I think, especially at the end of an incredibly grueling series, like you said, Shib, to keep a level head and make sure you're, you know, not doing too much for the squad, just playing your role.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think it came down to the wire in terms of just which team had some gas left in the tank. These guys have been duking it out in every single map, pushing it to OT virtually every time. And, you know, after being down 2-0, Nightmare to lock back in, find the ban strategy that was working for them, and still find compositions that they could win on, even if it was matched back. It clearly shows it's a testament to a team that can adapt. So really well played. But we'll have to see if any match can, you know, match up to what we just witnessed right after this break.
기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러간 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들어서 네 완벽해 The fate of the birds The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone. And that was an absolute heater of a matchup with Nightmare Academy going against Shikigami, reverse sweeping and taking the final map all the way through to overtime on an Yggdrasil. Dude, what a battle. Are you kidding me?
Yep. I mean, that was a crazy battle. Just back and forth, Shikigami. Rest in peace. You know, for Nightmare, big comeback, right? A huge comeback win. And for this organization, too, that's huge. And for them moving forward, we'll have to see and kind of watch these guys closely now, because we know they have that clutch gene, like you said, and we're going into another series. The last one of the day, Cafe Rose versus Yeah We Lost. We are in the round of 14 now between these two squads, and Yeah We Lost is in that upper bracket. Same thing with Cafe Rose, shit. Both these teams are formidable opponents, for sure.
Yeah, we saw them playing. Yeah, we lost looks super good, and so did Cafe Rose. Curious to see how they're going to match up against each other, as we do see Daredevil being removed. The lock-in of the Psylocke battle begins, and similar to the story of the Rocket Raccoon, which again, in this meta, I think Rocket Raccoon is a mainstay. You need to find a way to stay healthy in the backline, and that is how you do it with the Rocket.
Rocketo. Makes sense, though, for sure, on Hell's Heaven. You do get to see that Captain America removal. I like that. I mean, Captain America, we've talked about how it's not necessarily the NA strength. I think there's a lot of good cap players, but you know, at least the MEA, they ran that cap so well. And for us over here in North America, I think people are trying to learn it, get better at it for sure. Venom is definitely a priority, I think, in this region, and that's why we're allowing it to go through for both sides.
Yeah, removal of Emma there, which again, another very strong Vanguard. Might actually get to see that Angela play, as you see at the top there. It's funny because we actually saw Thor in the grand finals of that tournament, so Thor definitely can be played. It has to be in the right hands, and I would say into the right comp as well. But you know, not very many teams electing to try to run the God of Thunder. We'll see what our final lock-in is here, and potentially maybe removal of Namor if they want to get rid of that team up, because right now Hela being locked in does enable that team up, obviously, to a big extent. But no, gotta get rid of the Magic instead.
Ooh, okay. I mean, that makes sense because Kendrick has. Yeah, Kendrick plays it, and you might as well too, because you don't have any plays Magic on your team for Cafe Rose's side. They go for the Bucky ban, meanwhile, help for these sort of dives in the meanwhile. But yeah, that's gonna be a lot of it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, I think again, it's like you can find targeted bans without finding targeted bans if you do something like that. If you don't have somebody that plays a certain hero and you know they're going to run that hero at some point, why not remove it? It does nothing but help you out and hurt them. So that is what we are seeing here right now. I'm curious to see who comes out on top of the Psylocke battle, as I'm sure we're going to see potentially Dynasty. Actually, Dynasty last time was running a lot of Daredevil, so we'll see what the change-up is. I don't think it's going to be Torch in the sky, but, you know, we'll see.
I don't know if he wanted it leaked, but Dynasty, by the way, is Jitward. Sorry, from the old team, the old coach of Team Odyssey.
Yeah,
and the Spider-Man player. You know, so it's Spider-Man on Spider-Man if you think about it. Coach Jitward versus Really Sticky, and neither of them have played any Spider-Man because that hero is amazing. Everybody loves Spider-Man. He's super good right now. He got a new skin, so make sure to check that out in the shop right now, because it makes sure that, you know, when you equip that skin, you feed 20% less. That is according to me and nobody else. So don't put that on Eddie's. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to see who comes out on top now. You can see the comps. There is going to be that Angela battle. Very much a map that can work out in favor of her off-map potential. And we will begin. It looks like they're going to be staying on the Strange. No, it's a portal. Again, the portal kidnap coming in from Yeah We Lost potentially here. Last time it did find success. Let's see if they can do it again. It does go out. Do they find the kidnap? No, they don't, because the mines would have likely found that pick. Instead, Cafe Rose is going to be right on top of the point. And Yeah We Lost. They're going to essentially spawn switch there and are going to fight them from a weird angle.
You know what else is weird, Shib? This really stretchy man that's over the lava pit right now. They got Mr. Fantastic on the board because Magic is removed. Kendrick playing that. I think I watched them before as well play this Mr. Fantastic when I was watching back some MRC games. They lose Dynasty earlier on, though, but the BR Breeze brings him back into the fight, so he'll be still here. Also, the reset comes through potentially as Dynasty is able to get that after the res. Comes back through, and the Rocket Raccoon is trying to play for his life, but they lose Cartho. So it's really just trading back and forth. We're switching to the Hulk now to spawn. Dynasty goes down again after trading back one. But Kendrick, in big mode, decides to shut him down. Two gets removed.
I love it. Mr. Fantastic. And we see a Black Panther, Mr. Fantastic, and Hulk on the same team at this level of play. I don't think if you had told me that prior to this, I wouldn't have believed you, but did work out there. Tree going to jump off. And Yeah We Lost with this composition are going to take over the point. 23% on here for Cafe Rose.
Whew. I mean, it's going to be hard to play against this comp. They're so mobile. It's a lot reliant on these stuns, a lot reliant on the bubbles. You know, really Sticky's going to have to do so much to shut down Dynasty when he comes in on Black Panther, because that character is so mobile, and every character on Yeah We Lost is basically unKOable, except unless you get a stun on this BP. Wow!
Dynasty with a huge pick there onto Tree. Early on in the fight, the res comes through, though. Numbers even down, and there goes the Fantastic. Trying to make sure they can get a pick. Does get a pick there onto No Binds in the front line. Fantastic with some big play now, showing up in this moment. Gonna use the ability. Honestly, very good spot to ult as Fantastic. Looking for low ceilings all the time. Ensure your bounces are quicker. There's the pick there on 2025 Respect. Again, just showing up here with Fantastic. And another on a lyric.
All right, the 5 Mr. Fantastic mains. You joked earlier about like the 5 Iron Man mains, I think previously. There's like even less Mr. Fantastic mains out there for sure, except unless you're in bronze, because a lot of bad players play the hero. But, you know, for Kendrick, he is not one of those players. He's looking really lights out at the moment on Mr. Fantastic. And this is the thing, it's an interesting factoid, Shib, is I watched a lot of Australian Marvel Rivals Championships last season, and there was a ton of Mr. Fantastic over there, and every team that played Mr. Fantastic was like absolutely cursed. They always had the worst losses. So I'm curious to see if that happens today, if this team that plays Mr. Fantastic is cursed. Really Sticky, though, ducks around the corner, kind of flies around like a homing missile towards that point, able to get one. Is free, but it's traded out. No Points goes down to Kendrick, who just kind of bounces around this point. Meteor M comes out, doesn't connect necessarily. Eaten by Jeff on the backside here. Comes the Dance of the Butterflies, though. Does it find Elimination? No, not just yet, because the Hulk bubbles are there. Eventually, Jeff goes down on the opposite angle.
Yeah, just waiting that bubble out, essentially. Still chasing it down, so able to get that pick. Cart finds one. Dynasty now onto Tree, but the rest comes through on a really Sticky. Who's going to keep that presence on point? Yeah, we lost at 99%, and they are holding. Cafe Rose trying to retake here. Good off-map potential here. Thrax, yes, is able to make that work. Cart able on, or find 2025 Respect, excuse me. No Binds off map and really Sticky as well. And yeah, we lost on this obscure comp. Are showing up and are going to take home map 1.
Wow. Wow. And you know, the interesting fact is that also when we take a look at MRC and the fact that we have global bans and we have 6 total, right? 3 per side. I mean, obviously comparing it to Ignite is also a bit different because, you know, when we have 4 per team, you know, you're literally adding 2 extra heroes that are being removed. So with that, it enables some of these more off-meta picks, I guess, like the Hulk, like that Mr. Fantastic, because you can really, you know, change things up. You don't have to play against a lot of the OP things if they ban some of it as well. So Cafe Rose maybe has to like think about specific bans now, and that's a really tough matchup because we saw how good Cafe Rose was earlier. Against Yeah We Lost, they have to figure it out right now. That strategy is to go over to the Adam Warlock, and I think that makes sense to play a little bit of a triple style.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's enough to shake up potentially what they're used to going against. It's just a matter of can they find the solution to what is being run, because, you know, I'm sure they haven't scrimmed a lot against stuff like this, and, you know, it is a crazy comp to go against. I'm not going to lie. There are so many different unique and weird aspects to this team, and the pseudo tanking there from Kendrick to the constant backline pressure from Dynasty, who's even finding picks into things like Tree's Psylocke, who had to make that switch over to Punisher. A full comp change here for the side of Cafe Rose to try to counter this out.
I've been in the Jeff. Soul Bond there on the back angle, committed with the head. Oh my God! Mr. Fantastic slamming down on the volleyball court. That was the insane amount of screen shake that we just saw out of Yeah We Lost, just destroying Cafe Rose. Pretty much just dropped a bomb on him.
And that's an early take there for Yeah We Lost, who are keeping this momentum forward, trying to take this map against Cafe Rose and doing it in very clean fashion. Ult's going to be up across the board for both sides, pretty much, besides Thrax, who is going to have to build up. Kendrick as well, but that combination worked so well last time. Cafe Rose, though, could have a full suite of 6 ultimates by the end of this fight. Tree going to be close there, really Sticky as well. We'll see if they're able to get those by the end. Kendrick on the off angle, trying to build towards that ultimate. Keeping applying pressure now. Cart on that Hulk. A ton of success with that Hulk tonight. And again, these picks maybe not as much meta, still making them work. Goes to show you anybody can be meta if you can find a way through it. We've heard that before in the pro scene. Really Sticky gets taken out there from Thrax early on. We'll have the self-res likely as that comes through, and Tree gonna find Kendrick there on the Fantastic, making that switch to counter right back. Kendrick, though, coming in and finding 2025 Respect after the res immediately.
I love this. He's a really good anchor, too, towards the point. Meanwhile, Sugu, great POV, AFK, Rocket Raccoon taking him. See you later. Everybody sort of kept healthy, though. In the meanwhile, ready to go for another dive with that Black Panther. Is that going to collapse onto somebody? The answer is no! It's a shotgun from Tree into his face. And the Bast, unfortunately, is wasted. This time around, Cafe Rose capped the point.
Cafe Rose still have Lyric and really Sticky's ult available. The rest could be huge there, and I do have presence on point. Gonna try to force them down this choke, and this is a really good location to have a Punisher and Groot. Those walls can be a big problem in choking off LOS, but also putting him on the ceiling there and getting a little extra damage post-ultimate. See what they're able to do now. The line's only about 60% to that strangling prison, but really Sticky does have the answer. They can play very aggro and try to res back on point if need be.
Good Angelo to kind of touch on the back angle. Really Sticky, like you said, has that ult. No cocoon. Meteor M comes down. He's dodging it. Nice job from him, but has to deal with the Black Panther and does so well. Cart able to find one in the ultimate, though. Takes down him. Also, really Sticky having to deal with Mr. Fantastic in ultimate form. Jumping on his face. No cocoon as well. So that res out of the fight, and Kendrick has been phenomenal on Mr. Fantastic.
He's looking so good on Fantastic. It's awesome to watch here as we see Cart with the pick onto the back line again of picks, and they're still going to keep the presence forward. There goes Kendrick once more. A pretty good answer there to the Jeff with another two-piece, excuse me. Thrax going to find no binds. Dynasty onto Tree. The res comes through. Point, though, is going to change over to, yeah, we lost.
Well, I mean, they do have over health as well from that res, so it's a smart play. And Sticky cross-mapping onto White Armor. Nice angles from him. You do trade it back, though, right? Onto one. Maybe could get more, but 20-25 respect brought back by the BRB. And Sticky, yet again, shutting down Dynasty.
Yeah, and there's going to be another pick there onto Kendrick this time. They are up at 79% and just trying to stall now to get to that 90 number if they can. Cafe Rose on the retake very shortly up a number. He's going to commit here. Shugu is going to launch that Sia, and the whole team, I believe, are going to try to follow up. Excuse me, that was picks in that moment. Shugu doing the same a little bit prior. Down goes the It's Jeff from White Armor. Will that one land? But really Sticky going to find a pick there onto the back line. Turns around as Tree takes out Dynasty, coming in hot with the Black Panther. And now, 99% for yeah, we lost.
Yeah, Tree's been on fire today, but he's going to have to keep it up, right? You're having to deal with this Angela, dodging around, getting healed by that Jeff. Meanwhile, you do have some help. Meteor M, he's in the wing, waiting with it, as well as that friendly prison. Cafe Rose have every ult basically available. Hendricks brought back by the BRB, though. Let's see what happens. Can they actually do something with this? The Jeff, not caught. It's Sugu in the backside, caught by that friendly prison, though. Hendrick helping his squad on the backside angle. Also, the Jeff kind of brought back by Card.
Wow.
They're doing it. No ults weren't even used by Cafe Rose. The BRB brings back really Sticky. The res almost up. He has to get it off now with 2 seconds left. Otherwise, he's not going to bring back his Rocket Raccoon. And he doesn't. Meanwhile, he gets dove on. He can't even use it. And that's going to be gone. Yeah, we lost. Hold on to the point right now.
And we lost, looking like they can take this W, yeah, as the portal comes through. But at this point, the stagger is massive. This should be their fight to lose. Very much, as we see, the title, the name. Yeah, we lost. Looks like they're going to take this thing. The res comes out there from really Sticky right through the portal. It's Jeff lands. Does it find value? It finds just one, potentially heading off map, which there will be no way back on for Warlock. Goodbye to Sticky as White Armor gets that pick. Drax on the high side, going to find Tree, and the numbers are dwindling here. Yeah, we lost. Looking like they will push this through and take this W, but we'll find out if that keeps going. But respect now finds Dynasty when they turn this around. Kendrick, Shugu, he finds 2 more. Card as well, and that should be it here. Again, they do take home this win.
Shib, is that the first time in North America we've ever seen Mr. Fantastic win a map? I like it. It might be.
I hope he got MVP. I don't know, but that is insane to see.
That is so
strong.
tough. That's like when you Q ranked and everybody's talking about how bad Mr. Fantastic is, and then you lose. Like, oh, but that's even 10 times that. It's 10. We're in MRC. Mr. Fantastic shouldn't win. He shouldn't be winning. What is this? We're
round
in
14 of the MRC. Might I add? Just get rid of the magic. He says, "Go ahead. I don't care. Gonna come in with Fantastic and just hop off."
My God, I saw Sparky tweet about this the other day on X. Tweet on X doesn't make sense, but he was talking about how, like, we talked about at the very beginning of the stream, gimmicks, right? And how they're really strong in this game. And, Mr. Fantastic, seen as sort of a gimmicky hero, can work, right? Especially without Emma Frost, right? That kind of was a big ban. He kind of does the same thing as her if you think about it, right? Like, look how much damage he did. Are you kidding me? Chip, he did 16,000 damage. He did the most damage in the freaking entire lobby on Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, there were some recent changes to just the hit reg of how he works with his punches. So if you see a stack in front of you, not only can you build up incredibly quickly, but you can deal a ton of damage. Even when using that E to buy yourself some more time, you can actually rotate that to hit a ton of people after the fact. So, I mean, again, these teams, have not had a lot of practice into this. And I think it goes to show you, you can make things work. These gimmicky comps here, Kendrick, 15 finals. That is crazy on Fantastic.
Pop it off, man. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. I mean, if Mr. Fantastic is good, I might cry because that character is incredibly hard to remove, and it's just a thorn on the side of a lot of people. It's like you said, maybe those changes have made him good. Also, Kendrick is really good at those type of heroes, but we'll have to see what happens between these two teams moving forward. I'm very interested to see if we keep seeing Mr. Fantastic. Be right back after this short break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone. And we just saw something I don't think I ever would have guessed. We saw, we lost, pulling out a crazy composition and winning in a very decided fashion, looking insanely clean. Would you have ever guessed we would have said, hey, maybe that Fantastic gets MVP?
No. No way. No way, not in a million years. That's what I'm telling you, dude. Every team that I've seen play Mr. Fantastic, I've watched. Listen, Chip, I'm the master of Mr. Fantastic watching, all right? Unless you're over in Oceanic region. Let me tell you, buddy, these Mr. Fantastic plays I've seen have been, like, not good, okay? But Kendrick on the opposite side, makes it work. Like, if you're good at that hero, it's good. And that's like the three people play, maybe the one person that plays Mr. Fantastic in this stream. By the way, hi, how you doing? The one guy that does watch is like, guys, I've been telling you since Mr. Fantastic was released that he was the best character ever, and nobody's been listening. And now we get to see it finally today with Kendrick. And you know what? Maybe that one guy was right for a specific match for specific bans that happened.
No, I mean, again, I think the argument and the confusion is Fantastic does a great job in helping you climb ladder because he has some very strong cooldowns that can essentially negate damage and allow him to get healed up and still apply a bunch of pressure. But as you climb, you know those cooldowns and how to exploit them. But hey, I mean, once you get even more knowledgeable at the top level, you might be able to turn that knowledge back around and find a way to trick them once again and get success. Looking really strong there on Fantastic. But we'll see what they are able to do and what comes through here. These bans are looking more, I would say, normal, if you will, across the board. Locking in Hulk there. That's another one of those strategies, since they are universal bans, that makes sense to me because I don't think we're going to see that Hulk right back.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, and this is a fun series. I think, by the way, the guy that told me that Dynasty is Jitward. We'll see if they want that actually announced. Is Somble, and Somble is on Team Odyssey, and an Ignite team. You know, obviously had a hard go at it in a really tough group. But you know, they say that We Lost is a team that goes even with Odyssey and scrims. So we know that Team Odyssey is Ignite, We Lost is Ignite level because they're literally doing well against other top teams right now. Yeah, so they're a really good team that play Mr. Fantastic. So that's a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah, and they are going to remove Bucky there. It's funny because I remember Kendrick back in the day being a very strong Bucky player, but is not going to be using that hero. Instead, using those more off-meta picks and getting a ton of value throughout this whole series. Of both matches we've watched has done very well, and Dynasty has been locking in as we see a little bit of a funky pick there. I don't expect to see Wanda, but who knows at this point? I didn't expect to see Fantastic either, and that came through. So see what that looks like. But we're heading to Central Park, which is a convergence map, another one of those maps that we might see a 0.1 hold with some portal plays, and we will see what that looks like.
I also want to point out this might actually be one of the first pro games we've seen with like multiple Lord Spider-Mans too. Like I know that like Lord icons aren't like too hard to get if you grind them out, but I just saw Tree had a Lord Spider-Man. Like and that's like a small thing, but like obviously Tree's a really good Psylocke player, really good hit scan guy. He had a good series, by the way, last map. But him alongside Really Sticky, alongside Dynasty, like this is like a trifecta of Spider-Man players, maybe potentially one of the best. Is that not an interesting tidbit, Chip? You don't seem impressed.
No, yeah, that's huge. I was just going to say, I think it's just funny. Something to take in a ladder. No, I mean, just the thought process. You can see all these folks have other heroes that they can pull out when need be, right? I think that's the secret to climbing the professional ladder, if you will, is especially like trying to get up there into maybe Ignite, is you need to have some other solutions. You need to have some other picks that are going to work for the team, and especially when you're being countered out, because a lot of these heroes do have things that they struggle into. So you can see them running a bunch of different stuff, but that is a crazy fact.
Yeah, I mean, that you can't have an ego, right? You can't be like, oh, that character's bad right now. I shouldn't practice it, right? You have to be ready for like any meta, and that's the hard part about the pro play of the game. Like, there's a character that you're like, oh, this is a terrible character right now, but guarantee, give it a patch or two, that character might be broken. And today, White Armor, showing why Invisible Woman is in also that patch too, because you're talking about memeing about how bad Invisible Woman is like a few patches ago, but now she is a mainstay in that backline department.
And they're going to be back on that magic, no longer banned out. Instead, he's going to play aggro and find a pick there, putting them up 2 numbers and resetting the point completely. Yeah, we lost. Not skipping a beat after that domination, even with the compositional change here. Dynasty going to still be on the, honestly, surprised to see the Black Panther, which I like to see. I think he's very much a nuisance for the backline, and does kind of play into the fact that, that animal backline is strong right now. I think he can do a decent job into that with Panther.
Well, and they all got team-ups right now, and that's kind of fun. Like, they do trade it back. Like, Thrax is teaming up with Kendrick on the Magic to give Kendrick that chain, so a lot of fun stuff happening as Tree goes down again. I mean, this is brutal. Like, this is so much time off the clock, and shit, we rarely see fights, like, happen that far away from this choke point. Like, they are going deep. Now Soul Resurgence comes back, though, on the attack.
And they're pushing in heavy and real quick, going right towards that back line, and that is a smart idea, but great movement there to reset as a unit, come back in heavy here with the ult from the side of Hulk. Good play here from Clark, who does find one. Onto picks in the back line, and actually more so in the front line with that angle they were at. The res comes through there from Respect, though. Up into the high side, onto Sticky. Down it goes Really Sticky. Kendrick finds 20-25 Respect again. Tree is going to be able to find one onto Kendrick here on that Punisher, which again been a little bit more in the backseat of the meta, but
we missed
very
it.
Strong.
Whippage. A little bit whippage we've seen from that training prison, unless they hit that Invisible Woman shield, regardless. Yeah, Cart Lover, by the way, I believe is Cart is Cart Lover, I believe, from the ranked leaderboards, if you've seen him, I believe. So now we have Agamotto come through. Does connect on Really Sticky, but the heals are there from the back line. The fast shuts it down. Sticky goes down back to the spawn once again.
And ooh, the team
the
up
pass.
gonna work just for a moment there as Tree does get a two-piece. Nice shot there by Tree before getting dropped by Kendrick. The res comes through on the Dynasty though, and numbers are still in their favor. Ugu is going to be launching that Sia. Going to find No Binds and Lyric quickly with the help of White Armor. Strategist getting the job done here.
There's a portal there. I mean, now they don't have portal cooldown from Sticky. They're tilted. I'm telling you, Ship, these guys might be a little tilted on Cafe Rose's side. I mean, in that last fight too, the team up, like you said, with the Gamma, with Hulk on the Black Panther, like it took an extra pump to kill him or to KO him, right? So huge play from him. Tree now coming down to the point though, able to sort of mow down everybody, like a lawnmower on this objective with a Groot alongside him, mowing down bodies instead of trees.
Yeah, and the portal maybe committed just a little bit early there, even, you know, unknowingly, because the strategist did find a few picks, but portal comes through, not allowing them to come back and take that touch. Ugu is going to go down quickly. No Binds is going to find Cart, and the whole team of Cafe Rose will start walking forward, but that was a ton of time off clock there for point one.
Yeah, a lot of time off for sure. 3 minutes down the second phase, and Cafe Rose kind of figuring it out, right? Tree has been playing a ton of Punisher and has looked good on so far. Now another portal will come back through. They want to go aggressive towards this Cart. Going towards that Rocket Raccoon, too, on the ground. Get into the whole Colt right now. Cart trying to make some moves happen.
And Tree is going to be down the low side, finds Kendrick there. Shoddy to the body, looking very strong with that damage boost. Had Bind out there. There's Sticky as well, who's looking to try to build towards that res. Finds Kendrick now, and yeah, we lost her down numbers again. Cart trying to even it out a bit, finds No Binds. We'll put them one behind. Dynasty now coming in with a slick move, finding really Sticky, but that self-res is available. Right back into the fight on the high side, right next to Tree, and there goes that engagement. But it does not land that spear.
No, I mean, they're trying to take down this Punisher. Really Sticky falls again. This has been a tough map for Really Sticky so far. This Punisher has to come online, shut down this magic, turn from Punisher into Punish Her, because the Dark Child is out and running rampant with this Black Panther. It's Tree getting punished by him.
Really clean movement here from Dynasty, who is finding these engagements and always has an escape route. Keep that in mind if you are playing Panther, always using one of those dashes to find a way towards a wall to climb up or something to jump away. Use that double jump. Kendrick going to slowly stagger the front line here of Lyric, who does go down now. And yeah, we lost now, has presence back on point, holding on and turning that Cart backwards.
And he's going back in the other way, and right now, you know, they get set up in a bunch of weird spots. Cafe Rose know this, right? They can't go too far. Maybe Tree's a little bit of a bait as well. Having 300 HP gives them a little bit more extra time, but Kendrick now coming down for the one, coming to Really Sticky again, but they get 20-25 respect.
It's a big pull there. Lyric gonna find White Armor. Now goes the final judgment. Tree gonna find Thrax. As White Armor comes right back into the fight from the res, but still, there's been a ton of value here in these final judgments as the team is walking forward once again. Very low in HP. Is gonna fall there. Dynasty now looking towards the back line. Still moving forward. Out goes the Psionic, but it might be committed just a little bit too late. Now the Sia gonna be there to keep them up and moving. Kendrick finds Lyric. Really Sticky. Gonna bring a huge res. The whole team back in the fight.
Yeah, really big resurrect. I mean, you can see White Armor trying to be the armor for Dynasty every time he dives in, putting that shield, moving here with the Black Panther, making sure he stays alive because a little bit squishier now. Really Sticky also looking for him. He's able to evade it for now. But those cooldowns out mean you can sort of push up a little bit further current moment. But yeah, we lost. They're coming up on the Dark Child yet again to go aggressive. No ultimates for Cafe Rose because the Meteor M soon for No Bind.
30 seconds on makes this close to final fight territory unless a portal comes through. Remember, Thrax is on that Strange right now, helping Kendrick with the team. Back goes a big eye. Bakamoto does find one in the front line of No Binds. Team is staying healthy though, and out goes Bond. And it's all six bonded right there at that moment, which is going to make them very difficult to drop. Out goes the Dark Child, waiting it out perfectly. Really Sticky with a nice shot there onto Cart. Finds one. Now is also going to have to run away and find some good positioning. Nice pick there on a Dynasty. Really clean play by Really Sticky.
Yeah, I mean, Sticky's, you know, kind of been Sticky in the series. He's had to be resilient, right? That's the most important thing. They do have invisible boundaries. Stay alive. Meteor has to be big from No Binds. With a Sonic Seduction, Sticky goes down, though, with the Cocoon. He'll come back. Tree's able to find one, and then also pushing his car forward. Oh, my goodness, that Rocket Train is so low. He falls as well. White Armor and the crew kind of diving back on Tree, though, able to find him. So they're collapsing, but the current moment, I mean, they still have heals, right? Everybody here is playing around Lyric, who's smack charged, grabs Kendrick, kicks him against the wall, shuts him down, but no. Dynasty on the back line, takes down Really Sticky again. That See You Later can't keep him alive. He also doesn't have a Cocoon. He's going to have to wait out this See You Later alongside Cart in the ult.
Cart still holding on. The ult is going to drop now. Way to wait to the last moment there to press that Q, just to stall for a little while. And CC, as a huge pick comes through from Dynasty. Kendrick gonna find one as well. White Armor gonna find Lyric and make that 2 and 3 for Kendrick. And they will hold before point 2.
Oh my goodness. Hulk, Black Panther with a Magic, Doctor Strange, all of the team-ups coming through, all of the positioning not gained by Cafe Rose. Nice job by Yeah, We Lost. I mean, we're really in a dive meta, right? It really feels that way, Shib. And, you know, that's why we can see things like the Black Panther team up with the Hulk, with the Magic. You just have to know what you're doing, right? And, I mean, how many teams do we know in the entire world that could play this comp Yeah, We Lost are playing? And then even with the last one, this is a one-of-one team we're watching right now, Shib, and I feel like we just have to be in awe of their creativity.
Yeah, I think I like it. You know, I think we talk about different strategies, banning being effective. We talk about how important comms are, how important the play is, all together. But you know what's pretty unique and different is finding a composition that nobody's used to and coming in and being very dominant with that composition. Teams still trying to figure out what the solution is in the middle of a map, and constantly switching or at least changing their structure and how they fight every battle is going to mess with them. And it's clearly worked, as you see now. Cafe Rose trying to find a whole nother solution on the defense.
I mean, this is what we've seen teams in terms of like FlyQuest run, but like this is the thing, like how bad is one of the weaker dive sort of comps, or rather, I guess it's not even like full dive. I guess they're running like, it's more like a brawly dive. But like right now, you know, for Yeah, We Lost, how strong can it do, or can it be versus this Hella team up with Namor, right? Because we've seen other squads try to play Hella Namor. It's very, it can be very high highs and very low lows. Meanwhile, for Yeah, We Lost, I mean, they're playing a similar sort of style, but also it relies more on like you just hitting your skill shots instead of just hitting traditional shots, right? So we'll see how it pans out. Is on the thing now for Cafe Rose.
They are going to commit very early there with that portal. And we'll come back by the end. Not a bad idea. But exile there. Tree on the off angle here with Hella. And you're right. Ooh, Kendrick going to find that pick on a Tree, though, quickly. And now get tackled. Punch it into a wall. But using that portal to stay healthy. Rocket jump again now. Going to try to find one. Does find one on a really sticky. That was some smooth movement there. Dynasty now. Going to work with Kendrick to find the rest, and they are walking right through. What a play off the rip of the portal. The portal is matched right back here from Tree, but already down a few to make it tough.
Yeah, great patience. I mean, that was just so smart. You know, move over amazing. Kendrick is here on Magic and looking damn good. So, you know, like I said, I heard in practice and in scrims how good like these sort of Magic comps were leading to Ignite Grand Finals, and you're seeing exactly why it's so good now. 5 minutes and 17 seconds left to go. And there's also not many teams that have a Black Panther and a Magic player too, like on the same squad. So this is a very unique sort of team, and this is a really good meta, I think, for this comp too.
Yeah, I love to see it. Again, I think we talked about how he's going to be super adaptable. Yeah, really sticky. He's going to be changing over to that Spider-Man. Hero he's very, very comfortable on. We'll see if that works out. We'll add more pressure to that back line side of White Armor and Shugu, and we'll see if that is the right answer to this comp, because right now they are definitely still looking with 4 minutes and 45 on just to push to point 2.
Yeah, I mean, I guess theoretically it should be free, and it's going to displace this this Black Panther so much. So BP already goes down. Kartho on the backside with Kendrick. They don't even care. Eye of Agamotto takes out 3 players. The See You Later gets removed. We'll see that See You Later, but really sticky. Takes down the Rocket as a stagger, and they're making it scrappy too. We heard about this meta being called like a deathmatch meta, and you can see potentially why, as we also have another Spider-Man in the year of 2025, Chip.
Dynasty making that switch right back. Somebody's got to put on the mask on both sides. Alt advantage here for Cafe Rose. Point is scooching up, though. A few meters away now with a ton of time. It's going to be a big stall. Kendrick going to start with the Magic on the back line. Jarchild goes out. No pick just yet. Good movement from those strategists. Hugu is walking. Tree going to find Dynasty. Kartho finds respect. Numbers evened out. Duelist and a strategist. Hugu finds Lyric now, and another Vanguard goes down as the strategist falls from the side of Cart. What an exile there, too. Such clean play. Dynasty now going to look towards Tree. Trying to get that pick and does in the middle of the ult. And these cops are crazy, but I love to see it. Kendrick now on his sticky with another pick.
I don't know, man. Like, I felt like I have brain rot. Now I don't even know. Like, I feel like I have brain melt. This is insane. Back and forth. Yeah, we lost. About to close it out. They have the Spider-Man all ready to go.
And there it is. Back and forth. Dynasty finds one. Make that two. Oh, Tree with a good escape there. He's able to fly away. Trying to sneak this point white armor. Potentially making a play there. Is going to be able to find Sticky with some good commitment. Kark heading towards Invis. Keeping track of that bubble. Folks, when Invis goes in this one, you can actually see a little dot. That was an insane exile immediately into all. Drax now just maintaining pressure on point, playing with Kendrick. And Kark going to be able to find one there. Goodbye to Pix as Kendrick takes out Tree, and this is looking dicey now. Yeah, we lost. Might be able to push this through with almost 3 minutes on, and they do. Wow, what a play and what a composition here from Yeah, we lost.
And they're up 2-0 now. They're up 2-0. When did Kark get so good, man? Damn, looking good on the Hulk so far. 2 minutes and 41 seconds is a really fast time. And you can't underestimate a squad like this. They're already up 2. They're forcing their opponent to go to Spider-Man of all things and then matching it. So, I mean, you can't help but love a team like this right now as they, look to make a run at MRC, look to close out on Cafe Rose, and maybe even take this entire MRC because this is some very unique stuff being run at a very high level.
Yeah, I love to see it again. It's so much fun to watch. Kendrick with 17 finals, 15 on Fantastic, going to Magic and finding 17. Very similar damage. Kark on that Hulk. Goes to show you Hulk still can be played with 12 there. And Dynasty playing a ton of the Panther, switching up to Spider-Man at the end. I mean, this team, they can do it all. They can pull out any unique comp and still get it done. Shout out to the back line, only fallen 3 and 4 times, even while their entire comp is consistently far away from them.
The only thing they can't do is play normal ship, maybe play these more weird sort of styles to make sure the opponents can't play against it. But it makes sense, right? Like, this is what we're talking about. This is the sort of, I think, something we're going to see as the evolution, right? Like, I feel like before the Rocket buffs, that character was underrated, right? Like, remember when Rocket was at the Stage 1 or mid-season final? Like, honestly, Rocket Raccoon was underrated back then because of the BRB. And now into this MRC, we're seeing some really high-level comps, some high-level play at a Hulk. People tend to underestimate that character, and you can see exactly why you shouldn't. Now they're up 2. They're on that point ship. They're looking to keep it on, keep in their MRC run. And for them, they want to make that finals. We're going to see if they can do it, though, and a reverse sweep is potential after the short break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away. Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, everyone. And yeah, we lost. The team that's not afraid to run these unique comps are just doing work right now, up 2-0 against the side of Cafe Rose. And I'll tell you, buddy, I'm having a ton of fun watching this comp.
Yeah, I feel like this series is just a really fun one, and I think it kind of wakes us back up after a day of just a grind of a lot of MRC games. Right now, coming into it, we've seen a lot of fun of Mr. Fantastic, and we talked about it before, like a lot of these teams and all these players making a sort of name for themselves. And well, you can see today we got to see some Mr. Fantastic out of Kendrick, and now him on the Magic. He's been really good, and same thing with White Armor on that Invisible Woman. Part 2.
Yeah, again, I think the backline, the fact that they're able to stay up is a testament to their strength, because they have been playing these heroes that aren't known for staying, healthy for too long, and their whole team has been gone. A very divey, brawly team that doesn't really need to play around the backline too much because they kind of do their own thing, and they're still able to hold on and keep the cart moving. So well played by them, but now it's just the question of, is that due to the fact that, yeah, we lost, is doing a great job distracting, or is Cafe Rose just not able or have the ability to get to that backline and mess with them?
There's a lot of questions that need to be answered right now. We do have the Rocket Raccoon ban, and then on the opposite angle, Bucky, right? So that kind of prevents, that helps our dives a little bit more when Bucky's removed, and we ban out the Hulk too. I think that was early protect last time for we lost. So the first time we see the Hulk ban, but it makes sense, I think, in global bans a little bit more than like targeted bans, because I guess like they're not going to play the Hulk, right? So you get even more value about the fact that you're not going to worry about it. On top of the, maybe you don't even play it. So Psylocke, you get to put one of your players on the Psylocke back again, specifically Tree. Tree was such a good Psylocke player earlier, so they banned the Emma Frost team up on the opposite side.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play. I think they need to change something up right now, find a way through this as we see what they're floating. That is going to mean a Daredevil battle, likely back and forth there. And Emma removal makes sense to me, likely back to those, we saw, just because Kendrick was running that magic. Pulling out Strange. It looked really strong too, had some decent eyes there, and they were able to play off them and keep the team up in numbers consistently. I think these teams have started to figure each other out, but I don't know if there's any solution to we lost right now. I think they can really run whatever and just get in your head.
Yeah, they protected Mr. Fantastic. Holy crap. Why not? Why not, man? Let Kendrick play Mr. Fantastic. Maybe they ban out the Magic here. Or the Doctor Strange. I'd be okay with the Doctor Strange ban, honestly, but maybe you'd be scared of a Doctor Strange ban in case you want to portal back, so the Magic ban might be safer. Or the Angela ban, I guess. That makes sense if they want to play the Angela instead of the Hulk. Maybe you don't want to play the Angela too. They want to play probably Venom Cap, so I guess that makes sense.
That is true, and the lock-in of Fantastic. I mean, that's just history in the making right there. Got to be the first time we've seen that probably in any tournament here, at least at this level of play in the MRC, this deep into the tournament, round 14. Maybe we'll have our stats team look at that and check that out, but goodbye to the Mantis as well. That is a ban, but the fact that it's banned this late is so different than what we expect from Ignite. It's honestly night and day, these ban systems of how they've looked, and granted they are universal this time around, so everybody loses that hero instead of it being just team focus like we saw from Ignite.
I mean, Invisible Woman and Jeff both have a little bit of survivability just baked in their kit, with the fact that, the double jump on Invis lets you go invisible, and then Jeff flies around like a maniac under the ground. So, when you get rid of another really mobile character in Rocket Raccoon, that sort of limits your hero pool. And I imagine the other side also wants something interesting in terms of, or rather want like one of those heroes, so they don't want to ban it out. But right now, it's going to be a lot of fun to see kind of what happens. They're the full dive for Cafe Rose, running that Venom Cap in with the Psylocke alongside Daredevil.
And we might see, the idea here is what they've done in the past with that kidnap. They're going to try to get a portal kidnap coming in from Cart to land on the mines from Kendrick. It's worked a few times in these last few matchups, but not yet against Cafe Rose. Let's see if this is a different take. And then the team fully commits through portal. It seems like they use that to their advantage after the fact. Sometimes you'll see teams fully switch off and change everything, but once that starts, Kendrick, if those mines do not land, we'll switch and the whole team will jump through and try to fight right there. Let's see what they're able to do.
Yeah, they're ready to go with it. Let's see if anybody gets picked off. That Penny Parker skin, by the way, I think I was indifferent to it at first, and now I just love it. Like, it just like the mines, awesome. Everything about it. It's so good. They portal in, though. She have no kidnap this time, it looks like.
I didn't see an angle for it. The whole team was kind of separated, I believe. Very mobile team again. There is going to be the battle from Dynasty and really sticky in terms of who can play that Daredevil better. Yeah, we lost at match point. Could win it right now. Tree is going to pop off there and find Kendrick very quickly. No binds. Going to find Sugu, excuse me, as well.
It's a good changeup, right? Cafe Rose need this. They need Tree on the Psylocke. That's the big thing, right? Like Tree, when we saw Cafe Rose do well, was playing a ton more of that hero of Psylocke, and whoa, White Armor gets Lyric on that comeback, just displaced by those Jeff right clicks, and we'll go down late. Maybe, yeah, we lost and come back into it. Nice shot on the Tree. Kendrick, one shot basically, combination from him.
Very clean combination there. Using the actual animation cancel to get that spin dash, which will give you a little extra distance. I know all the Magic mains have checked that out, and Cart just trying to build towards that ult now. Not going to be on that ult, instead going to be rocking the Strange, who is definitely pushed up a bit in the meta. Does find a pick there onto no binds, and looking for more numbers in their favor. Point though in the favor of Cafe Rose, 34% and climbing. Tugu is looking for one, and back and forth Tree with some insane movement. Almost finds the pick there, but good focus by the back line. It's a patty cake with White Armor. Now looking at Tugu and getting that dub.
I wouldn't mind if they banned out Doctor Strange just in case, you know, that this happens. And now on the opposite side, Dynasty goes too far. Both of these Daredevils a little bit too far in. And this Rocket Raccoon, the fact that it's not in the game, you know, because of the ban phase means that they can't get res by BRB. But here comes that Psylocke ultimate. Freedom Charge keeps him healthy. But the Jeff off the map. Can he get them? No, Jeff, or the Venom comes back, but really Sticky's off.
Yeah, and they both have ways back on map. I was wondering if commitment there off map might have been the answer, but we have seen in the past, even if you jump off map, there's a chance that they could come back if the timing does not lend you to fully commit off the map before the spit animation comes through. And here goes another ultimate here. This time on the Sonic 2025 respect, looking at the back line, able to find one here. And that will be an, oh no, but you can't throw a Daredevil. You got to try to find the perfect location to get that immediate activation of off map. And Dynasty's on the chase now, trying to get that pick, and will get that pick right back at him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if we're on that other side where the other Jeff was, the kill box would have been high enough, but you're right. Maybe the cooldowns as well had a part of it potentially. Regardless, huge play for Dynasty to come back. And big misplay by on the offside 2025 respect. And now, yeah, we lost, still controlling that objective. I mean, they're going really far past every single side of the map. Kendrick sort of locking it down. Dynasty, you know, knows he's target priority now. He also has the help from the Luda Snowflake in case he goes deep.
Dynasty now making that play towards the back line, and that's just what Daredevil does. Just sit on the enemy back line and just give yourself that overhealth and try to win the duel every time, despite how many there are. Just heavy commit and keep the pressure rolling. Thrax looking towards Tree with some good escape, but does get just sniped out of the sky there by Thrax. Sugu gonna find one there onto no binds and potentially look for another 98% and counting. The touch comes through just the last millisecond, but down goes Lyric, and once more, yeah, we lost. Despite their comp that they run, have been just so dominant. The touch coming in once more, this time from the side of really Sticky. Kendrick gonna commit and get that pick onto Sticky. Now look towards the back line and keep the damage rolling here onto Magic, building towards Darkchild.
We'll the dance for in a second. Two built it up. Here's that Jeff ult towards that point. Does it connect onto multiple members? Avocado's here. Onto the Venom. Onto another. Kendrick dodges that Jeff and also takes down 2025 respect in the middle of it. And we head to the second round. We lost. Takes round number 1.
I mean, that was disgusting play right there by Kendrick. And that final play from Magic with that 3-piece. Just some serious control and understanding of those abilities and timing. And that was just smooth. I mean, despite the situation, big ults across the board. Yeah, we lost. They just seem like they cannot be stopped.
I mean, I want to see if there's a team that can stop them now. You know, like Cafe Rose, we talked about them, you know, in high regard because they're a good team. That, you know, the brand new setup as well. They just need to get it over that hump, I guess. And right now, yeah, we lost is just a huge mountain to climb. Because Cafe Rose, you know, should be doing well. They have Tree on the Psylocke. They have their full dive composition. They have everything they want. Maybe that map wasn't maybe close range enough, I think, for really Sticky. It was a bit hard, I think, for him to gap close, potentially. So maybe now that we enter another map that is a little bit closer range, I think this Daredevil should do a little bit more work. But same thing on Dynasty's side. Ultimate's up. Portal play also available for Cart.
Yeah, they aren't going to start with it this time, as they saw how mobile that team was. I don't think they're going to get anything big. And the portal comes through though. Actually, from card, so it is committed, but they're not going to try to get that mine trap. Instead, they're just going to own space on point and start the fight again. 4 ults available here for Yeah, we lost, and 4 right back at him from Cafe Rose, forcing out a few tree, able to find white armor. Cart onto Lyric to even the numbers. 1 Shrek goes down and 1 Vanguard down at the current moment. Kendrick gonna commit with Darkchild. We've seen Kendrick pop off, and that's another huge play there. Are you joking me? Really Sticky finds 1 onto Sugu. Dynasty now onto Pix with another return, as Really Sticky gets a second here, who's now showing up at this moment, trying to make a big play.
He's still running around. You do have so many members on this point still for Yeah, we lost. Kendrick, though. 1 shot on the Jeff is available. The Jeff goes down. Nice job from Kendrick on that high ground, too. Really Sticky was doing a ton, but now without him, it's going to be brutal. Tree comes back, able to take down Dynasty, so they trade it 1 for 1, but Really Sticky eventually falls. White Armor with 2 in that fight, and on the Jeff has been an unsung hero, has played so well throughout this entire series. Same thing with Sugu, but specifically White Armor has been a standout for this squad.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you watch some of these plays from White Armor on the Jeff, even in the 1v1 situations, ults that aren't off map, still pulling 2 or 3 eliminations in these fights, that's just a testament to how strong someone could be on this hero and why they're banned so consistently at the top level. White Armor available already with the HGF Dynasty as well, just to have an answer from right back at him with the Freedom Charge here, engaged from Lyric. 2025 respect available there with the HGF, but who will get more value as the 1 goes down, and that's going to be from White Armor, who gets an eat here on a few, but is in a very dangerous spot with some good movement. Almost gets out, but Tree with a nice dash, going to find 1 and stop that from happening.
And Magic trying to run away, trying to live and play their line, but Lyric and Tree track him down, and he's just trying to buy time for the team. Maybe on the opposite side, Yeah, we lost, can make something happen, but Cafe Rose are all securing this objective. Too many people here at this point, and also you have 2025 respect living on the outside with that Jeff ult, so good job from Cafe Rose to flip this point.
25 respect to the 2-piece there, down lane with the hose is going to find 2, but yeah, I mean, I think that's a good retake from Cafe. I think they're starting to look stronger. I think this comp with the Psylocke here with Tree is exactly what they needed to give themselves a good chance at coming back and at least getting a map here on this team and changing the momentum. The whole team starts now. Darkchild gets launched. Out goes the dance of the Cutterfly that finds 1 with a combination there from Really Sticky on a White Armor. And that's a big pick early on in this fight. The commitment from Kendrick again, though, is going to find 1, immediately escaping and almost getting 2. What a play and what good movement again from Kendrick.
Whoa. Yeah, that is some clean Magic gameplay at the current moment to bring him back into it potentially. It's about out of cooldowns. Able to get 1 on 1 more. Can you find that Jeff? The Jeff is very evasive, though. Getting out of that fight for now. Meanwhile, you do have Dynasty helping out, too. Needs to be best towards that point. Just to stand for a little bit longer. Also dealing with the side of Lyric and no binds, and they do so. And with that, everybody else is here. Jeff goes down eventually. And Yeah, we lost. Take the point back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fun to watch the Magic play with those cancels, and I know Magic mains are stoked to see it at this level, this deep in the tournament. Yeah, we lost. Definitely a contender here to keep going and potentially take this thing home. There's still some more stages left. We'll be back here tomorrow after our final game here tonight, but Kendrick owning that height. 3 ults available here. Sugu, White Armor, and Cart available, where you see 2025 respect with the HGF to try to counter right back. Lyric very close there with the Freedom Charge, but that pick early on a Sticky will give Yeah, we lost some good space they need.
A little bit too early. Kendrick no on the backside as well, trying to deal with Tree. Tree takes that portal. Are you kidding? What a play from Kendrick to dodge around. Tree goes down with basically 1 HP, and with that, now Yeah, we lost. They're trying to go for more. They want to get that KO. They want to get the final blow on the Cafe Rose right now, but they back up, they retreat, and now they come in with Freedom Charge.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough look there, trying to engage. Sugu is going to launch out here with the dance floor, fate of both worlds, keeping the team up. Freedom Charge, matched right back, and now the invisible boundary out. The Jeff could be huge, and that's essentially your goal. Go right into the invisible boundary and try to get a few. Dynasty almost gets the pick there, and does at the end. On to picks. He's going to have to drop back Kendrick. He's going to launch that Darkchild. Already has it again. White Armor off map there. Lyric really sticky with a 2-piece, though, committing. Trying to find more, but immediately gets eaten. This time by a teammate. Going to reset and look towards the back line, and will get a 3rd with some help from the team. 2025 respect with a huge ult as well. Looking very clean on this Jeff over these last few ults.
Yeah, this is getting real dicey for Cafe Rose. They're playing with fire right now. Every ult has been utilized. 2025 respect as well, I believe, had those overtime spawns, so Gonna be a little bit late to this fight. Now Yaoi Lost have every single advantage. Cafe Rose have to rely on an aggressive play with really sticky and no binds, maybe Tree. It's gonna be a really tough one for them against all those ults on Yaoi Lost.
And there it goes. The Freedom Charge comes in early from Thrax, who is walking towards that backline. The whole team in tow. Dynasty is, wow, was that like 1 HP? Able to hold on there. Good focus by the backline. Tree with a nice off angle, but still gets chased down by Dynasty with the first pick. The second, the third come in from Shugu and Thrax and Kendrick now. And the numbers have dwindled 99%. Not sure the retake is available here.
Counter
The
portal.
counter portal comes through.
He got him off the map! He got him off the map!
Heart.
Oh my god, and that's the nail in the coffin. Overtime dwindles. Yeah, we lost. Ain't losing today. Cafe Rose's Shib off of what a play from Cart. Taking him off the game, off the map, and off the series. They're moving on 3-0 fashion in this MRC Season 4.
Yeah, we lost. Yeah, we've gained a ton of fans today, playing some off-meta compositions and really showcasing the power of just being able to make things work. We've heard in Ignite, you know, there is a meta, but I think everything's viable, and this is a team that can show you that everything really can be viable. This team 3-0 against a very, very strong Cafe Rose. Again, just a testament to being able to make things work. Kendrick on the Magic once more with 12. Dynasty gonna find 9 there and take that MVP.
Yeah, I mean, we have, yeah, that'll be 100%. Well, huge shout out to Cafe Rose. Really hard series and difficult one, considering, I mean, how do you solve that puzzle? How does any team solve that puzzle of Yaoi Lost? Because they just keep winning, and you can see it's a team effort across the board, just final hit-wise. Damage-wise, it's obviously on Kendrick and Cart, but regardless, I mean, the strategist played really well. Everybody is doing their role to a very high level, and I'm very excited to see these guys moving forward. And I'm very sad too, Shib, because I think this is the last MRC we'll see on this patch. We'll be entering soon, Season 5, when that is announced, but you know, like this meta, specifically, a lot of these patches, a lot of these heroes played right now are just being like figured out and, you know, realized that they're quite good still. So I don't know. It's just a lot of fun to watch this patch, and I'm going to be sad to see it go, basically.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty about this game is that teams that are the best are teams that are looking and learning and researching and testing and finding these obscure things that work. And we've seen the bans consistently change. We've seen the compositions consistently change. Things that seem meta at first are not always meta towards the end of the patch. So the best teams are those that are able to do it all. And I think that's the beauty of this level of play as you climb towards that pro scene of Ignite. But today you can check out these results here. Yeah, we lost 3-1 up on Tricksters, able to take a map against them. Shikigami losing to Cafe Rose. Height Diff is going to fall to Team Guilty, and then goes to Esports and Nightmare Academy. Nightmare Academy coming through and taking that W 3-1.
Yeah, makes sense. We got to see them later on. And yeah, we can't really watch every game in MRC, but we're trying our hardest to watch the ones that we can catch back up on in the day. And Shib and I, we're just like, I know the game's already kind of happened, but like also, you know, we stay unspoiled here. We're watching these games fully with you guys, basically live. And, you know, tomorrow will be that, right? It'll be a totally live matchup. We get to see that final match with Vicky tomorrow. Tricksters versus Team Guilty. Tricksters was able to win against Guilty. We just saw that one. Shikigami versus Nightmare went the distance. That was a banger. If you want to go back and watch that one, it was crazy. Triple, quadruple. I don't know how many overtimes we saw. Yeah, we lost to beat out Cafe Rose. Tricksters as well lost to Nightmare Academy, apparently. So that means they move on. And against Cafe Rose, that's going to be a really hard game. And yeah, we lost. Are now in the grand finals, waiting for their opponent of either Cafe Rose or Nightmare Academy. And I'll be honest, Shib, I would be scared if I'm in either of the squads. I would be really terrified because these are really good teams. Specifically, yeah, we lost is a really good team right now.
Yeah, these teams got to be doing their homework tonight to try to find a way to just counteract this team and find a way through them, have a composition that can maybe cut through a little bit of these obscure compositions. Cafe Rose versus Nightmare Academy going to be the first game you watch tomorrow on the lower side finals. And then the grand finals will be cleaned up by Dog and Vicky tomorrow. So stoked to keep my eyes on that.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. I just want to see what they're gonna play now. I mean, like, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to see more of these guys. Looking forward to watching their streams, like you said. I know a lot of those guys do stream on Twitch, so make sure to follow them. And as they, you know, progress forward. But obviously, Shib, it's great casting with you, man. And you know, I think, you know, I hope this is not our last time casting together. You know, I mean, obviously, it won't be. We have many times moving forward. But obviously, this has been a very fun year for both of us, and it's a fun year to see the dog brother, because that's what it feels like for us, Shib. We're dog brothers out here.
That's it. I love it. I mean, yeah, just shout out to the skin quickly. I mean, this thing, for those who maybe are playing Wolverine, is a must cop. The emote's awesome. The infinite loop emote, having that, you know, absolute, the fire dog in the background consistently in the MVP, just looking like such a menace. Wolverine here in this Dog Brother X. Shout out to this skin, available right now as of November 7th. So make sure you log in and give it a look.
I'm saying, the Wolverine mains are just so stacked in skins. Like, I just like unbelievable. And hella, hella mains, we're feasting now. You know, we recently the Grim Lady. We get so many awesome skins that are coming out. Wolverine mains just keep rejoicing, man. Every single time with a new skin, a new patch with those. And, you know, Man Spider, obviously, for Spider-Man was a new one. We get the Scarlet Witch Queen of the Dead skin that is available at the current moment. And obviously, Iron Man Big Shot have been awesome. I know you said you have those glasses. In fact, I mean, I know you don't want to act like Iron Man, but I know that you do have the glasses that look like him. I hope you put them back on when we show it back on the camera, because Chip's kind of looking like Iron Man a little bit as of late.
Yeah, right.
You're balling like him too, right? Millions of dollars in that bank account. Billions, actually. How rich is Iron Man? Canonically, how rich is Iron Man?
That's a great question. I actually have no idea in terms of the straight up value. It's like unquantifiable, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I mean, a big fan of all those skins coming around Halloween time. But you gotta love, for those who have maybe played the PvE zombies mode, you know, the Queen of the Dead skin there looked great. This Scarlet Witch.
This can't be true. Tony Stark's net worth is estimated to be $140 billion. That is crazy. I can't believe.
Sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, again, buddy, an insanely fun day. Casting with you, as always, is a blast. Long day for us, man, with a bunch of fun games, some serious ones that woke us up there and got us up and standing and yelling. But an absolute pleasure working with you, as always, my friend, and to everybody in the audience. Thanks for being here with us, and we look forward to seeing you here tomorrow for the lower bracket finals and the grand finals of this MRC. We'll see you next time.